First, yeah.
Yep. And we are live. Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone. This is day 4 of the tournament, right?
That's right. Welcome back, everyone. We've had 5 teams go so far. But we still have 11 teams left. But right now, the standings are... In first place, we have B-Pitch and Explorers with April and TYR. In second, we still have defending champions LEE, which is Suffering Bourbon, our very own Gaviel. In third, we put more effort into this tournament entry than the Riders did into Gundam with the Witch from Mercury, No Effort, Jyerthan, and Asadekai. We'll see seeing if that's the last time I'm gonna have to say that name in full today, because we have of the 11 teams going next, we've got 2 today. Surely We Win, featuring Arcturus and Tenebris, as well as so-called free thinkers afterward with Radio Yaya and Softworm.
Very exciting.
Pretty excited.
Big day.
So we're gonna be having 4 runners today.
Yeah.
Good luck to all of them.
Yeah, this is gonna be...
so not easy.
That's right, and it's gonna be a double day, so I hope we're all ready to see some very interesting, perhaps very long gameplay. So.
Get a snack, get hydration, get ready to
Get your popcorn.
watch D15.
I mean, every single day we've seen something interesting. We've had ending 1, ending 2, ending like double ending as well. We've seen Bird Knights run. We've seen the most stressful Ike Thermir fight I've ever seen in my life.
I wonder what that's referring to.
I was watching. I mean, can you imagine how stressful it was for the person playing?
So true.
No clue.
But yeah, our players are ready to go, so we're not going to keep them waiting. Arcturus can get started.
Let's go.
And it's a Dorothy.
Oh.
E2 Dorothy start.
Yeah, our players are allowed to prepare a kettle or hope bonus as well as an E2 starting operator. It looks like Arcturus is doing Dorothy cast spec.
And this is the second Dorothy start we're seeing of the tournament so far. So we already know Dorothy can do quite a bit.
Yeah, very versatile operator, able to just lay mines almost anywhere across the map along their melee tiles, of course.
Yep, and that means that we're going to be seeing a lot of mine placing today, if this goes smoothly. This is Hands of Moss 21, which means there is a potential for a bonus enemy. We're not going to know until the end.
Yep, it's going to depend on whether we see 2 slugs or 3 slugs at the very end.
Stay down and you won't get hurt any worse.
Now I see some of those are crit mines, you can tell by the flashing red It's a little bit. They look a little bit similar to regular mines. But
Yeah, it's
those
definitely
do a lot more damage.
Yeah, definitely harder to see on the skin, but the skin's art itself is so good. So,
Yep. So if you're ever in a situation where you just need to stall and lay down a whole row of crit mines for whatever reason,
The slightest vibration
that's how you tell.
can change the result.
And yes, you can retreat mines. You can just retreat mines if you want. For example, if you want to make sure that a particular
I won't
mine
let
is a
you
crit
take
mine.
another step. I promise them.
So that mine did 2600, but the next one does 5500. Yeah, so crit mines do about double damage.
mm-hmm.
Alright, 3 slugs, which
Another
means no
recurring
bonus enemy.
theme of this stream is there isn't much to say with these opening strategies usually because
Your decisions
it's
are
assumed
on
that
the
they're
line.
going to go smoothly, and this one did.
By the goddess of truth.
Yeah, definitely
Yeah.
given the caliber of the players here, we expect to see very smooth play.
Now,
For-
who
for
is the Vanguard pick
beauty.
gonna be,
Oh,
or is
yeah,
it a
did-
full save?
There is also 20% arts already, which is kind of big. Getting that this early means you might want to pivot towards an arts comp, and since you're playing caster specialist, that's already a good option.
Yeah, that's true.
The second
That's nice thing
Vanguard
about
pickup
caster
is going to be Plume. That's
Was
pretty
that a
classic.
skill level 1?
Was it?
I sure hope not. Although a lot of
I
times in
hope
IS4, your Plume's not going to last long enough to actually press the skill anyways.
That's
Looks like
true.
we're doing regular Prisoner's Night.
She
It
can.
is.
I think Plume's DPS is not that bad for 3-star. It's like a mini Melantha.
You're very lucky if your Plume can survive one hit, let alone two.
Hey, that's a spike chest over
Alright,
there.
spike chest. It is worth bonus points if
That is
Arcus
right.
is able to get that.
Oh, and
Plume
we are
gonna
using
be
Plume,
sacrificed to the chest.
who is
She
not.
does not last long enough to get skill.
That is true.
But she does get it low enough for Fang to finish the job. There we go.
Alright.
It's gonna be bonus points.
And placing those mines down behind the box, I guess we're expecting that maybe they're going to lose it.
Yeah, that roadblock is almost dead, but the enemies are also almost dead.
Oh, and just
there's
setting
one
up for
more
that
boxer-
last.
Take another step.
Yeah. Just paving the road with mines all the way. Yep. Hasn't even walked 2 tiles and already dead.
Yeah, very clean.
There we go.
And that means they're going to go into the first shop, and that's one of the big moments that's going to sort of shape the rest of this run.
Mm-hmm.
As well as a defender pickup. That's probably going to be a 3-star.
Yeah, definitely a lot
There
of
was
the,
spot.
of the direction of a run gets turned by what appears in the first shop. I do see a Kennot's Mark, which can give a lot of hope throughout the run. Ooh, and we have an E2 Lin. Pre-promoted.
Whoa, huge.
Yeah,
Very nice
that is
pickup.
going to be the second 6-star pickup.
Yeah, and that works well with the anti-riot instrument that's already giving her arts damage. Broken 1 could
Now we
help her
have
even
also
more.
seen Lin be helpful in
Yeah,
a
that's
lot
a
of combats
caster
over the past few
specialist move,
days.
For sure.
Yep. Now, Arknights only has 6
Fellowship would be
ingots,
really
though.
interesting.
Arknights
I
only has
guess
6
not.
ingots, which means that after that first purchase, players are allowed to withdraw up to 5 ingots per shot. If they choose not to do so, they actually gain 30 points, which I believe that Arcturus just secured there.
Yeah.
But that does
no
mean that with
withdrawal.
6 ingots left, Arcturus was unable to actually withdraw enough ingots to pull any of the 12 cost relics. But that does mean we're moving on to floor 2.
Yeah, so it is a trade-off. Not having those early ingots could mean that you don't get as much of a power spike from the shop. But it is a tournament where you want to maximize your points. Now this is Unwell with 50 enemies. So if you've been studying, you know that Unwell usually has 49 enemies.
That is exactly what it means, and Dorothy has some pretty interesting tech on this stage. For example, she actually can
Yeah.
just place mines to reveal the civilians, which
right.
means that with the single operator you can completely reveal.
Yeah, one
Don't
of the
think
really
there are
cool
any
things about
others.
Trapmasters.
Yep, she might be the only one who can do that.
Well, any Trapmaster can do that, right? Technically.
That's true, yeah.
Unless, do skill 3 mines have the cross-shaped range for revealing, or do they just have that when they
I
explode?
believe it is still only the tile itself.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've been meaning to experiment a bit with Robin in IS4 because I think Robin is
Oh,
also
they
pretty
do
interesting.
reveal in the cross-shape range?
Oh, it's
Interesting.
cross-shaped.
That's, I mean, S3
That
mines are
makes it even
cross-shaped,
better.
but I thought that their base would only be the tile itself.
That would make sense. In that case, Dorothy does that job a lot better than any of the other Trapmasters.
Yep.
Which I mean, there are no other 6-star trap masters for now, so
The slightest vibration can change the result.
not saying that much. So Lynn is on skill 1, meaning that she has 100% uptime as long as she doesn't turn the skill off. Because that doesn't do as much damage as skill 3, of course. But
Yeah,
it's
with an
nice that
E2
it's
Lynn.
always there, and it
With an
always
E2 Lin, this
flows.
is sort of
Will
the
reshape the land.
deployment that I think we would more likely expect. This is using Lin S1 so you can deploy her forward to deal more damage to regular mobs without having to worry about breaking the boxes.
That's right. With skill 3, the expanded range would actually hurt you here because it would destroy that block and change the
I
enemy
guess we
pattern.
did see that yesterday.
Yeah. Alright, Tyrant's starting to walk, but it's going to take a while for the Tyrant to actually get to the end of the row because of all those mines there. And each one doing a hefty 2k damage.
Yeah, that's
so
gonna be pretty significant.
No.
it's not possible to place a mine on a tile already occupied by an enemy. So it's only when a tile lights up, Arcturus is replacing the mines, but it's not going to be possible when there's a bunch of carcasses on it.
Yep, and that's why those mines are being placed after the Tyrant in order to actually create that space. And the Tyrant's gone, but let's see what this bonus enemy is.
Yeah. Now I feel like having Lynn's skill 3 here would be better for securing the bonus enemy,
Alright, it's
but
the
maybe it's
dog.
okay because Dorothy will just do enough anyways.
You can block the dog in order to make a mine explode.
Yes. But unfortunately, if the dog is invisible, then the mines do not trigger.
That's
So
right.
there's a limit on how many bodies you have in this situation.
Which is in this case only one.
Yeah. Well, one extra body. Boom.
Let's see how we're gonna use that.
The slightest vibration can
Oh, we're rolling for crit mines.
Ooh.
Trying to get the crit one.
That one's
It's
not
very
crit.
important to
That
try
was
to
not
push as
crit.
much damage as
God.
possible.
There's only one more mine left.
Oh no.
Oh, and Dorothy has run out of mines, which is one of the scariest things when you're playing Dorothy.
Yeah, I feel like not all the
Oh, no
mines
crit
were
mine.
Not showing up.
Pirate earlier, and now there's only one mine left. But I guess at least you get the bind on the mine, so you don't actually. The correct thing doesn't actually move very far.
Yeah, that's actually a surprising amount of damage. That's like a
That's actually huge.
like a third of the bar. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, we're
dog
definitely
is
gonna get it
dead.
here.
Yeah.
And one more mine would do it. Yep.
Yeah, let's see what
Just
that
like
relic
that.
is gonna be. That's also gonna be points.
Yeah. 20 bonus points for
Ring of
Tiny Feet.
Thorns! Okay, this is a
Ooh.
very impactful one. And as well as the specialist voucher, really nice to see if you're playing Cat Spec.
Yeah.
Now, the question is, do you want to pick up the E1 Yato given you have the E2 Texas? It looks like yes.
So there was E2 Texas available, but I wonder what the decision is behind taking Yato at E1 over Texas at E2.
Well, one of the things with Yato is that she's one of the biggest damage securities on floor 3, so you can not worry about any of the emergencies. With the Texas, you don't really get that security, and it's possible that they may have practiced a Yato Texas split. It's one of the more
That's-
common ways of distributing the operators we've seen in the Destroy tournament.
Stay down and you won't get hurt any worse.
Yeah, it's kind of, it could be potentially a little bit rude to your teammate if you say, I'm going to take both Texas and Yato, and you get none of them.
Yeah, you do need to consider that the best way to score high is that both you and your teammate are going to have good runs. And if you brutalize your teammates' drafting choices, they're not going to have a good time.
Yeah.
And sometimes it just comes down to luck of if you're seeing the operators you want to see early enough. We have seen that a few times where it hasn't worked out for some people.
Yeah, the players do have a choice of restarting their first run before the end of 4-3. You know, if they think that they're having a really unlucky experience, they think they could roll better. Or maybe they made some mistakes and they want to try again. In any case, though, there is always that option available for this run, though it is looking pretty good to me so far. I'm not sure what else you might be wanting right now. You've got your Yato security, got an E2 caster, which is pretty lucky, as well as 20% arts. It's pretty nice.
Alright, that is half no end. Not emergency, I believe, right?
That is correct. That is a normal path myth known.
Okay.
And another
there's a
defender voucher, which is
Or
probably
hope.
going to be a bit of a saver. We're taking Beagle here.
Okay, there's a Beagle. There's an option to boss key here.
We are heading to the boss key.
Are we going in? Yeah, we're going in.
We are.
Right.
And we got hope with every
Boss
step
key.
forward. This is not a bad. Oh, especially with 3 steps. This is what you really like to see when you get the Hope Bosky.
Yeah.
Oh, and Clairvoyance revealed. This is a very early pickup for it, and it's a very good relic.
All right.
Oh,
so we're
yeah.
going with the DP saving route, potentially. The Roach. Okay. Gonna shop again. Oh, I mean, 8 ingots isn't a lot, but there is the option to withdraw as always.
Yeah, and there
or
is
to not
a-
withdraw for more points.
That's right, and this is also a 4 voucher. You can think of this as getting 4 shots at a voucher that you want. And in this case, the E1 Yato could be E2'd, which means that at all costs, you pretty much want to see that before you go into the next floor.
Oh, but that's a
Yeah.
caster.
No
Yeah.
specialist, but there is a caster, and there's this spec
Yeah.
cast squad.
Which is sort of the next best thing, I think. Pith would be bonus points,
Oh,
taking temporary
unfortunately.
operators. Unfortunately, yeah, 3 offerings and not a single one of them is promoted.
I
This
think
is
this is one where you kind of have to go for Pith.
Yeah, easier
Uh,
level
Unless you
1
get the extra
Wormy, you
points
hate to
between
see
those
it.
3
We
options.
hate to see it.
But the
Well,
fifth
she
is
just
bonus
came
points,
out.
because that's a temp op.
That's right. And we could choose to withdraw here, but again, not withdrawing is bonus points. There's a lot of very expensive relics here that don't quite do too much for this squad.
Oh, is that
Oh,
a
oh.
withdrawal?
Yeah,
Okay,
with
withdraw 5.
withdrawing.
Okay, that is a withdraw.
Yeah, with withdrawing, the one of the considerations, of course, is that you might not need the ingots for this shop, or you might want something here. But having those 5 ingots later on means that that shot might be more impactful as well. So a lot of the times not withdrawing now has a bit of a penalty later.
That's right. You never know when you'll need them down the line. Maybe
That
you'll get a
said-
really good item like Sniper Voucher, and
Yep.
you won't have enough ingots.
Sure. And also a hunt pickup, which is one of the 6-fold hurdles that if you don't get any of them, you actually get 150 points. It's a bit of a pity
That's
points
right.
system, but we are taking the hunt because that could be creating some emergency stages later on.
That's
Those
right.
are also going to be worth points.
Yeah, even if you leak out the emergency.
Interesting
that's still
though, we are skipping the promotion. Yeah, that was, I thought, an Yato E2 pickup, but it's actually not going to be.
That's interesting.
We've got Black Steve saying commentator bias. I wonder what that could be about.
I
Elysium.
wonder.
I have no idea what you mean.
Do you need the
We're
trap
perfectly unbiased
activated?
and neutral commentators here.
On average.
There is a chest here, but it is not. Unfortunately, it is not a vine chest or a spike chest, which means it is not bonus points.
Hey, ingots is ingots.
But ingots is always nice. That's a crit mine right there.
That's
So
true.
whenever that enemy appears above spot, you're gonna get a big surprise to the face. And for the most part, I think we've already seen Unwell done, so I don't think this will be too different from last time, especially with the Yato this time. That mine actually did some splash damage to the boxes, but I guess it was
I'm
fine.
noticing the
Not-
mines do some splash damage.
Yeah, it was not too much damage. Oh, wait, oh,
We are still sticking. Oh, nope. Getting rid of the crit mine.
Oh? Oh, I guess to prevent damage to the boxes.
Yeah.
so that was one of the
So
rare
actually,
instances
wait,
of
let's not blow up the box.
retreating a crit mine to put down a non-crit mine at the same
One of the rare
location.
moments where you don't want a crit to happen.
Yeah.
The land.
But
Yeah.
it shows you that Arcturus is really on top of the game and is paying attention to what's going on and understands Dorothy's mechanics well. Alright, so we have middle row for the 2 imposters here,
And you won't get hurt any worse.
and Cruz deployed to help reveal faster. Yeah, so 49 enemies, unlike last time, there will be no Crying Thief or any other bonus enemy.
The
Mhm.
slightest vibration can change the result.
We've already seen Arcturus
Now-
perfectly clear this once, so I'm expecting a nice clear again.
Ooh, those
Yeah, I
boxes
don't think
are
we're really stressing
very
over
nearly
the
dead.
outcome of this
Yeah,
one.
but now that
They are
the
hanging on
spies
for
are
dear life.
defeated, that means that we don't have any enemies that are going to worry about the boxes, so we are okay.
Yep.
Another leakless.
Alright, so that overall, I would say that was a pretty successful 4-2.
Yeah, definitely very good. Especially having a 3-step Hope Bosky means that your curve is going to be really nice right now.
And
Oh,
sir.
that is that
This
Wormy
Lottie
and
Esther, but
Centella
still
again.
Not good.
But we did pick up at least an E1 golden glow.
Yep.
Yeah.
So on the next caster voucher,
So I
there's
think that was
guarantee
a
for each
golden glow pickup.
Yeah, that's right. What was the relic that they took?
Hand of Buckler.
That's an
Yeah.
interesting one. So far, they don't have any good users of it yet, but they might be looking at, I don't know, maybe Angelina down the line.
Maybe.
Maybe
Yeah,
Gnosis?
Angelina with that can just absolutely shred any boss.
Denko's also a
Uh,
really interesting user if we're talking about lower rarity operators,
That's true.
since her S2 field can actually proc it many times.
Yeah.
Alright, looking
So
at this
Craft
floor
Beast
3,
is an
it's a
option.
little bit low on combats.
Yeah.
Well, the top lane's got
Did
2,
you-
the bottom lane's got 2 as well, and if we look
Did you
over
check
to the
what the mid
side,
boss was?
it can be 3 actually, that's not too bad. Haven't checked the mid boss yet, so we're not sure what we're up against. Though,
Oh,
Okay.
it
there we
is Blade
go.
Signifier.
Blade
That
Sig.
is a really, I think that is actually a good one for Dorothy too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Dorothy can definitely get a lot of damage on the boss and some of the other enemies beforehand.
Yeah,
Just
and
as they're walking.
one of the most annoying things is when you don't have enough ground to deal with some of this the dog rush on the right side, and Dorothy just kind of cleans that up. And oh, we've got Banshee's Kiss and Aegis. These are both
Ooh.
really nice. You do have a lot of hope
Yeah.
right now, but hope
Two good
down the
relics.
line might be a bit of a problem.
Yeah.
Which
Now with
one will
11
they
hope,
pick?
there's enough hope to get a 6-star now, but Banshee's Kiss would provide freedom to draft more 6-stars for several vouchers in a row.
Yeah. On the other hand, Aegis is really good if you can keep your shields.
Yeah. You really gotta keep that shield if you want to keep your operators alive, but it does help a lot in terms of tele-dropping people and not having them get instantly killed. So this is not an easy choice. They could both come into play at some point. I
Alright,
think
bit of a-
perhaps
bit of a
because
discussion point here.
the vouchers haven't been super good in terms of the pre-promote E2s, maybe that makes the Banshee's Kiss a little bit more appealing in this run. Okay, it is going to be Banshee's Kiss. So Lost and Found here is an option if Arcturus wants to snag one of the endings now. Alternatively, there's a normal Rational Fracture up in the top path.
Yep. Now, we do know that the boss key has now been skipped, unfortunately. The boss key, of course, guarantees Lost and Found, but not the other way around.
Yeah.
We don't... So, we cannot guarantee that the last 3 nodes aren't going to have, you know, like another boss key somehow. I think it is possible. That said, it's pretty unlikely. Might be looking at either you take 2 combats on Lost and Found, or you take 3 combats.
Yeah. And I think even if there is a boss key, right? At one index, it's going to be hard to, like, if the boss key is up, for example, at the bottom right node here, then there's just not enough index to get there and go into the boss key itself.
Yeah, having 6 hope for that first, that floor 2 boss key is nice, but it does make your floor 3 situation a little bit rough. And floor 3 boss keys, I think, tend to be really high value.
Yes.
Alright, another bit of a decision point here. Tenebris and Arcturus, of course, since they're on a team in this tournament, they can always communicate with each other throughout both of their runs, so they might be having a little bit of discussion about what to do right now.
That's right.
I think, I'm curious, with the outstanding promotions on Golden Glow and Yato, like, you need to grab both of these pretty soon. I think those 3
Yeah.
combats is looking really good right now.
Yeah, I think if you go for a Lost
I
and
mean,
Found
those
now,
are
you only
definitely
have
a
2
tempting move
combats.
to make, especially if you want to be absolutely confident in your ability to beat the final. The mini boss, the mid boss. Why do I always forget his name? The
Blade
mid boss.
Signifier.
There
Anyway,
you go.
the only problem perhaps is that is going to force you into that combat in the middle. We don't know if it's emergency or not. We only know that it's a combat. If you take Rational Fracture and you don't end up getting the Yato promotion, I think emergency Shady Frozen Sea could be pretty difficult with this squad.
Mhm. It looks like it is going to be Rational Factor.
Yep, with an E1 Yato, but E2 Lin and Dorothy, which I think might be enough. Should be enough,
Ooh,
actually.
Golden Glow.
私なんかを前線に出していいんですか？
Alright, let's take Rational Fracture.
総員出発前に装備品のチェックを
Alright, so we're opening with Fang and Spot.
Terrain data collection complete.
Now Dorothy is going to look downward from a very good marksman vantage point,
Stay down.
Able
and
to
you won't
kill-
get hurt any worse.
able to hit the casters from out of range.
じゃあ
敵部隊捕捉
Lin plays down
作
next.
戦準備
Yeah, Lin as your last supply means that you can sort of take a lot more damage than you would
持
otherwise.
ちこたえてください。
Yeah.
Actually, Ansel's last supply.
No, I won't let you take another step.
So Lin does have skill 3 up right now. Gonna do a lot of damage to that shaman.
Yep. I'm thinking about Yatoing the caster. The caster actually sits there for a while, and there is a mine to use. And yeah, there goes the caster. Not bad at all.
Yep.
Turning off Lynn's skill, hoping for another activation, though I don't think it's going to be in time for the next champion. Oh, but we are using mines to
It
manage
is?
the timing.
Find them.
Yeah.
Timing isn't
That
real if
champion,
you can just keep the enemy in place.
Yeah, that champion's gonna lose a lot of health before even reaching the spot.
Alright, Yatoing this quick wave. I think that the caster's actually going to show up first now.
Yeah.
Lynn is
crit
totally
mine.
back in time.
Yeah, and Lynn is
Big
up.
damage from the crit mine. 6.4k.
Yeah, under normal circumstances, that champion does not sync up nicely. But using the mines to manage it means it's totally fine.
That's right.
This is a very comfortable Rational Fracture, actually.
Mm-hmm. Golden Glow deployed. She's only E1, but even at E1, she is able to deal pretty good arts damage sometimes with her crits. Now, in terms of drafting, I wonder if Archers is also going to go for an Aya somewhere down the line, because Aya does buff all the casters. But then, Golden Glow is still E1, so Golden Glow still wants that caster voucher for promotion.
Yeah, I think right now your goal is... Oh, there's a specialist. That could be the auto-promotion, which I think would be really nice in securing some of that power for this squad. The E1 Yato, E2 Yato difference is just actually really staggering.
It's
And yeah,
pretty
there we
big.
go.
Sometimes with E1 Yato, you just get completely... Your damage gets eaten up by enemy with medium defense. But with E2 Yato, your damage is a lot harder to get eaten up.
Yep, it's one of those things where, for example, Shady Frozen Sea is probably still one of the best examples where Yato feels like she does almost nothing on that stage at E1, and on E2 completely kills most of the dangerous mobs.
Exactly.
Alright, we're doing Pretense Start True Normal. This is...
Also, I just realized this Ansel is at skill level 4.
Huh?
That's a bit
Oh
unfortunate.
my.
This is concerning. I think having 3 stars built for IS4 is sort of a thing that we maybe take for granted. It looks like Arcturus unfortunately doesn't have all of them built.
Yeah.
Which is
It's pretty cheap to do. It's like, it takes you like 1 day's worth of base income generation to just fully max a 3-star. And, you know, you're gonna take them a lot in IS, so, you know, you might as well.
It did look like the spot was maxed though, so I guess Arcturus has his priorities straight.
Yeah. Spot definitely very important.
Our casters are so unbiased.
The sand will reshape the land.
Well, I have to look at Arcturus' Forest Mastery to know what the real state of the account is.
This is unbelievable. Alright, we're using S3 here actually, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah, the
Uh,
bottom
with-
row is getting more and more mined up, so those casters are gonna have a 12 time running
Ooh.
through that bottom lane.
Is that caster going to get Ansel?
Nope, Yato is here to solve.
Did you say Ansel?
Yeah, the caster was aiming at Ansel.
Ah,
I can't believe
well,
it. You're
Ansel
not
did get a
even-
little bit low there.
not even
which I
looking
think
at
if
Ansel's
Ansel had
well-being.
more skill levels, Ansel would have an easier time beating the healing.
Yep, but we have a spot to supplement here.
Yeah.
And of course,
Alright.
with that
Well,
lid
that could
skill
be-
being held the entire time, we don't even need it.
Yeah.
Just a bit of security here. Yeah, now what do you think is the split for 6 stars here? I'm guessing that since this is the cast spec player, they're gonna be leaning less on Enos. I'm guessing that Tenebris is actually the one who gets Enos.
Is Tenebris running Guard Vanguard?
Tenebris is running Scientific Squad, but that
Okay.
means that given like the general operator availability, you want to
Oh,
sort
yeah.
of
Why
leave
not?
things
Oh,
open.
we
We
got
are
a
taking
Hans
Wynar.
pickup.
Yeah, I think in this situation, if I were Arcturus, I would try to save the Enos for my teammate.
Mhm.
Because as we discussed before, Enos is a very impactful operator, probably the most impactful in IS4. But
Yep.
only one player can draft Enos.
Yeah, and since you're already the one taking the Yato, and you're playing Caster Specialist, which has the ability to just ramp up very powerful and just, you know, damage through the openings instead of having to have Enos for the openings.
Yeah. Now this is emergency rational fraction, which means it is going to be worth bonus points.
That's right, and it's going to be half bonus points if you do leak, but still bonus points.
Okay, so we have the Sword Weaver, which usually is not there on the normal version. We have some mine setup for the first caster, which is pretty early,
Yeah, with an
and also
E2
some mine setup for the champion.
Yeah, with an E2 Yato, this is going to be no problem in terms of damage.
Stay
Yeah.
down and you won't get hurt
You can tell that initially the mines for Dorothy don't do damage, but as she ramps up and builds those precious stacks, she will do more and more damage with each mine that explodes.
Yep.
I believe the first mine that exploded on Champion didn't even break 2k.
Yeah, it's sort of interesting to see Yato S3 on this one though.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting Yasuo S2, but maybe they're both fine.
Yep. You got the 20% arts too. And that's definitely helping out the damage a little bit here.
Yeah. Alright, Golden Globe deployed on the same tile. It is in fact the same setup as last time.
Yep, just
Except
down
that
earlier.
there's now a E2 Yato.
Yeah, it does mean that the Fang needs to go at some point to make room for the Yato.
Yeah.
And just
There we
to
go.
point out, this is the third Yato deployment, but this Yato only costs 8, which means Clairvoyance Reveal is just adding some value right now. And that's the power of
Yeah.
Clairvoyant. You really like having this relic.
Yeah, on average, it is very good for your DP.
That said, Yato's refund means that she's already surprisingly cheap to deploy repeatedly.
Assuming you remember to undeploy her. Usually is the case.
Yes, and if you're an experienced Yato player, as I'm sure Arcturus is, you are definitely going to remember.
Okay, now here the Dorothy mine is actually eating up a little bit of the Lin skill duration by having the enemy bound out of range.
Yep, but with the
Not a
Yato,
big
it's just not going to be a problem for damage.
Yeah.
Oh, and Goldenlock finally gets her skill just in time for the stage to end.
Yeah,
That is a leakless Rational Fracture, nicely done.
very nice.
Whether it's by your calculation or instinct, all I could
Rusted
Oh, there's a Rusted
Razor.
Razor.
Oh.
Okay, this squad is beginning to have a little bit of a damage identity crisis. Oh, guard again, and I think we all know who that's going to be.
Yep. Well, mine are
Yep.
definitely going to enjoy that Rusted Razor a lot. In fact, I think mine with Rusted Razor will pretty much just kill the Emperor's Blade and Blade Signifier at spawn.
Yes, yes, and I think with the attack pot it is supposed to kill at spawn, but this is a pot 1 winner.
Yeah, we can't
Which
all have mine
means
at
it's
pots,
gonna be-
unfortunately.
Very, very close, but it doesn't matter because as soon as the boss gets over to the other side, it'll be done. We also have
It will
Yato to
be
clean up.
probably within one Yato of killing.
Definitely. Okay, using Dorothy to open here, that's very nice.
No, I won't let you take another step.
This is one of those stages where if you're playing more of a, standard guard, vanguard type comp, your opening for the stage is very often Enos. And,
Yeah.
but when you play Caster Spec, you just, you can choose to damage through it. And that's exactly what Arcturus is doing right now. Just kill the first enemies, you don't even need to block. Alright, Blade Signifier. Demon's Blade is about to finally show up after these drones. Oh, and we're getting this good high value Yato deployment there to get rid of 2 of the drones from the start.
Yep. Now there's Demon's Blade.
Yep, and it's time for Miner to shine.
Stay down and you won't get hurt any.
Yeah, and the nice thing is that Miner also gets rid of these bears at the same time. At least some of them.
Yeah, I think all but 1.
Yeah.
Ooh, the Demon's Blade has started walking.
Okay, and yeah, unfortunately we're seeing the pot 1 Miner difference.
Yeah. So Miner doesn't have
Still
skill right
gone
now.
down to
That's gonna- actually no, there's a crit miner.
Around / less than a quarter of his health. That is
That's like,
Not much.
yeah, that's like 10-15%.
7k damage from a crit mine. That Rusted Razor is showing the difference.
And yeah, look at these Dorothys. There's a little bit of a welcome party showing up on the left side. We're still running with 6 deploy limit. Once we get to floor 4, that's going to be an interesting thing to contend with. We'll see if that mid boss drop might actually fix that.
Yeah. Dorothy fortunately does not pick up extra deploy limit, which puts down her mine. But even so, you'd like to have more than 6 deploy ideally.
That's right. We've also got yesterday's competitor April in the chat lamenting its lack of specialist vouchers. But yeah, some runs are just like that. That does mean that we're also
Yeah.
not resetting. And this is looking really comfortable. Almost certainly a leakless clear.
Mm-hmm.
Really showing off the Dorothy mine usage, good use of Miner just spawn camp, and using Yato to clean up.
That's some big Yato damage too.
Yep. And after this, after Arcturus finishes selecting their relics, and we see what we get on floor 4, it's going to be time for Tenebris to step up.
Yep. Alright, very exemplary run from Arcturus. Not a single leak in the entire run, I believe.
Ooh, and another specialist.
And I wonder what specialist that will be, if it is a
Oh,
specialist.
is that human?
So Human
Hunt.
Hunt could create a ton of emergencies for a ton of bonus points.
Yes, and that's absolutely
that
one of the
is-
thoughts they're having right
whoa.
now. Unfortunately, I can't tell exactly what was taken. Godmother's Token. That is a really nice relic to see. It's good for survivability, and we are taking
Yeah.
it.
That is
Yeah,
human.
we did take human.
Yep. Okay, so we may see a Human Hunt at some point, or human
that-
something else.
Yeah, and that's another specialist pickup, actually. Oh,
Oh,
another promoted
ooh.
Texas. Unfortunately,
So many E2s.
Do you take the Texas and
I don't think
leave
you
Texas for your
can.
teammate?
I really don't think you
I
can.
think you would want to leave it for your teammate.
Right now, the other thing you're looking for is maybe some ground presence, like a defender would be really nice.
Yeah, I agree. Having a sturdy 3 block would be nice. I don't think spot will be great.
They're
Later
definitely
on.
considering it. Looks like.
No, yeah, at near the end, you're still gonna want to have some damage soak. And right now,
Yeah.
this team has minor, but that doesn't help for the blocking part.
Right. I mean, sure, you have the Godmother's Token, but even with Godmother's Token, those champions do a non-trivial amount of damage.
Yeah. What Arctis isn't
Seems
thinking
like
about
they
is
might
probably
be
the Enos.
discussing 6 stars.
Yeah, definitely should pick a 6-star
There
with
may be
19
some
hope at the
negotiate-
mid-boss. When you go into floor 4, you definitely don't want to have any, outstanding questions about whether you can actually defeat enemies.
Right. So I wonder if we'll maybe see a defender pick here to fulfill that condition. For example, a Jessica.
Yeah, definitely one of my favorite 6-star defender pickups.
I was gonna say it'll be interesting to see a penance play, but then I guess the penance is E1 level 20, so probably not.
Oh, that
That would make
Jessica
it even
being
more interesting, if
selected.
anything. And we are taking Jessica
Yeah,
also.
that'll be even more. Alright, it is Jessica. And we're now
Alright.
going to floor 4.
Okay, Barrow and Pan Society. Barometric is gonna be a very unwelcome sight. Oh, and it's
That
gonna
is
be
a
Barrow
good one.
2
Barrel
after.
2.
Right
But
out the
that
gate
does
is
mean-
unfortunate.
Alright, but that's a question
It's
to worry
time
about
to
later.
Switch players.
Yep. We are now switching to Arcturus' teammate, Tenebris.
Yep, and as you can probably tell immediately, Tenebris is an iPad player.
That aspect ratio does suggest iPad.
It is a little
Yeah,
bit different.
first time I ever saw this layout, I was so weirded out, but
Yep.
Seems
so
kinda
far,
nice.
Arcturus has drafted 6 stars. So Tenebris cannot draft them unless they are offered as temps. And we do have a Deacon Breaker start at E2.
Ooh.
yep.
Wait, no, E1, sorry.
Well,
E1.
E1,
It's not a...
since it's
yeah,
a
not
scientific squad, so we can't have an E2.
Right.
Alright, there is a chest on the right side. I think, see if it's possible to get that. I believe
I
it
think
is.
Orchid can get that, yeah. Although, if Tenebris wants to use Orchid to wake up the Blade Weavers, then that tile is not, like the top right range tile isn't super safe. Because those Bubble Knights might just end up killing Orchid before she
Oh,
can actually kill
and
the
It
chest.
Yeah,
almost
see.
certainly will, yeah. But we are able to pop one of them beforehand. Maybe that relieves the pressure a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's probably Tenebris probably doesn't want to fight 2 of them at once.
Mm-hmm.
You see that it is taking Deacon Breaker at E1 a bit of time to kill a single Blade Weaver, which means that you don't want to deal with 2 at once.
Mm-hmm. Cancel's healing is good, but doesn't...
Yeah.
Not sure if it keeps up with that.
Okay, with 16
And
seconds
that's
until
the
Orchid, I
last
think it's
one. We
unlikely
are-
that we'll see the chest taken.
Yeah, we're definitely not getting the chest, but still, solid Ghost Resort.
Mm-hmm.
E1 Deacon being one of the more popular E1 starts in IS4.
Yeah.
Ooh, a medic.
Ooh, Warframe could be...
Wait, already?
Warframe's
Oh,
a little early, but like definitely could be considered right now. It's one of the key pickups in terms of buffing.
Yeah.
But no, we go with Hibiscus.
Unfortunately, we are going with
They both-
Hibiscus.
Go with Hibiscus, always solid.
Yeah, with Scientific Squad, you can't exactly see what combats you're going into, and
Ooh.
this is an
So
interesting
this
one.
could be
for-
ingots as well for the
Yes.
first shop.
Yeah, personally, I think the ingots is actually really good here. Going to the first shop with that extra 4 ingots can make a huge difference.
Yeah, and there's a good chance he'll just recover that life anyways, just from doing regular combats.
Yep.
Yeah, but Tenebris goes for the life point anyways.
Yeah,
Okay,
that does
that
allow
also
for
makes
earlier shield stacking, and if you get something like Stone Gargoyle in the shop, you can immediately start on floor 2. Bit of
Yeah.
a trade-off.
And the chances of getting some kind of life relic in the first shop with a reset, it's not too bad. Okay, so this is regular Prisoner's Knight. We have Negan guarding the left side of this roadblock. She gets her skill up pretty fast. But she is actually saving the skill. That skill probably saved for when the boxer actually starts walking. Or maybe not.
Well, no, this is just, you can almost just press it anytime there's a big wave. It's really, really nice because when you can just reliably put the Frighten on the enemy, they can't actually break the blocks.
That's true.
Deegan showing, a mechanic that only she has so far, but we'll have to see if any other operators get it down the line.
Yeah.
It's really powerful.
Hyper Voucher on For Hope.
Yep,
It's
that might
kind
be
of
a bit of a
surprising
saver.
just seeing how many operators there are per
Right?
column, right?
This is, yeah,
Yeah.
in the, I saw some of their practice matches leading up to the competition, and it's so strange seeing this many operators
Alright,
on such a
it
narrow
is
screen.
Cruise.
There's a Cruise regular though, so that's gonna add a little bit of anti-air. Ooh, Chalice.
First
The
shot.
shop is so spacious.
This is a very, very early Chalice pickup, if it is a Chalice pickup.
Yeah.
Not sure it's going to be though.
I think it could be considered if you get it early on, then like that's the direction for your run, right? You can just kind of like hoard all your ingots from that point on.
Yes.
But it is a trade-off because you kind of want to use those ingots to get other relics along the way too.
Yeah, the more like I've seen some like IS stuff, the more I think that Chalice is actually a really interesting pickup because one of the things that can kill a run, like any run, is not seeing a shop. But Chalice is actually this like insurance against that. If you never see another shop, if you have Chalice, that is actually okay. In any
Yeah.
other situation, it isn't, and it's like kind of funny because yeah, you do lose a lot of value from not being able to take relics if you do see shops, and it's sort
Yeah.
of a waste if that happens. But
Okay, no
it
chalice.
protects against the worst case. But we're not taking it. We do have Sharp Blade in the shop, and that's a huge potential boost to Deacon's damage. It's pretty easy to get stacks of this.
Yeah, I guess the thing is like if the average relic in a surprise shop is probably worth more than the ASPD you get from Chalice, but you might never get a surprise. Right? It's very possible that you do a whole run and never see a single surprise. So we have attack Vanguard, attack for guards and vanguards, 8%.
Yeah, Sharp Blade is really good.
Okay, it is gonna be
Okay.
Sharp Blade.
Sharp Blade and Escape Crane, I believe.
I think
So
it
that
was
makes me
the
think-
support replacement thing. Unless
Yeah,
that's what the
this-
escape crate is called.
That sure is the Escape Crane. Oh
Yeah.
wait, no, that's
that
the
makes me
support
think we
station
might-
actually. No.
We might see an Ines draft prioritized very soon because Ines also benefits from the Sharp Blade. Okay, Shadows with Ghosts. Okay, so we're opening with Orchid. Orchid is going to trigger the first Infiltrator right away, make that clone appear.
Yeah,
And
this
the
is a
Infiltrator
classic.
is not blockable until that clone is destroyed. But because the Infiltrator has main body has to walk such a long way around, it does give Orchid the time to finish off that clone.
Yeah, kind of fun piece of trivia for this one actually. This is the rarest variant of Shadows with Ghosts, only 27.
Yeah.
This one happens with like what, 20% likelihood? It's lower than the other two, which is 28 and 29.
It's like
28
you get
being the
fewer
most
carcasses,
common.
right?
Yes. You get this carcass usually, but yeah.
Yeah. So with 27, I think that's a guarantee of no bonus enemy, unfortunately. And here we see that although Orchid is applying Sluggish to these carcasses that she's attacking, the Sluggish doesn't actually last that long, and they do still get a very noticeable speed burst after the Sluggish wears off.
Yep. And we are waiting
Negan getting
for
a little bit low there.
Yeah, waiting for the infiltrator to pass before putting down Ansel, so there's a little bit of tightness there, but it's no big deal.
Yeah. Okay, and the same thing as before. Orchid finishes off the clone, and then Deacon Breaker kills the main body.
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting placement actually. I've seen Orchid being used one tile lower to prevent distractions, but with that exact space in the waves, it actually works out really nicely. So
Yeah.
maybe that's a new tech.
Fun strategy to keep in your back pocket for later.
Ooh,
Alright, 8
defender
hope.
voucher.
Defender.
What's
Looks
gonna
like
pick up here?
both team members have their
Oh.
Unectus not
I
built.
thought we
Very
were
sad to see.
gonna see Korra for a second. Oh, we might be.
Oh, that
There's
is
some
Korra
thinking.
being hovered.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So
but we were
here
on
is
the
a
spot.
really good brick if you just want someone who is very, very tanky. Doesn't need to do damage, but just tanks like crazy. But we are gonna go with the spot. Okay, so this is Path of the
After
End
us out here
regular.
trying to defend the Unectes being E1.
Well, E1 is better than E0.
I suppose that is true for someone who shores his Utsura.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Hey, someone's hung C0 too. Anyway, we've got Deegan deployed in the middle of the left side, so that is going to require a little bit of a manager on the right, but Cruz is amazing for this, just completely deals with all the snipers, so no problems at all.
Yep. So we have both contestants placing Cruz on the same spot. Deegan gonna get first down that agent real fast. And I guess, okay, we are gonna see 2 healers on Deegan. Two
This is a
healers, definitely
classic.
more than enough healing.
Yeah, I think in terms of getting 3-star pickups only, having 2 medics with the E1 Deegan is actually one of the best case scenarios. A lot of floor 1 EMs actually just are completely solved if you get a second medic, and it's just, it's really not even tight timings. And some of the floor 2s as well. Shadows with Ghosts, Path of No End are definitely both of them.
Just being able to keep your main healed and healthy is really nice to have sometimes.
Oh, right. That is a very comfortable clear, but we got another guard voucher, and that
Hey,
might be the promotion.
guard.
Oh,
Oh,
free
is
bite.
that a temper
Bird
group
curse?
for bonus points?
Oh,
There's
there
some
is?
consideration.
Is it a bird curse?
There's a bird.
Oh,
Curse
the
of
points are
bird. Curse
nice,
of bird.
but E2 Deegan is also really nice.
Yeah.
These are both sword masters.
Yeah, it's a bit of a decision moment. Taking these points early is
Oh.
kind of
Oh,
nice,
we're going
but
with
it
Deegan.
adds a lot of pressure if you get the floor 3 and you don't actually have an E2 Deacon Breaker. We've
It
seen
does, yeah.
players decide to reset previously because they didn't actually have a Deacon Breaker E2 by floor 3.
Though I do want to point out there was an option to key down to the scout and get the E2 Deacon Breaker there.
That is true. It does involve sending away your only non-3-star. It's a little bit scary on this floor.
Well, you would have a Bybeak at that point, but I suppose Bybeak doesn't do the same thing as a Deacon Breaker even at E1. Although Bybeak skill 1 does have a surprisingly high DPS.
Yeah, I think there are some stages it's not going to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Still, it's a bit of a calculated decision here, and we'll have to see how it pays off.
Yeah. For example, if Tenebris gets Gopnik, which there's no Gopnik on this map because it's 49, but if Tenebris got a Gopnik, there's no way Bybeak will be able to kill Gopnik, since Gopnik is not stunnable.
Yep, having Orchid as a
Deegan with
revealer.
Tremble, yep, she can usually kill Gopnik.
Yeah, having Orchid as a revealer means there's a little bit of extra pressure on these ground units to actually block a little bit. But as soon as that first wave is over, so it's like the first 2 enemies, there's no problem at all. Alright, we're putting down Hibiscus on the left side to heal.
Looks like Cruz is gonna start hitting the big guy.
Yeah, let's see if that's enough actually. I don't think it is. That Tyrant has quite a bit of defense.
Yeah.
Oh, and Cruz has been fired.
That's an early retreat.
Yeah, one of the things that does there on that tile is it can potentially force the carcasses to move forward faster than expected. You can see how the timing of that with these last few civilians here might not work out too well.
Yep. Deegan doing just enough damage to finish the Tyrant in one cycle.
Yep,
And
it's-
she will get that skill up very fast thanks to the SP battery, which means she has skill again.
Yeah, SP better with Deegan. It's
Yeah,
really good
that's
usage
the
here.
entire wave.
Yep, it's just all gone, as well as the Spy that Spot had been blocking the whole
Solved it.
time. And Cruz is back.
Yep.
Not in time to fire a single shot, but the stage ends.
But she
Yep.
got to be here for the end.
Alright, so that is unwell done. Ooh, another
Another guard voucher.
Maybe we'll see Ivy come
Whoa.
back as a temp.
Yeah, what's a...
Oh, the chances of that are pretty
No,
low.
no, the
though.
question is this going to be a bit of a hope saver? Because a second guard voucher, there are some pickups, you know, Gavial Altar can sort of give you a 3 block to work with,
I can
but
also
you
see
can't
a
take
Surtur.
Moinar. You can't take Moinar, you can
No
take
Moinar.
Surtur, but these are also, if it's not your 3 block, it's a very early big hope spend, and that can actually hurt you
Yeah.
on floor 3.
I can also see a Teobai as a good option.
Shilbai would be interesting as well, and does work into Sharp Blade, and I think it'd be a pretty good pickup here. More of a lane holder, while still scaling really well for the end. But looks like they might be
Looks
doing
like
the
we
whole
might
so
go in the
Some
saving
restart
room.
guards being hovered
a
though.
midnight. Interesting.
Oh, that's new.
Okay,
fun.
that's gonna be Sharp Blade 6.
Yep.
Oh,
Shadows with Ghost is being considered.
It is an option to key down. I believe the current index count is 2, right?
Yep, we are looking for the first, like another 6-star at this point. Going to floor 3 with just Deacon Breaker and the 3-star squad, it can be a little bit stressful. It
Yeah.
means that you are locked out of most emergencies as well. I don't think Deacon can actually handle any of those. Actually, well, Rational Fracture should be okay.
Yeah, she could probably do Rational Fracture. But yeah, I agree. Something like emergency crafty beasts, probably
and
hard
so-
to do with just Negan.
So even though typically you might not index on floor 2 quite as much, this is your first run, you have a chance at a reset, right? And I think Tenebris might be thinking, well, I need to just see, maybe I can get more vouchers, I want to have a really nice floor 3, and I'll see if a floor 3 is enough of a high roll that I want to keep this run. Oh yeah, look at that E2 Deacon go.
Yeah,
Infiltrator
instantly
is
just
dead.
leading the Infiltrator.
Just completely dead. Does not matter if you pop the ghost early, she'll just take care of the whole thing. Very lore accurate. I'm putting an SP better on her as well. Oh, there goes Midnight. Oh, this is 29 enemies, so we should be on the lookout to see if there might be a bonus. And the way that Deegan is placed, you actually could maybe even get 2 skill activations.
Ooh.
Yep.
Alright,
Placing it
so
early
the
here.
Infiltrator gets killed at spawn, thanks to the Deacon Breaker having that range.
Yeah, really nice range to work with on that style.
And
would be
these
the-
are the last 8 enemies, I believe.
Now, this is genuinely
Or not
unbiased. I think that the biggest security pickup right now might be Reed.
I agree with that, yeah.
Despite having 2 medics, this the Reed S2 synergy with Deacon
Notice
Breaker
that.
on floor 3 means you become significantly less afraid of certain stages.
Yeah,
And yeah, we do have a
Cafe
bonus
Beast
here.
being one of them.
What's this bonus gonna be?
It's the bear.
It's a
Okay, we got a
dog.
Deacon skill
Bear.
right away, which is huge.
I-
Is that
Deacon
gonna just
just-
do
Oh,
it?
that's
oh my
that's
Oh,
god.
it's
almost
okay.
all of it.
Okay, never
Wow.
mind. This is no problem. Absolutely no problem. Oh my god, that's
Alright,
that's only
Orchid
2 stacks of
MVP,
sharp
as you
blade.
can see.
That is only 2 stacks of sharp blade, and it's almost enough.
Yeah.
And that's gonna
Yeah,
be bonus
those
points.
Are some bonus points.
Gone. Gone. Okay, 3 squad size is massive, and a medic
Hey,
pickup.
medic!
I wonder if that's gonna be
We were
Reed.
just
Could also
talking
be
about
AA
the
Altar. Getting a big healing guarantee is also nice, although it doesn't add enough damage to the squad, I think. So we will. Oh, there's no Reed on this.
Oh,
No
there's
read.
no
Hmm.
read.
There's no Reed. It's understandable though.
I guess.
Oh, and we might be trying to
Pulse
get
it.
our damage from
Or
Pulse it?
Warframe. Warframe does
Oh,
buff
Warframe?
the Deacon damage.
Yeah.
You could be thinking with
But
having
Calcium could also be used as like a pseudo defender.
We are doing Warframe.
Yep, taking
Okay.
Warframe.
Okay, we're getting the camouflage tile. That is an interesting relic. It can be a double-edged sword sometimes. And we have tree. Not the most
And
exciting
what's
layout.
that?
New
part.
tribe.
Tribe.
New
And here's the
tribe.
tribe. There's a boss key at the bottom lane.
Yeah, and there's 3 index right now. This is the science squad benefit here. Went down to 1 index, but now you're at 3.
Yep.
And that means you go into the boss key, you have 2, you can do 2 more combats afterwards, and maybe even index up into whatever that premonition of mystery might be. That said, there's almost no combat on the top side. Those are all 1 combat paths.
That's true.
Means it's likely that there are endings there.
Yes.
It's actually
And I think
quite
players
likely.
may be interested in picking up an ending at this point.
Yep, Arthurus does not have any ending guarantees, and Tenebris' squad, though, isn't looking very powerful yet. I think that with Sharp Blade, there's a huge opportunity for it to ramp up. But these first few combats, I think, are pretty critical in order to make sure your squad doesn't, randomly die. Especially if you go into the boss key, you're gonna want a little bit more to guarantee the damage. Oh, Arcturus actually does have Scoutful Dartle.
Looks
I mean,
like
there's a
Tenebris
bit of a
is
soft
hovering
guarantee.
over Shady Frozen Sea.
Ah, okay, so maybe we're thinking about going up. But then again, Shady Frozen Sea with only Deacon Breaker, but you gotta remember that the Deacon Breaker has a really insane skill cycling right now with the SP device.
Yeah.
Kind of an outstanding question on whether or not that's enough.
I think it probably is enough because even if during her low downtime, you can have Spot block some stuff. Or Orchid slow some stuff.
I think the last 3 waves, though, those are all operators that are going to get like 2-3 shot. So
That's true.
I
Last
think a
wave might be a
non-blocking
bit-
solution, and then some interesting off-cycling, or like maybe putting down bait early.
Yeah.
You really want to separate the the second to last and last waves. Those are kind of scary.
Well, that's true. You
Healing's
have
not
to make
too
sure
bad, though.
Deegan actually gets her skill for each of those.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say at this point that Shady Frozen Sea and going down is probably the quote-unquote right decision in terms of ramping. But it's also a scary one. If Tenebris takes Shady Frozen Sea and actually dies, there will be no reset.
That's right. You can only reset if you're alive. And the thing about encounters is sometimes floor 3 encounters control you. You might get the Gopnik, the luxurious fleet fight, which is a really hard fight on floor 3.
Yep. Although with Deegan, actually, that is potentially doable for this one. Actually,
It's better with Deegan.
That said, it's still hard, and you
Yeah.
don't want to accidentally mess up. Still can kill you. There's also halfway to Coggin Quest, which I don't think the squad is quite there yet.
Yeah, that one very, very tough. Very tough.
And long
To
slot
survive.
compensation with the Frostbuck and Snowdoe fight, which I think actually is doable.
I think that one is doable. That one, it's like the center tile works very well for Deegan.
It's incredibly good, yeah.
Yeah, I guess when you only have 1 6-star on your squad, your entire strat has to revolve around Deegan in some way. So it's a question of does the map work well for Deegan? All right, so we are going to Shady Frozen Sea.
Luckily, the Dominion tiles are perfectly fine. None of these really seem to be ones that.
Yep, none of
would
these
have you
tiles
concerned.
are things you would
That's
normally
the nice
use.
thing about big maps like Shady Frozen Sea. The minion tiles are very unlikely to hit important tiles.
Yeah, which makes it hurt
Whereas
even
in
more when they
something
do.
like So Close Yet So Far, because you don't have that many tiles, it's very likely one of your important range tiles will get hit by Dominion.
Yeah, there's a couple stages that really stand out as horrible Dominion. Mountains and Seas, I think, is the absolute worst.
Yeah.
There's also Shadows with Ghosts, and yeah, definitely So Close Yet So Far. Just you only have so many tiles, and I think with Mountains and
Yeah.
Seas, if you have Dominion yourself as well as going to Dominion boss key, every single tile is covered.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be the opposite of good. And it is a boss key that we'd be heading into next, right?
Yep, we are going to
Yeah.
boss key after this, likely. Otherwise, we would be taking Safe House and skipping on 2 combats.
Ooh,
you think is a
that
tough
SP
decision to
battery
make.
is losing its organs.
Now, I'm not sure why an SP battery would have organs, but I'm not going to question it because Deegan is about to delete this wave. Bot's looking okay for now.
Is that caster gonna kill the boat?
Unfortunately, yes, and I don't see a solution for it.
Yeah, like even if you put down Orchid's not gonna focus that caster until that dock worker is gone.
Yep, and that's probably the most annoying thing about this stage is that there's just a guaranteed leak unless you have very specific solutions. But one very specific solution is actually U official. Incredible reason to draft her early on. If you just drop her to stun the caster, it allows the boat to escape with HP.
Well, I wonder if there was an option to put
That's
Cruise
very nice
on the
one to
bottom right.
keep in my back pocket for later.
Cruise requires the help of at least Popcar.
What if it's help of Midnight? Would that not be enough?
It would probably not be enough without relics. With 2 stacks of Shard Blade, I'm not 100% sure, but I also think it might not be enough.
Hmm.
It's pretty tight.
I see. All right, we have a lot of boats coming out. Are we getting one carcass? Yes,
One carcass variant. Yeah, there's always a very scary version, but we're not having that this time.
You don't
We
see
also
it
have
very
the
often.
weave, which means that we actually alleviate a lot of the pressure from the caster here. This is actually an
That's true.
instance of the weave doing good work.
Yeah,
And
this is
we're
a
gonna,
pretty good weave layout.
yeah, escaping Shady
Sometimes
Frozen
the
Sea with
weave
only
works.
-1.
Yep. Okay, so that is Shady Frozen Sea done, which means next we're gonna see a boss key. That's a Vanguard, but 6 hope. So
Yep,
1 hope short from a 6-star.
that is still a Sharp Blade stack though, so when you have
Yeah.
dead drafts, I think a lot of times you're gonna lean towards taking Vanguard or Guard.
Yeah,
But that does mean we're still rocking with the 1 6-star.
yeah.
Oh, Myrtle pickup is really nice here. It's very justifiable given that you have Sharp Blade.
Yeah. So Myrtle providing yet another stack.
Yep, and like we
yet
previously
another
said,
8% attack.
there is a high potential for endings, and actually we're seeing both of them there. If you skip the boss key, and the forced
Ooh.
emergency, and another combat, which means you're getting literally no combats for the rest of this floor.
Yeah.
Barring lucky encounter combats or robbing the shop on floor 3. Yeah, you could get both endings right now.
That's true.
Does
But
that put
skipping
you?
a boss key and an emergency is kind of a lot. That's a lot of points.
Yep. That is a risk that you could take though, since this is your first run and you could reset it. That said, there's no guarantee that your second run will be better. We've got hope with every step
so
forward, as well as a lost and found.
2-node boss key.
Yeah, the question is, do we want that lost and found guarantee, or do we want to try to get 2 encounters? Okay, might be picking up an ending here.
Yeah.
Yes, we are. We're getting Dominion 2 for it. We're getting 8 tiles of Dominion. Now they do -75 attack speed instead of 50.
Okay, well, Deegan isn't affected too much by Dominion. That's maybe okay.
Oh, and
Ooh,
this is
Black
the
Foot
first
Clan.
time we're seeing this in the tournament. This it always gives you a floor 4 emergency. This is the only way that you can actually encounter an emergency before the floor you're actually supposed to. We are on floor 3. If we take this, this is going to be double the points. That said, if you die, there's still no resetting. You are in the middle of a node decision, so that means that you cannot reset.
That's right.
No matter what, it's looking a little scary.
Yep, and again, with only 1 6-star and a Warfarin and Myrtle, I think unfortunately the safe choice is to leave. You're gonna still you're gonna lose 3 life for that, but you are gonna walk away with an additional 4 hope from the boss ski
Yes.
and an ending.
All right, so that is Altar of Craving. Now, on Emergency of Altar of Craving, there's not a lot of save tiles, but luckily there are 3 medics on the team. So that will help
That's
a lot in
right.
terms of staying alive.
Oh,
actually,
but
we're
it does
seeing a
look like
reset.
we're not taking it, and that's a safe decision, I think. Unfortunately, Altar of Craving Emergency has a huge healing demand. Deacon Breaker as your only blocker probably doesn't do it.
Yeah.
But we're getting lucky on the reset. We're getting the 2 hope bonus, and now this is it, right? You
Yeah,
either
no
get it now, or
reset.
you don't get it at all, and we're looking for a good
It
Deacon
is-
Breaker.
Yeah, it might be a situation where Deegan theoretically outputs the damage necessary to beat the map, but if your Deegan dies, you're completely out of the water.
Yeah, and like I just don't think that Deegan unfortunately can reliably get through all the waves, especially if there's a desync on the top of the 34 enemy spawn. That's really brutal. It's something that could definitely get you killed.
That
And
top
we're going
enemy
with
is
the-
pretty annoying for a lot of
Yeah, really
teams.
really bad. Okay. But we're going back to floor 1 and forget everything you saw. This is the real run now. This is it. I think, personally speaking, I'm not gonna lie, I think it's actually kind of exciting when the player resets because it's just like, you know, like, they got a bit of bad luck, but they're going back to the start and now they're gritting, and whatever happens now, they're actually gonna have to deal with it. There's no eject
There's a
button.
level of finality and stress added to it.
Exactly. I really like it. And I hope the players do too, although I imagine it's adding a little bit of nervousness to Tenebris right now. But yeah, I think personally speaking, it's probably a good decision. Probably a good decision to reset. You're just not quite seeing the vouchers that let you ramp. Your hope situation is just a little bit unhappy.
Yeah, I think with Scientific Squad, floor 2 and like the early half of floor 3 are probably your weakest points. So
Yes, yeah, definitely.
that's this period where you have to just try to survive. But if you get through that, then you start scaling well with your additional indices.
Yeah, and that looked like, unfortunately, even if you did beat the altered curving emergency, you were not going to be able to spend your index to actually ramp up hard on the back half of floor 3. And given that, and given a non-combat boss key, I think it's a pretty good choice. Yeah, we're gonna be seeing the same stages, and oh yeah, we're using Orchid to actually pop the enemy, but this time we're doing it quickly. So we can separate the waves and deal with them, one by one.
So this time there's a Cruise, but there's no Orchid. Do you think the lack of Orchid will
Orchid
change
is-
the maps?
Orchid is here.
Oh, never mind. There's Orchid. I forgot. Yeah.
Yep. It's gonna be in the starting squad, so usually all the runs are going to have. That
Right.
said,
I forgot Orchid was part of the starting squad.
yeah, that said, we kind of have an identical start right now. But this is a 3 combat floor, and I believe the last one's actually only 2, so I think that's a little bit of luck there.
Doubt could be used to secure one of the endings.
Yep, and we are taking it.
Okay, and we're picking
Small
up spot again.
Oh my god, when you play on the iPad, you can actually see the entire operator instead of just the top half. That's so bizarre. We've got normal
Alright,
beast
we
awaiting
have
slaughter
Beast Awaiting
here.
Slaughter.
Yep, and this one is going to be no bonus enemy, of course.
Yep, 21 is normal.
And Deacon's going to be perfectly fine here. As long as we don't run into any timing issues, of course. As always, with the 4-1s, there's not much to worry about because our players are not going to. Fingers crossed, our players are not going to randomly encounter something that kills them in 4-1.
Yeah. So
The
in terms of
assumption is
previous
if you
runs,
hit D15, you have a pretty good chance of at least knowing what to do to get through the first couple floors.
yep,
Yep.
and
leading
all of our
up to
players
tournament,
are very
you're
practiced there.
Yeah, you got
I
time
think
to
it's a
practice your
little bit
swords.
sad to not have the sharp blade of the previous run. I think so. I think in terms of like the route generation and the vouchers, not ideal in the previous run, but the sharp
think
blade is a really good relic to have.
Yeah, you didn't really like to have sharp blade, but like I think that the squad at the back half of floor 3, that's like severely bad. It's really missing everything. I think the Warframe pickup unfortunately locked Tenebris out of getting Eunice. Oh, this is a little bit sensitive. There it is.
Yeah, getting that Vanguard voucher on 6 Hope was probably not something Tenebris really wanted to see.
Yep, and you know, IS4 is quite hope demanding. In terms of just you need to sometimes save for a 6-star.
Yeah, not as much as IS3, but somewhat. Usually, it's pretty demanding the early floors.
Once you have your core drafted, you don't have to worry about any of this. And is that going to be the Texas split? Yes,
That
it is. We are
Texas.
taking Texas.
Are we gonna index up into Prisoners Night?
Oh, okay. Scientific Squad can't afford to do this, and that early collectible could be good.
Yeah. Because
It's
Tenebris
an
did get an
emergency
index from one of the
prisoners' night.
previous fights.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Typically, Scientific Squad actually can't afford to do this. But
Yeah,
that
but
lucky
if you do
index
an
shop,
index, I
and
think
the fact that
it's
you're
fine to
getting more
spend it
later.
early.
Yes.
Yeah, usually with other squads, even if you get an early index, you might not index up. But with Scientific Squad, you can be more spend happy. All right, so this is potentially 20 bonus points for doing emergency prisoners if it's leakless.
Mm-hmm.
Deegan is gonna apply the tremble to those boxers, render them completely harmless. Otherwise, they deal a ton of damage very fast.
Yeah, this is also the kind of thing you really want to see. Like, being able to have one more fight before the first shot means that there's also even better chance of ramping.
That's right.
And yeah, the decision making is just going to be a little bit different when you have scientific.
All right, that is gonna be a leakless EM prisoners.
Yeah, nicely done. Let's see what the collectible is. Nightlands Pro. Okay. That's not going to be immediately felt, but later down the line it could be really good.
Ooh, I see a torch.
Ooh, torch.
Yeah,
Nice
and we have you
ASPD.
official. Okay, the Vanguard voucher, unfortunately, without enough hope, even if you take heavy music.
Mhm.
Okay, we're taking the torch. It's gonna be a torch run, and a
Yep.
rock horn.
Ooh,
Oh.
torch and
Okay,
rock horn.
I think this is almost mandatory. You kind of just have to have both of these. And yeah,
Yeah.
we are taking both. Torch and rock horn is
You're already
not-
gonna want to put the Jason, right? So might as well squeeze out all the benefit you can.
exactly, and this is not necessarily like 100% guaranteed win, but I think this is gonna be pretty good.
And that also was no withdrawal, so there's gonna be extra bonus points for that too.
That is right. We move on to floor 2, 2 6-stars, and torch and rock horn.
Now, there's only one combat on this floor, but
Yep. We're taking
Oh,
shields over index
team
because we're playing
shields over
Science Squad. That's fair.
makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I guess even with Science Squad, you could consider taking index, but
Yeah, but
I can
there's-
also see the shields being helpful in terms of
Yeah, there's a good
avoiding-
chance that you aren't able to actually spend all of it on floor 3, at which point, if you take an early scout, you get locked on floor 4, and by the time you have free movement on floor 5, you might just have too much.
Yeah. Just because you have all the index doesn't mean you can actually spend them.
The classic cruise placement for this level has been done.
Yep. Doing the early revealing. I think it'll be interesting if we get Shady Frozen Sea again, and this time we see you official prevent that particular leak of the boat.
Yeah, I think you'll feel like so rewarded for having reset this.
Oh, you have to.
Now the Deegan is still E1, so we're still searching for that.
Mm-hmm. By the way, was there a withdrawal during the shop?
No.
There was no, right?
Is that Tenebris from Hit Event Bingo Lockout? Yeah, indeed. Also Tenebris from SGL casting.
Yep.
I think we did quarterfinals together. It was a very fun and very, very long day. Alright, Tech's ult is going to just take away half the HP. Not quite as stunning as the way that Yato handles this, but it's still good. It's going to be enough, even at E1, because it's arts.
Mm-hmm.
Assumo le posizioni designate.
Yeah, Yato at E1 doesn't quite do that. Yeah, at this point, what do you think the remaining pickups are? I was a little bit surprised to see that there's actually no Enos. Which means that Arctos actually could be the Enos user. Or, sorry, not the Enos user, the Reed user.
Yeah.
Aya Alter looked like a good healing option. Warfrin is obviously a really nice pickup if you're playing Deegan. So, I think maybe it's just Enos.
Yeah, I
Just
think
Enos and that's
potentially
it.
picking up, what was meal size an option? I think meal size would be a pretty good option if she's a
Don't
I
remember,
don't think she
although I think that after Enos you could probably pick a meal size. Beforehand that'd be a little bit spicy, right?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Tenebris doesn't have Jessica Alter.
She is a classic, but you can make
But
up for
has
at least some of
Hoshi
what she
and
does.
Saria.
I guess that makes Arcturus.
Yeah,
This
either
is
one of
his
those two
trap.
is plenty
Oh,
fine
sure.
for in the end if you
Quite
want a
understand.
defender.
Yep.
We're
Yeah.
sticking with Cardigan. Gotta save up for
Oh,
someone
okay.
probably much more
Good old
important to this
We have
playstyle.
Scout into Bossy is going to allow you to have that E2 Deegan right away, which is, I think, very good here.
Yeah, definitely something you want to have going to 4-3.
Torch and Rockhorn and a Texas Altar means that you're pretty secure against redeployment Bosky problems. I think this is a great idea. Oh, it's a
Hope Bosky.
And
non-combat.
it's hope.
There's so many Hope Boskies today.
Yeah, it is a 3-step though, which is really
At
nice
least
to
it's a
see
3-step
again.
Hope.
Yeah, not necessarily a bad thing, especially if you run into a shop and you're going to have enough hope to actually make good use of this. That could be E2 Texas right here. Patrol's also nice to have, but that early damage guarantee is going to let you make
Promoting
good use of
Texas.
4-3. Oh, we're missing the shop though, and this is a terrible, terrible trade.
It's not that good.
I don't
I
see
mean,
this
okay,
one too
3
often.
life could let you build more shields, right?
Yeah, you would need
So it
to
wouldn't be
once
that
you're
bad.
level 5, but then you're ending on floor 3 with only 2 index instead of 3, so it's a vision problem as well as a movement problem.
There are no 6 stars to promote anymore, so
Yeah,
I
squad
think this might be an
size-
index or squad size.
I think the index makes a lot of sense here, given the science squad floor 3. It needs it, right? But the squad
That's
size is not bad either. Definitely not taking a promotion here.
Yeah. So because there was a scout, there is going to be another index after the Bosky is done.
No, the index has already been picked up.
Oh, there already has. Okay.
So after you leave, you still have one.
All right. Actually, I forgot. Yeah, the scouted unit comes back right away.
Okay, Rainbow Jar.
Rainbow Jar.
I don't think there's anyone out there who's like, oh, let's go, Rainbow Jar. But you know what? That's us now. Let's go, Rainbow Jar. We love this
Rainbow
relic.
Jar.
Incredible
Rainbow Jar fans
relic.
rejoice.
All right,
The
this
issue
is
is it
nice...
requires you to leak to actually get the effect.
Yep, this is a really interesting floor too. You have the scout there, so you can take the ending early, but it is also a pretty bad path. Looks
Yeah.
like you would have to index up to get 1 extra combat. There is a chance that we have a Bosky lost and found as well. Can't tell yet. Can't tell. There's only 3.
You could also do the
Mystery notes.
scout and then index up into the safe house to maybe promote someone or get something else.
That is true. Right now the question is, how are you going to balance the ending guarantees with the ramping that you need to do with Science Squad?
Yeah.
So-called freethinkers when they see Rainbow Jar. Actually, so-called freethinkers is the next team that's playing tonight.
Yeah, it's not time yet. Okay, so
And-
me and Brick are gonna hold that right lane.
Yep.
Texas gonna assassinate the caster that would have come on the left lane.
Yep, and just as personally speaking, I love seeing Deegan on this stage. It's such a nice cycling. It feels very elegant, you know. That said, usually there's a 2-op with Reed and Deegan, and this is Ansel instead, which means that the healing is a little less. Actually, a lot less. So we're using Spot to substitute for some of that. And you're seeing that Torch stack happening right now, Torch and Horn. The Spot made Ansel heal better, Cruz is attacking faster and has more attack. It's just, Deegan is an absolute powerhouse right now, not that she isn't already.
Okay, saving that skill until the maximum number of enemies are in her range. That Texas continuing to just bully the casters as they come out of the blocks on
You
the
have to
bottom right.
admit, all of these Dagenbrecker starts we've been seeing recently is definitely making me more tempted to actually work on building my own, just because she is, like, stuff like that, what we just saw, she cleans it up so nice.
Yeah.
Like, even though every time we are seeing a lot of just the starting squad appear early on, we're still seeing how she can just handle a lot of this on her own. Like, you don't
That is
need a lot
right.
more 6 stars to help her.
Yep. And so you do have a moiner, so you're not dying, but it's so nice, so nice. You can even have both of them when you're playing on your own outside of the tournament. All right, Nest and I. I think I is an incredibly high value pick, but Nest is pretty valuable too. Can help you with conversions, for example. Being able to pick up the shields as well as up your life points by 2 early on.
Ah, that's true.
You do need a
Now, do you
Concord,
think
but we do have
Defender or
trade.
Caster would make more sense here?
I think it's Defender. I think that in the absence of getting better healing options, I kind of would like a solid ground presence. But,
Oh, yeah.
you know, Caster could be good too. What are you thinking?
Yeah.
I mean,
I
I
think
think,
that makes
we
sense,
know
yeah.
I'm leaning towards Defender. I mean, especially
Yeah.
like a Saria or something to just like replace Spot or something. You get way
Now,
more healing that way.
It's very interesting to bring that up, as I was just thinking about the Saria pickup, because it looks like Timbers doesn't have too many options here for 6-star Defender. There's
They're
just
not.
4, and one of them,
Yeah.
Hoshi, is actually shared, as well as Saria.
Yeah, but they're
Now,
pretty good options. Like the
that's
Horns
right.
would be a good option. Sorry, also a good option.
Now it is for
Yeah.
really good
Now,
Defender, but
I will say the
Yeah, we're doing the
Arcturus'
Hoshi.
squad. Yeah, we're taking Hoshi. Arcturus' squad is very powerful right now. I think we all agree on that.
Yeah.
But when you're playing Castback, one of the nicest things you can pick up additionally is the Saria.
Yeah.
That buff goes a
That is
huge
fair.
way. We've seen April make really good use of that in that ending 2 burst. A couple with Masama and Kyobe, I believe.
Yeah.
And it's one of those picks where if you're playing the melee focus, you might not need that Saria quite as much as your teammate does. And so it's
Right.
good to sort of divvy it up in a way that helps both of your squads. We've got a guarantee from
Saria-
Arcturus saying, don't worry, I'm going to be taking a ton of emergencies on 4-4, and I am personally looking forward to that very much.
Let's go. Arcturus does have that human hunt combination, just as a reminder.
Yep. Yeah, I think both of these runs have there's already I think this already has a doubt, right? On floor 1 pickup.
Yes, I believe the doubt is already taken care of.
The second
this is
doubt
one of
is
those moments where the 2 different times the resets kind of blend it together.
So the
second
squad
doubt is really
size or the
nice,
hope
yeah.
could both be good here.
Yeah, one of the things to point out is that artificial emergencies, which is to say emergencies you create via full dartles, are worth half points. And doubt is actually considered one of the ways you can make an artificial emergency, which is
That's true.
if you have 5 or 6 collapse and you go into a doubt node, you can always get a floor 4 emergency. And if you have 7 or 8 collapse, you can get a floor 5 emergency. So having that in the back pocket is actually a reliable way to make a combat for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
That said, it also lowers your collapse by 2 if you concord it, and that's something to watch out for. I've definitely personally, made the concord and realized, oh no, I don't have enough collapse anymore.
Yep.
But we are going into another shop
Oh,
here.
9
and
hope. There's supporter. There's sniper.
Chalice makes a reappearance, though with Torch, that is not important at all.
Yeah. I think the damage relics are already pretty good. But right now I think Tenebris just wants to have a more well-rounded squad.
Yeah, I think the big thing looking a little bit questionable is the healing amount. A Quirkus pickup could actually deal with that pretty easily, though that is a
True.
big commitment because that leaves you with not enough for a 6-star afterward.
True.
Music
But
would also
Quirkus
solve
is a
that,
very
though.
solid source of healing. Her healing per second is competitive with 6 stars.
Yeah, it's like in the 500s, right? And she
Yeah.
provides a sanctuary. And the range is sometimes actually just better to use.
Yeah, it's very wide range.
Lot of considerations here. Maybe there's a little bit of discussion going on. There's also the angle of heavy music anthology and supporter. I like that quite a bit. What do you think? Like, dropping the collapse right now is not bad.
Oh yeah,
That's
no,
nice,
I
yeah.
think the more you can get rid of that early on, the better time you're going to have anyways. Unless you're like trying to somehow be like, oh, these are things I strategically want to have in my collapse.
Yeah.
I don't think there's really any reason to not. Oh,
Is
we
that going
are
to be
going-
Quirk? Oh, Sculptor is also healing source, though not nearly as consistent as Quirkus is going to be.
Yeah, but she does buff that vegan damage even more.
Yeah, we're
Okay,
going
who's
for the
gonna be the
Sculptor.
with it though.
Game room card and bow tie. These are amazing,
That's
but you
actually
only
really
have
nice to
enough
see.
ingots for 1.
That's
Although-
right.
wait,
And
actually,
not
if you
enough
buy
ingots to
the-
get the Foul Beast.
If you buy
even
the
if
game
you
card, do you
withdraw.
get ingots back?
Yes.
Mm,
Wait, no, you get 4
oh,
ingots
you
back.
get.
Okay,
Okay,
so we
that
have
is
to
actually if Tenebris withdraws here, you can pick up the bow tie as well, which could be huge.
Mm-hmm.
It looks
Okay,
like
so we're gonna withdraw.
withdraw is going to be the way to go here.
And surely we're getting that bow tie? Yes, we are. The deploy limit is really nice to see, having more hope for the next draft. It's still only 2 6-stars, but it's
Three.
or actually it's 4 6-stars now. There's a Hoshi and a Sculptor
Yeah, and 3
in the
promoted
waiting
ones.
room. And there's 7 hope for another one, so it's actually now starting to shape up pretty nicely. The healing is still an outstanding question, and I think that we're going to be looking for a solution to that very soon now.
Yeah, so I saw an emergency so close yet so far. How do you think this squad performs against an emergency map that's very air focused? Well, not very, but somewhat air focused.
I think it might be alright. There's a little bit of timing for the Deegan skill and knowing when to actually throw the tech salt. The
Yeah,
healing
because
is
Deegan skill
definitely...
can kill the drones. So the 3 drones unfortunately don't move at the same time.
Yep.
So I
But you
think she
use
can
tech
get 1 or
salts.
maybe 2.
You can use tech salt
Right,
to
so you
keep
have to
things in
use tech
range.
salt.
Might even be long enough. You have about 5 tiles of distance to do it.
Yeah.
It'll be cool to see. I mean, our
Yeah.
players probably know their starts the best, so we're going to be seeing some really interesting strats here.
Indeed. So the first drone
It's
is
the
just
nice
gonna
thing because
circle
there's
around
no
there for a while.
restrictions on any operators or anything like that. You have the ability to just play around or also pick what you know and what you're positive is going to work.
Yep. And a lot of the times that actually results in you having a better time coordinating drafts with your teammate. Right, Gabriel?
Oh, absolutely. If you know exactly what you need to win and they know what they need to win, especially if you already maybe play differently, it's going to be a lot easier to either be able to make certain concessions and say, oh, well, I can do without this character, but that means you have to let me have X
So,
character.
activated.
Okay, Deacon's gonna get that first drone. Cruz is deployed in order to deal with the next wave of drones, I believe.
Yeah, and notice how Ansel during skill is actually able to heal Deegan and Spot down there. If with Hibiscus, that is actually not an option. Hibiscus does get more healing per second during skill, but she is not able to extend that range.
Yep,
So,
and
this is
Hibiscus
paying off
users
well.
are going to want to use that bottom right tile and put Deegan as far back as possible, but of course that means you can't have security of something like Spot behind.
Yeah. All right, now here comes that Lancer. The Lancer, you do not want the Lancer to
Throwing
hit.
out.
All right, so Texas gonna stun the Lancer.
Yeah, nice timing on the Texas.
Now there are 3 drones at the
That
same
stun
time.
does make it a lot easier.
And these
But the
drones are
Sculptor
going
buffing
to...
the Cruz means that Cruz can actually take down.
but Cruz is dead.
Almost take down the drone.
Oh, sorry, Cruz.
But unfortunately, Cruz ends up dying before that can happen. Ansel also taking quite a bit of a hit here. Now, Deegan does hit air, but I think using Texas for this drone means that Deegan doesn't have to pop skill yet. Actually, I think Deegan does have to pop skill very soon. Now, does this hit the last drone? Oh, not quite. Just off by a little bit.
She
Oh, you
almost
hate to
got
see
that
There was
it.
there was a
That's so
Sculptor
unfortunate.
Seaboard not used. I think if Sculptor were buffing Deegan there, she might have actually killed the drone there.
I agree. Unfortunately, the leak means you're going to lose a couple points here. And that said, it's better than dying. And it looks like it's going to be very comfortable once the Deegan skill is popped.
Yeah.
The healing's really nice here. The Sculptor Seaborn is still an option. The Torch Stacks actually made Texas do quite a bit of damage before she was undeployed, even without the skill. It's kind of cool to see. Torch is just, I think we can all agree, Torch and Horn are 2 very impactful relics.
Yeah.
Very, very great to see.
All right, so that is going to be so close yet so far. Emergency done. 1 leak.
Yep. Also, I wonder
And
if
that is gonna
the
be
having the
30
Cruz to the
bonus
left
points.
of the Ansel would have helped there, since Ansel's healing would be better and Sculptor doesn't benefit at all from the attack speed. But Sculptor does
true.
benefit from the Horn, so it's a bit of a calculation problem, right?
Ooh,
Overall,
that
1 leak
is
isn't
another
anything to be
sniper voucher.
too worried about.
Schwarz?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's something you can easily recover from.
There is
Now,
13 hoes.
yeah, you
enough for a
certainly
6
could.
star.
You certainly could take Shores, and I think she's a really good attack skill, or attack speed scaler.
Definitely.
Multipliers
yes.
are very high, which means that the Rockhorn may not necessarily be quite as good, but the attack speed scale is really nice. There are the other options as well. Typhon is a pretty classic one. Ray, we've been seeing quite a bit recently. With the Torch and Horn, though, I think Posy's probably not on the table right now.
Yeah, Posey unfortunately not gonna benefit as much from Torch and Horn.
Yep, and then of course the question remains, do you want to save hope in case you get a medic?
Ooh, I don't see a Schwarz. I think it's Jover.
Oh, this account doesn't have a Shorts. Well, I think biased
Typhon it
commentator aside, we are going to pick up Typhon. It's going to be no problem. It's a really nice one.
Well, there are no biased commentators to set aside, but yeah, it is gonna be a Typhon pickup, and we also see another boss key. So with the redeploy boss key, Texas definitely gets to pop off a lot. You can drop her on a very short cooldown. It's like almost like a 3-second cooldown or something.
Yeah, once again with these things, it's like we've already seen how this is going to play out. So unless something odd happens,
Well,
don't really need to be worried.
yeah, that said, IS4, I think it's one of those things where you not only do you need to know how to execute, you need to execute very consistently over and over. And so while you might get one perfect, you always have to stay sharp. That said, it is a Deegan. Yeah, stay sharp blade. It is a Deegan clear, and I think we're gonna have no problems here. And yeah, as actors point out, this is the redeploy boss key,
Take care of the right side.
which means you can actually
And
throw
there's
Texas like over and over and over and over and over.
Yeah. Right, Texas assassinating a tribal caster. And
Wow.
Deegan can clean up that caster before the caster is able to do anything annoying.
Yep, I'm gonna get 2 more enemies on the left side and a couple on the right as well. They're gonna be desynced, or rather, one of them is gonna be dead.
Alright, that tribal caster comes in right when Deegan has her skill up.
Cleaning up the last 2 enemies, no bonus enemies, and we are done.
Okay.
Agents turn true.
Let's see what the vouchers are.
You gotta have a sigh of relief. Walking into a boss scene that's combat, usually you're gonna get your index back. And yeah, we are gonna see that index there.
Yeah,
It's like
that's
an
your
80, I think it's a more than 85% chance, based on community collected data.
Yeah,
we're getting
it's
that
really nice
promotion
to
on
get the
Typhon.
index back.
Absolutely.
It's like almost like having free nodes.
Yes, definitely. And more steps is more points, and it's more options. And in this case, it might be a promotion, or
Ooh,
I think we're looking at shopping. We are, yeah. This next shop might be huge. 20 ingots on a shop is enough to pick up usually at least 1 good relic.
Yeah.
And if not that, 2 good vouchers.
Good relics are usually worth
And
about
either
60.
one can be really nice to see right now.
Yeah. Though you already
Now
have.
we do only have 3 hope though.
We're gonna have 5 if we apply this Concord, which is not enough to get a 6-star, but it is enough to pick up Corcus still, which I think is looking like a really impactful choice now. Could also be Warframe, of course. Just any 5-star medic would be nice. Is that Ring of Thorns?
That's Ring of Thorns.
Oh,
Yes, it
okay.
is.
If Tenebrous wants, this can dictate the run, and there's also Sharp Blade is back.
Wow, Sharpblade is back.
You love to see it.
Speaking of staying sharp. Now,
Oh,
the
we
Snow
got-
Dose Glove could be used on Hoshiguma to make her really tanky.
Yep. Though for 16, that is it's expensive. There is an ending 2 guarantee with the Doubt full dartle. Yep, showing it right there.
Yeah, I am wondering if Tenebrous is going to apply I Doubt here, or maybe a bit later.
Encounter in here, I think one of the ones that you might be hoping to see is Coggan Quest, or in this case specifically, getting the index, 1 index or 2 index for 3 collapse. Those are really good.
Yeah.
Long stock compensation with this much deploy is also doable, I believe. And
Yeah,
if you
I
don't
agree.
think it is, then topographical map is right there. Another deploy if you want it.
Yeah, Talking Quest is a fight where having the really fast Texas due to redeploy boss key is gonna help a lot.
Yep, absolutely. And having that CC, Yasuo provides the damage necessary to kill a lot of things, but Texas's CC I actually think really impactful. You can push down the amount of damage that you actually need and the amount of cycling that you demand.
True.
But
There's also a hunt as an option if Tenebrous also wants to create some artificial emergencies, just like Arcturus.
that's right. Sharp Blade, I think, just really can't be skipped here. Deegan is your carry right now. Tech Salt is nice utility, Typhon is good supplemental damage, but Deegan wants the damage, and in later emergencies, sometimes that damage actually does need a little bit of boost.
The more damage you can have now, the more comfortable you are going to be later.
Yeah, I think I'll open up the question. What would you take here? I think for me, Sharp Blade, Topo, and then Refresh.
I would
Honestly,
probably.
I can't argue with that at all. That sounds to me like it would be a really good one, and I think it would save you a lot of trouble down the line. Then again, also, if it was me, I'd be like, ooh, I can get some more defenders on my team.
As a
Understandable.
But I know
I would
that
be like, I could get
wouldn't
a
necessarily
sniper.
work here.
But
Yeah, no.
unfortunately, there's not 7 hope for a 6-star sniper.
Yeah, my
can
fellow
admit my
commentators, my fellow commentators have a little bit of a bias. What about Cruz?
I have no biases to admit. Yeah, what about Cruz?
Cruz would get Cruz Alter. I'm calling it now.
Well, Cruz
Honestly, I
Ultra
would
actually
think
can be
Ultra
blocked here,
too.
so that is an option.
Oh, we're
Okay, we're
refreshing, not
actually
taking
refreshing with that lane.
anything.
Oh,
Interesting.
just really didn't like it actually.
I guess that's pretty spicy. That's pretty spicy.
No sharp play.
there's
Maybe
no
this is
such-
Tenebrous saying there's not enough Vanguards and Guards in total worth drafting to actually scale up the Sharp Blade, and Tenebrous would rather draft other classes.
Yeah, and I think actually, I'm not gonna lie, that decision making might just have paid off. The support station here would be a terrible thing to pass up.
Yeah,
we've
support station is so
seen-
good.
Yeah, we saw in the previous how the support station can really help out your cycling.
Yeah.
It may not be completely run defining necessarily, but it's definitely nice to have, and there's some places where it's
Yeah.
like,
This would be a good Ethan pickup. Yep. That is a good pickup.
yeah,
That's
Ethan for the
Ethan.
utility here. We've seen
So,
Ethan
I
pop
don't think
off.
that was any withdrawals either.
It
Yeah.
was not withdrawing, yeah.
No withdrawal. So that's bonus points.
Unfortunately, that
So we
encounter
lost
is
points
incredibly
for
low
sending
value.
Ethan.
And we're going into Blade Signifier. And this is it. There is no resetting, so of course we're going to have to do the stage, but I think with this squad, it's going to be no problem.
right.
Typhon S3 actually would be enough to assassinate the boss with like one Texas drop without any relics. But we have Horn and Torch, which means that it should be an incredibly comfortable clear here.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
And after this, we're going to be looking forward to seeing Arcturus continue his run, which we're not sure what ending it's going to be yet. But we've got Human Hunt, we've got Reproduce for a Scout node, so there's going to be a lot of interesting stuff happening there.
All right. So both players have gotten Blaze Signifier. Going to be very different strategies, of course.
Opening with the spot. Usually need good blocking, good ground presence to deal with it if you're not playing the cast
actually
spec.
thrown pretty early to kill a striker.
Yeah, this is a new one for me. I haven't seen this before, but it looks
Yeah, I
like it's
guess-
nice. It's going to lower that healing requirement, right?
It is nice because that's before the drones show up. After the drones show up,
Should.
it's no longer safe to drop Texas like that, but you do
Yeah.
have a window before the drones appear.
You can drop Texas on the bottom one, I believe. Though the question is that still worth doing?
Right. Okay, so I expect to see
think
Typhon get
so.
deployed very soon. Yep.
I feel like it could save some time down the line at least.
I was
Hoshi
safe for it to
gonna
come over
hold
to
that
the other
right lane.
side.
Make sure the bears don't leak.
Yeah, Blade Signifier's on the way. I'm ready to see a very quick kill, but it looks like Typhon's kind of dying a little bit.
The drone's hitting her a bit,
Typhon is
but
no longer dying,
the
luckily.
Sculptor is now online and healing Typhon.
That's right, and it's gonna be S3.
Typhon
And let's
activated.
look how fast this goes. And oh, there's that
Ooh,
stat.
the rock
Oh.
horn.
Rockhorn and Torch stack, and just look at this. Look at this. It's just gone.
A lot of damage.
You sustain one hit and
Easy.
it's over.
Yep.
That's the power of Rockhorn Torch, and of course also the E2 Typhon.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if Texas will be dropped to clear out some more drones on the right side.
Texas is on S2, so she would not be able to reach.
Oh, it's on S2. Okay, never mind.
But we've got a perfectly good drone solution in the form of Typhon here. It's gonna be like 2
Yep.
hits. Yep. Oh, and dropping the field on that tile is not too bad.
Yep, because now
Um,
she can just spawn camp anyone that comes out of the stairs.
Yeah, it's only gonna take 2 hits. Yeah, I think Typhon is one of those incredible convenience picks.
Mm-hmm.
She is
Plus-
very nice.
Yeah, just waiting for those last 2 enemies to show up, and we are definitely going to be moving on, both players onto F4.
That's right. Okay, let's see what relic Tenebris picks up from the mid boss.
Yeah, as well as maybe any 6 stars, because we definitely have enough hope for that now. Medic is
Yep.
here. Scarred
Scarred
Amber is here.
Amber's
That's a little.
team
That's,
armor.
Oh.
it is tempting with Science Squad, but without a migrate, it's kind of unlikely you're gonna get the value. But
Yeah, tough.
bit risky. But what was the other relic? Military mirror armor. That's pretty good.
I think so.
Team armor.
Team
Team
old
armor is
Steam
always nice to
armor.
have.
Steam.
Steam armor is
It was an armor.
35%. It's even more.
Yeah, especially if you're doing ending 2, then that Steam armor makes stalling the boss a lot easier.
Do support item Sugar Flame? I do not believe so. They actually don't. And actually, the correction from earlier, the summons do not as well. It is
Summons
only
do not, it's
operators.
just operators.
Yes. Yeah, it is only operators.
Yeah.
Hey, we might getting that Warframe pickup, which I think is a really good time to save the hope right now.
Which is why we were saying Posey would not synergize as well.
All right, and that means we're on to floor 4. Let's see what we're gonna get first. Is that Convergence? Convergence is
Oh.
a scourge, an absolute scourge on these runs.
Yeah, convergence, especially when you have scientific squad, you don't really want to see that.
All right, and that means that
Alright,
Tenebris is
but-
gonna pass.
Yep, it is time to switch back.
And Arcturus is ready to go. All right, refreshing. We last left off with the Godmother's token, which means that there's a lot of survivability here. And a
Yep.
Jessica Alter pickup at the last minute, which I believe is still E1. Clairvoyance Reveal and a Yato with Rusted Razor. And the Rusted Razor goes a long way from Winner, but for Yato, it's a little crazy. It's a little crazy how much Yato skills with a little bit of attack or damage.
So there's not too much vision here, unfortunately, with one index.
Yep.
There might be, if Archers wants to pick up some enemies here, there might be a little bit of guesswork required in terms of where those nodes actually are.
Yeah, we do have
There's a
reproduce.
reproduce, which can
Yep,
produce a scout.
that's right. Reproduce on Scout means that no matter what happens, as long as you like perhaps take the top path, you're gonna be able to apply it. Which means you could get yourself a healthy 3 emergencies here, plus scout nodes. Maybe 2 scouts actually, so you can have 4 or 5 vision, but not necessarily if you're comfortable going in with 1 because you're gonna have scout. So you can't really move too much anyway on floor 5.
Yeah. And also, if Arcturus wants to apply the human hunt, that kind of restricts how many nodes there are remaining to work with, because you only have so much real estate.
Yeah, I'm looking at the left side. I'm also realizing there's no healer right now.
That is true.
We've got
That
Ansel. We've
is
got 3 stars,
still
but
something we're probably looking for.
it's interesting that both sides have made it to floor 4 with a pretty low amount.
Don't need healing if you just kill the enemy.
Alright. I think it's gonna be decision time pretty soon.
Oh, is human about to be applied?
Interesting.
That's
Applying
gonna be a
human on
lot of
this note is
emergencies.
sort of it's giving yourself more options, but it's also sacrificing a chance at getting 2 or like 3. You only get
Yeah.
2.
Yeah, because there's nothing to the left of this.
Yeah, I'm not sure this is best value, but maybe the options is important. Maybe there are emergencies here that Arcturus really doesn't want to take.
Yeah, that could be something to consider as well. Having
But we're
3
going-
choices means that you can almost certainly pick one that you are pretty favorable against.
Yeah, but we're going straight into emergency noise disturbance, and this is a stage that some of our players have a little bit of history with.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we've seen a run, I believe this leader squad actually died because of these emergency noise disturbance. That said, that was a run that had Barrow 2 and no fast redeploys. We're in a completely different situation here. We've got Barrow 1, Barrow 2 hasn't shown up yet, and we've got Miner as well as a fast redeploy in order to help manage some of these drone summoning snipers here.
That's right.
I think that's
So here's the first crossbowman.
That's in a
Yasu
much
is
better position
available.
than
Yep.
the last run.
And while I think we once again have Yato skill 3, which is a very fortunate pickup for that chest, actually. Though it does mean that this drone is a little bit scary.
Oh,
Oh,
Yato
that's,
actually not. Yato actually missing the drone and the chest.
Yeah, a bit of a bad timing there, but it's okay. You know, that kind of thing
But
happens
Miner does
sometimes.
kill the drone, so not too big of a deal.
Yep, and we've got plenty of time to get that chest later. Right now the focus is, of course, making sure that we manage all of the drones.
That's right.
Now, this is a very forward deployment, but Lin is getting absolute usage out of getting hit by the casters. Now that's a little scary. One hit immediately takes Lin down to almost no
Can
health.
Ansel heal that?
Ansel
This
is
is
going to be
where
able to heal it.
Ansel's skill level 4 might be bad.
Yeah, but Miner has taunt, which means that as soon as it moves over enough, we're actually going to just target Miner instead. It's okay. That's not fast enough to prevent the drone again, but this time there's no Miner skill to deal with it, so is Yato going to be the idea here?
I think it might have to be Yato.
If that drone reaches, Dorothy
can
might be
hit the
dead.
drone.
Dorothy is...
may-
Ooh, yeah,
Oh, Dorothy
Dorothy's
actually
goes
dies to
down.
drone. Because
This
it's
is
AoE on Minar.
Yeah, this is
Now, the
unfortunate.
drone isn't actually deal damage to Lin thanks to her shield.
Yeah, but Miner
So
is
it's
going to be
not
taking
too
some
bad,
hits.
but losing Dorothy, kind of unfortunate because Dorothy had those really powerful binds.
Yeah, one of the things to point out right now is the Yato, because of Clairvoyant, is actually on a shorter redeploy timer, and that's going to help out a ton, especially when you're in this dire state. And I think it's fair to say this is pretty dire.
Yeah.
Losing your Dorothy this early.
Okay, but Miner is doing a good job here. His skill is about to
It's a
run
little
out.
scary.
Next drone is going to show up right now. These two always sync up, and a good Yato deployment should just take care of it.
Yeah, so now Lin's time to shine.
Yeah, nicely done. And we're down to the last 2 drone summoners.
Yep.
With Yato on the shorter cooldown, I actually think that it will cycle nicely. Typically, you need to do a little bit of finagling for that last one, but I don't think it's going to have to be... I don't think it's necessary here. Yeah, there it goes, and the last one shows up. Couple seconds. Yeah, Yato's already back in time for it. If you want to be real fancy, you can actually Yato straight through the wall to do this, but there's no need to take risks like that. And yeah,
Okay, last crossbowman dead.
yeah, a little bit of scariness in the middle with the Dorothy dying.
All
but
right, no
total
leaks
recovery.
on
Cleaned it up.
emergency noise disturbance.
Yeah, that's gonna be big points now.
Yeah.
Each floor means that the emergencies are gonna be more valuable. Ooh, 2 squad size, big pickup here.
Yeah.
Canopy and Silence. Canopy is one of the worst full dartles, though it still is a green one.
Mm-hmm.
Silence, most people love.
Yeah.
That's true.
Got the field guards, and you can just
That
open
bonus
them off.
HP.
Stages much easier.
March of the Dead, it also serves as blockers in case you're very light on the ground presence, and it's also got taunt, so like emergency terminus is It's one of those stages that without the shield guards opening is pretty tricky, and with the shield guards opening is nowhere near as bad.
Yeah, so much better because you can actually just attack the casters while the casters are busy killing your
Okay,
shield
is
guards.
this gonna be Schwartz? I genuinely think it's on the table right now.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think it's gonna be a really good
We're,
pick here.
we're looking at the sniper voucher.
Yep, there
Typhon's
we
already
go.
taken,
Alright,
and that's
500
gonna be
bonus
Schwarz.
points,
No
right?
bonus
Hey, that's
points.
Schwarz.
Elysium has no
Aw.
power to give out
Schwarz
bonus
is
points
for
like
number.
this.
Aw.
Minus 500 points from Elysium, unfortunately. We're gonna have a talk in the 1-on-1.
でもご命令を
Okay,
Alright,
and I
now,
get your pick.
interestingly, if Arcturus decides to do restricted zone, there's another emergency down there, right? So that's potentially 3 emergencies just on one floor.
I think that's really nice, except if you apply stone afterward,
Mm-hmm.
you're gonna be searching for your scout, and it could be inaccessible if you don't get an index back after it.
That is true. Yeah, it
That's
does put you at
very
0
scary.
index.
That is a very, very scary risk to take.
Yeah. And emergencies do give a lot of points, but not as many points as you would get by doing all of 4-6, of course.
That's right.
So that's
Or
something to
even
consider.
reaching 4-6.
Yeah, and there's also consider of which of these emergencies is best for Arcturus' current team. Restricted zone does require a lot of air damage to come out against those UFOs.
Yes, the Yato I think makes it pretty doable.
Yeah, there is a very nice minor tile on that one.
Yeah, and we have at least we have a requisite Ansel in order to keep that tile going pretty nicely.
Yes.
That said, Clairvoyant, unfortunately, it could add a little bit of problems there if the Yato ends up being very expensive. That's actually quite bad.
Yeah. Your DP can disappear pretty fast on that map if you're throwing Yato at every UFO, so
Mhm.
it's a little bit unclear.
Yep, and yeah, there are still quite a lot of E1s right now. What are the other two? Big Migration and
Big Migration and
Practical Test. Okay, Practical Test I think is a pretty comfortable one for the squad. Big Migration, I think there can be a little bit of scramble in the opening, but as long as that's solved nicely, the rest of the stage isn't too bad.
Yeah, it's Barrow 1 with no Vanguard, which you're gonna miss out on some DP, but it's not super bad.
Yeah, and you have Yato, which is the ideal specialist to have when you have Barrow, since she refunds most of it.
Right. You at least have enough time on Big Migration to put down the Moiner at the beginning and take care of the first Cautelator.
For the rest of us who don't know what Catelator is, that is the dinosaur.
Yep. But then I'm not sure how the DP situation is going forward. And for practical test, is there a good way to kill the drone with this squad? I guess Yato can
Yato.
probably.
That's
Yato.
right.
Does that
Has
actually
gotta
one
be the
kill the
solution.
drone with these relics?
Yes, I believe that Yato actually can one-shot it.
Okay. If so, then that makes the opening of practical test a lot simpler.
Yeah, I'm actually... The weird side question I'm like still pondering right now, is Arcturus thinking about getting Reed at any point?
Yeah, I'm not
Doesn't
sure. about it.
synergize. I really actually don't think it synergizes amazingly with the squad. This is like...
It's not that great. It's like Reed is a good unit, of course, but you're just adding another good unit, but not necessarily someone who plays well with the team compared to if Reed were to join Tenebris's team.
Yeah, but there's no Reed in Tenebris, so I think that Aya Alter might just need to stay an open pick for that squad.
Oh, right.
But then you do need a medic, so then Reed is back on the table. But it's like it's just constant back and forth, right?
Yeah.
I think in the absence of any medic, obviously Reed is amazing. But then again,
Well, I think both players probably want a good medic that is not Reed potentially down the line. Like a Nightingale or something. Or a
yeah, yeah. Though only one person can have Aya, one person can have Nightingale.
Yeah.
Aya's not quite as important for that ending 3 at least, but it's still not
Indeed.
clear who is doing ending 3 yet. I believe Arcturus is
not-
probably going to want to do it.
Okay, it is practical test. So practical test, as we discussed, opens with a drone, which hopefully Yato can one cycle. Not quite. But it is low enough that Dorothy can just finish the job in a few hits, even with lower ASPD.
Yeah, that's like just a couple of attacks off.
Yep.
And
Okay,
it's still
more
no
drone.
problem though.
And we won't get
Immediately after drone is dead, you can see it's a lot more comfortable as Dorothy gets her attack speed back.
Yep, there's gonna be some Rhine Lab enemies on the top lane that need to be dealt with pretty early, and but right now is a great time for Dorothy to just place down mines and get stats for the second wave.
Yep. So with each mine explode, Dorothy gets stronger and stronger over time.
Yep. With this squad, you also probably aren't looking at being able to control all of the failures, the door failures.
Yeah.
So
And it's okay if you let some of them go, but you probably want to try to contest them and not let the rocket one wake up at least.
Yeah, if your only medic is Ansel, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, Ansel is definitely not going to be able to out-heal. Even if Ansel were skill level 7, which Ansel isn't even skill level 7.
That's right. Not having skill level 7 on the Ansel is kind of scary.
Yeah. I think it's a 9k damage we're seeing from the crit mines, which is a good sign.
That is massive. Dorothy.
Oh, unfortunately, Dorothy not able to
sometimes.
finish the one on the top lane there.
Yeah,
that might be a... No, it's not going to be a leak.
Has to be a Yato deployment now. It's too
Oh,
late.
that Yato was a little bit late, actually.
Yep, Yato S3 has a bit of a wind-up, and it's
Yeah,
something you always have to take
not
into
instant
account.
damage. That's something that happens to me a lot, and I'm sure a lot of players can relate to that as well.
Yeah, even the best Yato players are going to have a Yato misfire every once in a while.
Yeah. Now,
Easy
I
to
think
do.
Minar probably wants to go down in the near
Minar
future
needed to go down
because-
about like 8 seconds ago in order to completely solve the thing.
Yeah.
So we're maybe going to use a mine to stop the center one from leaking while Minar charges up a little bit longer.
Yeah, so the nice thing about the Dorothy Minar combo is that Minar, if he does block the robot,
Oh.
he is going to get punched, and he is
Hold on,
probably
is
going
it
to
in
die.
time?
Ooh, well, there is a Dorothy mine which should bind. Yep, that should bind it.
Yeah, we do need a little bit more time for Minar to get that max stacks, which is
Yeah,
kind of
there's
important
still
if you
2
want to
Dorothy mines, so that's still a fair amount of stall left. Yep, another mine here.
In the emergency
Is Minar
mode,
max stacks yet? I think Minar should be max stacks by now, right?
it's hard to see. I think it was a little bit less. I'm not sure though. I'm sure Arknights is probably looking for that before pressing the button though. And yeah, this is max. This is at least near max stacks pointer. Going
Yeah.
for the practical
Good
test.
damage coming out. I think that is going to be enough damage thanks to the bind from Dorothy keeping the oh, that Minar is just in time.
Yep. That is gonna do it. And we
Okay,
also
that
have
timing
an
worked out pretty
extra-
nicely,
Yeah, we've got an extra drone not drone, but rather a robot to contend with in the second part, and that one is a nasty surprise.
Yep. I think Fang is probably done here, unless there are more enemies that need to be blocked by Fang. I don't think there
Does
are
this
any
run also
enemies
have
for a
rock
while.
climb?
Rockhorn was the other run, right?
Can't remember sometimes.
Tenebris had Rockhorn and Torch. I don't
Yes, yeah. Tenebris did have double.
think. I don't think Archers had either.
Alright,
Okay,
yeah.
Shores
In the
and
absence of that,
Lots
then
killed the
Fang is
drone.
definitely done. Yeah, we've got 44, and with one drone, I think that means that we've got no bonus enemy again.
Yeah. Okay, so another robot wakes up. That's still a melee robot.
Yep. Arcturus is going to have to manage a total of... How many is this? Like, I think 8 more of these door failures
Yeah.
in order to not pop that one. You can let one of them leak, of course. You can actually let the second one leak if it's the very last thing on the stage. The stage ends before you actually have to deal with it.
That's true.
But it's still kind of tricky. Especially when Weiner isn't one-shotting. That is another one that's going to leak.
I wonder about the Minar placement below Lin as opposed to the left of Lin. If Minar is to the left of Lin, he gets two hits on each of the door failures, which
Is this-
pretty much guarantee that he kills them.
This is true. It does allow for less time to actually deal with that first two.
Yes, it
around
makes it
21
hard with
mark.
the mine placement because you don't have as many places to put down mines in front of Minar, so it is not necessarily something you want to do.
Yeah. Nice thing about the ending here is even when you have only Ansel as your medic, the first bit is going to be fine, and eventually once many of your operators are going to die, you still have plenty of time because this is an incredibly slow walking enemy.
That's true. This enemy walks very slowly, especially when it's attacking at the same time.
Realistically speaking, we should be coming out of this with
Now, I
only
wonder if
that
it's
one
possible
leak.
to get this melee robot.
Yep, definitely with Lin's damage here.
Alright, very nice.
Nicely done.
Unfortunately, Shore's thrown as a sacrifice there, but you gotta do what you gotta do with the E1 Shore sometimes.
Hey, you'd rather see her provide some value than no value, right? And
That
as
is,
a body,
Jessica's
it's
shield
just
used
strategy.
tank. And very nice kill. Only 1 leak.
Yeah, really quick actually.
Yeah.
Yep. 1 leak means we're taking a little bit of a hit on the bonus points, but oh, and we are picking up the Barrow 2 that we saw earlier.
Yeah. Oh, but Silver Force is a very nice pickup though.
Ooh,
And I also see a surprise, which is definitely good with those 40 ingots.
Yeah, I think we did take it. There's that's something that you really almost never want to pass up.
Mm-hmm.
Guard voucher.
So, is there a guard? Who would be the next 6-star guard if Arcturus wants a guard?
I don't think he does, honestly, but it could be a Surtur pickup.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
I do
but
think
I
that
can also
leaving...
see this as a save.
Yeah, again, you're the cast spec player, and your teammate is ramping decently, but still needs a little bit more.
Castle? Okay.
Taking away the Surtur option is a little risky.
Yeah. So 0 deploy option from Castle. And then we have restricted zone into potentially a Bosky, yeah.
Yeah, we can't take that Bosky though, unless we get an index drop, or we make the shop now. 40 ingots, it's really tempting to hold on to that for the half price drop though.
Yeah, 40 ingots into a half price shop, you can really get a giant power spike there. You could probably E2 all, if not, or at least most of the ones your units are waiting for E2s right now.
Yep, and there is a sack of Pan Society, but even with that, this is going to
even with Pan Society. You might also pick up some minus collapse, which would help you potentially get rid of that Barrow 2.
Yep. Okay, we're going to normal restricted zone, which with a E2 Yato, even with Barrow 2, should be pretty comfortable.
I agree.
Oh yeah, where are we devoting Dorothy to? The tile that doesn't have a drone makes a lot of sense. Top right could also be pretty good here.
Yeah.
Data collection complete.
Oh, we're gonna try to use Dorothy to manage the top left as well.
Yeah, that's a crit mine.
Now, Dorothy, I've heard...
The sand will reshape the land.
I feel like the second mine was not necessary because the crit mine would have just... But I guess it builds stacks.
It is building stacks, and that could be impactful down the line. There's a lot of things to manage here.
Yeah.
I have heard that, playing with Dorothy in place of the mines on cooldown is like basically playing with Barrow.
Yeah.
Or with a merchant on the field at all times. And you have Barrow too, so you can't be deploying mines on cooldown. You are going to run out of DP by doing that.
Yeah.
Jessica in the bottom left is a really nice solve here. You don't have to worry about that lane much anymore because she will just tank through a lot of things and kill all of the revealing enemies.
That's a lot of DP sunk into Dorothy. I mean, she is getting a good amount of stacks by now, but I am a little bit worried about the fact that there hasn't been enough DP to deploy some of the more expensive units yet.
Yeah, I think that we might be relying on a pure Dorothy and Yato solution, which I think is actually... It's doable. It's doable. It's going to be a little bit tricky.
If that works, then it works. Fang is getting shot, but Fang... I can at least... Okay, Fang actually managed to just get her skill off before getting hit a second time.
Yeah, becoming DP positive. We love to see it. And now this is actually a potential...
Finish...
Ooh, okay, if we can land this Yato... Yeah, if we can land this Yato, it's going to be really cool. I'm excited. Oh, yeah, we got it. That's a cool Yato usage.
Good Yato timing. We'll have to see it.
Moiner's in place. This is exactly where you want to have Moiner. Deal with all the drones now. You don't have to worry about them anymore. And all your other deployments on the bottom half, that's a really clever choice here.
Yeah.
This is some quality Dorothy usage.
Yeah. Alright, Miner activated. He is going to swing away at the UFO and the Ballistarius. The Ballistarius has 2 ammo, but can't see anyone. So.
Yep, and undeploying Fang in order to not trigger that attack as well, which is really nice.
Both Miner and Dorothy are covered by the grass, and thanks to Jessica being there's no risk of them being revealed by a scout.
Yeah, and look at this this Miner time. Almost gets the drone. It's actually a little bit off, but Yato's going to clean it up, I believe.
Yep.
Ooh, and Dorothy damage might supplement a little too.
Yep. Now that Dorothy's at full stacks, her hits are pretty impactful.
Yeah, throwing that shield down in order to...
Clear of Article Fest.
Yeah, really good call out there. Throwing the shield, right, from Jessica in order to block them one tile early prevents Dorothy from accidentally getting hit from the drone. Which is it's very quick thinking.
Yeah.
And even with Barrow 2, it just looks like no problem.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a Barrow 2 with Bang as the only Vanguard. So good management of DP.
Yeah, really good management with the
I was a
with
bit
the
worried
Forza
about the
Gato.
Dorothy mines, but they did their job.
Yep. And this is one of those nice things when you're playing cast spec. Just having the guarantee of a Yato means that this stage is so much less scary.
Yeah.
All right, another guard pickup. This is kind of it's kind of unfortunate to see.
Yeah, if the previous guard, this could have been a promotion of the previous guard, but of course hindsight is 2020.
Yep. And of course, you still do need to save that hope for your shop and for your medic. You really want to see a medic now.
Yeah, you want to see a medic that heals more than Ansel at some point.
Yeah, with Yato, Dorothy, Lin, you definitely can save on a lot of healing, but you can't have no healing.
Yeah, you cannot have no heal.
Yeah, this boss key is unfortunately completely out of the question. There's no way to go in. I think maybe we were hoping for Stone Plunder could actually let you go in.
Okay, see the scout.
Okay, so big migration into scout is an option here, or scout into the other combat is an option as well.
Yeah. And getting the scout last means that you don't deal with route weave on 4-4 at least, but you do have to deal with route weave on 4-5.
Yep, no matter what you do, that's gonna be a thing to have to work around.
Yeah.
That said, this is gonna be a blind floor 5 at this point.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got a no bonus enemy here, as well as no hard beast in the middle to deal with. Opening this is gonna be tricky. There's quite a bit of a mob rush at the start.
Yeah.
And if you can't
I
get
think
Wonder down
Dorothy
early,
will
then
Yeah. Ooh, good.
Oh.
Good automatic mine placement. Oh, I thought Yato would get all three of them.
unfortunately, no. I think it was an option.
Here. There was not enough DP to set up a Moiner, unfortunately.
There just
So
wasn't any
now.
way to open this.
Which means the Cocktail is going to pick up a shield.
Oh no, that Yato actually has a longer redeployment time than usual.
That is a RNG gone wrong.
You really hate to see that. It's just not your fault at all, right? But
Yeah. I wonder if anyone can still deal with this Cocktail. Maybe setting up a Lin? I don't know if Lin will be up on time.
I'm not sure that Lin is going to be enough, but that Winer seems to suggest that we're not going to look at it at all.
Perhaps, yeah.
Yeah, at this point, going into the shop is going to be so valuable. You have so many things waiting on the promotion, right? The Golden Glow,
Yeah.
the Jessica, the Schwarz, and is the...
And probably a medic in the future as well.
Yeah, you need a medic pickup that's just like, at this point, it's hard to not have good vouchers.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that is going to be one leak there. Pretty tough to prevent with Barrow 2.
Yeah.
I won't let you take another step. I promise them.
I think Arcturus is definitely holding on quite well, you know, despite the bad collapses here. And sometimes just have to leak some enemies, and you gotta pick the right ones. There's no point contesting something and losing, right?
Yeah. Some leaks are just one leak. Some leaks are translate to more than one leak.
That's right, yeah. Okay, good mind use, and we
this
got rid
Lin
of all the
cleaning
Dyrus
up
one.
very, very nicely here. Miner doesn't even need to activate this skill.
Yeah, Wonder I think is gonna be safe to actually deal with the next, what was it, Teletor?
Second Teletor. Yep. And this one's gonna die without being able to pick up the shield, which is nice.
Yato's just gonna solve the last two enemies. Oh, we're using Shores a little bit here.
Yep.
Unfortunately, her targeting priority means she is attacking something that has resistance to
Yeah,
her direction.
she is attacking the one that is back facing her. Okay.
Yato's
getting
gonna
rid of
help
that
her
one.
focus on the right things, and that's gonna be only -1.
Alright, -1. Not too bad. But that does mean a little bit more collapse, I believe.
Yeah, that was also probably the last combat that we're gonna see on this floor, and ooh.
Ooh,
Is that
is
the Enos pickup?
Yes.
Interesting, without any
The
hesitation.
long-awaited Enos is finally here.
Yeah, looks like Arthur's is actually the Enos player. That's really fascinating. I definitely thought it was gonna be Tenebris.
I
Empress
thought so
Favor
too.
is also nice to see here. And we're gonna be going into a blind floor 5. That's spicy. Always spicy to see.
Yeah.
A little scary, but maybe we're confident in it. Or we have folds we can instantly throw at the problem.
That's always the game, isn't it? Just like, who's gonna be the Enos player, and it's not Tenebris.
Now, in this situation where you are blind, do you still try to go for combats, knowing that you might walk into a blind combat and die?
What do you mean?
Getting this crew together wasn't easy.
So you have to take the bottom path here. You have 0 index, which means that unless you want to gamble on picking up an index from these next 2 combats, you just have to take the bottom path. It's it's a little too risky to just bank on an index pickup, and making a shop is an option still. But floor 5 encounters can actually be quite good. I think occasionally you get Envoy of Justice, Nameless Hero. These are amazing to get in a great run.
Yeah.
But you also, for example, draft any operator. That would be so nice to see right now. Peek into the Eternal Night actually could be some like pretty needed damage. I think you I don't think the squad is making it if it's emergency requested enemies obtained, which is one of those stages where you can play as nice as you want, but if you're missing damage, there's not really much you can do. And speaking of, that is Peek into the Eternal Night. Yeah, we're gonna take that here, and I think this is a pretty good choice because you really want to see
but
that
now
extra damage.
you want that healing
in a
even
natural
more.
shop. Oh, but the question
okay.
is, do you want to take I so you can make a half price shop and just spend 10 here?
Ooh, yeah, that's an interesting gambit, right? Because that is so much value if you spend all your ingots in a half price shop, but you're also skipping out on this node if you do that. Well, I mean, you could buy a few
That's
things.
right. You
and
also
save
could
the rest.
withdraw. Oh well, actually, Arcturus only has 18 ingots, which means that is, if you want to play this as like optimally as possible, you've got a floor 6 shop coming up, right? So you want to withdraw 3 here, 3 in the next shop, and 3 on the floor 6 shop if for some reason you want to buy the first half.
That's
gonna give you
optimal,
9
I guess. but
ingots.
It feels bad.
Yeah, it is really bad. I mean, but the other way is if you withdraw 5, you're gonna have 7. Oh, I'm actually hearing from Arcturus that they thought it was 5 ingots total when they pre-farmed it. That is unfortunate. I do believe I have a clarification on those rules written at the bottom, but maybe it bears repeating again.
Okay,
Though.
pass me up on the Shores E2, which is gonna definitely buy Archers. Maybe.
Okay, there is Reed.
But yeah, we have Reed. That's gonna be a welcome source of healing.
Yes, we want that medic pickup, and it's worth looking at the second half of the shop. But I think that means we are not going to look at it, and we're just going forward. We are maybe going to overwrite the emergency then.
Okay.
I think in terms of the safety of the run, that might be a good idea. On the other hand, I'm always I was hoping people are going to do some pretty tough emergencies here.
Yeah.
This is going to be 20 out of 25 means this is gonna be a floor 4 emergency.
That's right.
No extra points for getting an emergency late, obviously. It's still
But I
gonna be the
think
normal amount.
given what we've seen of this squad can handle floor 4 emergencies quite well.
Yeah, there should be nothing too bad here.
And especially now with the additional damage coming out from Eternal Night and Emperor's Favor.
Yes, yeah, Eternal Night is pretty big here. Though I think the tough stage here is actually Restricted Zone.
Because of the DP, or?
Not just the DP, but the fact that Dorothy, for example, actually can't stay on field.
Ah, right. Yeah, you can no longer sustain Dorothy with,
Yeah.
well, maybe with some clever Ansel deployments.
Yeah. And given that, and I'm not sure it's fatal, but it would be tough, and it probably would be leaks as the champions. I don't blame if Arcturus feels that this is actually a skip.
So yeah, there is route weave to worry about now, which there wasn't before, right? Route weave does make a lot of those stages quite a bit harder.
Yeah, and we have Barrow 2.
Yeah.
Barrow 2
In the case of Restricted Zone, it is 2 more champions, I believe, right?
Restricted Zone is 1 extra drone. Although emergency always has those 2 champions, which is
Oh,
terrible to
right.
deal with.
Yeah, I forgot. Restricted is, yeah, it is the extra drone.
Yeah. And it looks like we're not doing it, which is acceptable. And we're
Yep.
using, oh, okay. Hunter Rage is going to maybe get us some temp, although the temps can only be 4 stars and 5 stars
Yeah.
if you don't Concord it. And oh,
Yeah.
we got Bowtie back, we got Aegis. Deathmatch is here from Weiner. That's a pretty good pickup. Yeah, a lot of high value things. This is the point where your scary looking squad might turn into a really good looking squad. It also means that we are committed to doing perhaps just ending 3. There's no more time to apply
I think
for
there's
ending 2.
no. It was already too late to do double ending, right?
That's right. Actually, at that Lost and Found node, if Arctos had picked up the Scar and Void, it actually is enough time.
Oh, okay.
As well as being able to still overwrite the emergency and then apply the shop at the last node before the final. But oh, actually, there's no second prophecy, right?
Yeah, there's no second prophecy, right?
Yeah, no,
So
no.
it would not be
There was no way.
Yeah. So I think right now Arcturus just wants to focus on securing that ending 3.
Yep. I think that bow tie is gonna be a huge pickup here, as well as I mean, it is cast spec, right? So that specialist voucher, I'm hoping has some value left because if you're playing cast spec, I think you should be prepared to draft like, I don't know, 4 specialists, 5 specialists.
Wait, but was Rage applied on this node or a different
Rage
node?
was applied on this node, I believe, because it
So
was the
that means
emergency.
both of these
Oh wait,
vouchers
is this
could
a
be bonus
this
points,
is a
right?
double prophecy? Is this a double prophecy?
No, I don't think it was a double prophecy.
Oh. It's an interesting time to apply it then. I guess it's a guarantee that you are... Okay, so that wasn't a guarantee emergency skip, which means we actually might be doing the emergency.
Yeah, I think we are doing the emergency. Yeah, I don't think there's a double prophecy. So one interesting option is Archers could actually pick up both of these vouchers, get the temp ops within, then rob, and then get another temp op from the robbing.
That's
for a total
true.
of 90 bonus points from temp operators.
Yep. Although I will say, robbing the floor 5 shop and then completely passing the floor 6 shop.
Yep, that is losing value.
Usually has a pretty difficult time on floor 6.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's a big risk. It does guarantee that you're probably going to get to floor 6. You have to weigh that against whether you want to get through floor 6.
Yeah.
Stone's very low value now. There's no notes to apply to.
I agree. Yeah, you can't really use stone on 4-6.
Yeah, now deathmatch for 10 when you only have 18. It's hard to say.
Yeah, it's usually a good relic.
And of course, you can still buy an index for 8. Does it feel
That wouldn't
good?
be crazy. I mean, going from
Not-
0 to 1 is kind of a big change.
It lets you prepare for the next combat and actually, pick the correct skills.
Yeah.
When you
It's
play
information.
Yato, skill 2 versus skill 3, bringing the wrong skill can be fatal.
Yeah. So buying index and deathmatch together is an option, but that will cost all the ingots, which means buying the specialist voucher will not be an option unless Arcturus also decides to withdraw with ingots.
Yeah, I am a little bit questioning that decision not to withdraw like 3 ingots from that previous shop. Points is nice, but living is also pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, this is not an easy decision. Now, with the deathmatch, it is a lot more DPS, but do you think there are survival thresholds that might be difficult to meet with the deathmatch?
Right now, Reed is the only healer, right?
Yeah.
That actually could be a problem ending 1.
Yeah, that could be a problem against Sami Villain, for example,
Yes.
if those frost columns do too much damage to Miner because of that. And also there's Eternal Night, which means he's just constantly losing health.
Yep. Eternal Night is kind of demanding. Not too
Yeah.
demanding, but like Ansel's not.
Yeah.
not
That is
sufficient.
one of the downsides of Reed. She doesn't take care of your healing needs quite as much.
She takes, well, okay, so one of the things I learned recently is actually that Reed S2 is the preferable skill for ending 1 if you are willing to play, how do I put it? It's not as easy, it's not as simple, It's incredibly
Yeah.
easy to press read skill 3 and do it, but there's actually,
Yes.
I think, a better way to just do it with read skill 2.
There's another medic voucher here, which could be a read E2 or could be a different medic.
I think that read E2 might be pretty impactful right now.
That would be pretty impactful, yeah. There's
Good
also another
damage.
supporter option.
Yep, and we are getting
Reed
that
has
read
an
E2.
E2. So far, we've seen 2 temp ops, but none of the temp ops being picked because there were other priorities.
Oh, and we are also
This is
taking
being Porcus.
Porcus. Okay, the healing has been resolved. Porcus
Yeah,
E1
so unfortunately, the
is...
rage not actually picked up, but that's okay. It did still lower the collapse.
Yep, and we are also getting the Boundless gift, which means that we are committed now. 21
Yeah.
out of 23 means that we are sitting right at 6 collapses.
Yep.
Yeah, now the outstanding question, of course, is if you are going to use read skill 2, you better know exactly how you're going to use it.
Yeah.
So it's surprisingly tricky. Yeah, shout out to I think Ulta, who does Relic Less, who shared that strategy the other day. I think in the Discord, yeah. Alright, that means we are at the ending 1 boss.
That read is level 60.
Hey, can we take a
as well.
second? That Dorothy is S2, M3, and no masteries on 3.
Interesting, yeah.
2 is definitely a really nice skill for IS4. The bind usually ends up being massive value, but
But sometimes
have-
you do want to use skill 3.
Yeah,
I
I
feel
have
like
heard
I
that-
see Dorothy as a pretty common M6.
yeah, I have seen S3 a lot outside of IS, and I think even inside IS there are potentially some applications.
Mm-hmm. I also wonder if the read being level 60 instead of a higher level could potentially affect some HP thresholds here.
We do have Aegis, so I'm hoping that we're not going to see any problems. The module is really nice as well. The healing amount is just nice. Yeah, Relicless Read mod 1 level 90 takes her from not surviving column attack to surviving column attack. And actually, even at, I think, level 75, I did this check earlier, it also takes her past the threshold.
Yeah,
And
the module is big.
yep, one of those things where the stats don't even look amazing. It's some attack and some HP, but it's actually a crazy good breakpoint.
Yeah, but surviving versus not surviving is kind of a big deal because some villains, DPS is actually not that high, but if you get one shot, you get one shot.
That's right.
Now, I'm expecting to probably see an Ansel as well because another source of healing.
いつでも行けますよ。
And unfortunately, there's just not enough deploy squad slots to bring anyone else here. Although I wonder about the castle. What do you think the castle's role is on this team?
Could be a temporary bait for one column or for the stun attack if you're using a timer for this. Pretty common strat to try to bait out the stun attack. That said, if you do it wrong, or if you're not using a timer, it's pretty difficult, and Castle is liable to accidentally get just hit by column instead.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. While we're waiting and while they're probably having a little discussion and thinking about it, yeah, I think the reason why Dorothy S3 sometimes does come into play in IS is they do arts instead, and there are some stages where the damage that you get out of Dorothy is more important than the bind that you might get. Especially
Now, just
early
to
on.
confirm, there were 2 shops on this floor. The first shop was a normal shop, and Archers did not withdraw at all.
That is
right? And the second
correct, yeah.
shop, Archers did withdraw.
Yep,
5
only 2 ingots. Only withdrew 2,
Oh, only 2,
although
actually.
it doesn't matter for the bonus at least.
Yeah.
How many HP? I think it was like 10. 9. You
Alright,
can
Lofty
lose this
Silverfrost,
easily.
here we go.
Frankly speaking, if you don't have 83 HP, you can lose the stage easily no matter what.
True.
But Look, you gotta have faith. I have faith that Arcturus is gonna figure this one out.
Yeah,
See how it
we
goes.
have emotional on a few of these ice blocks.
Yeah, do we have emotional on the boss? We do not.
We do not.
And
Thankfully.
is that read S2?
Read S3.
It's read S3?
Yeah, that read has enough damage to just one-shot the ice, which is nice.
Okay, read
Definitely gonna make
S3
opening up tiles a lot
is...
easier.
Oh, interesting.
Ooh, we're seeing the castle deployed.
I'm not
So
sure
the
what that
castle
does.
actually buys Ines enough time to go invisible.
Interesting. Not leaning on using the read open to just completely clear things out because it is a read S2.
Yeah. it is
Okay,
Read
yeah,
S2.
we're going for the read S2 strat, and this is really exciting. There's two particular tiles where this works out really nicely.
Yeah, that Jessica. Ooh,
Oh,
unfortunately,
but
Jessica was
is-
died and was not retreated.
Yep, and that read tile has been open now.
Yeah. But
gonna be a
overall, I would
towel.
say that the DP rolls have been pretty favorable. Most of these units are costing less than they would, especially the Dorothy.
Yep, only Jessica and Lynn even cost in the 20s, and
Yeah.
it's really nice to see.
The Mliner has been deployed, and he is now baiting the stun attack.
Yeah, this
Ines
is
does die, but I think she did her job. She helped open.
yeah, nice thing about Aegis is that even if you lose your shields in the middle of the fight, it still stays on for the entire stage.
That's right.
Afterward, though, we're gonna have to contend with that.
I'm a little bit curious about the Mliner facing right instead of facing up.
Yep,
I guess it's to block stuff at the bottom, kill stuff that's below Mliner. So he is doing a lot of damage. Thanks
Now,
to
Dorothy
that
and
fact.
Yato are going to be completely sufficient to hold the right side, but it's going to be a couple of pretty sensitive deployments.
Yes.
Clicked out your bait yet?
Okay, Ines has been deployed a second time. She's not being attacked by the boss right now because Miner has taunt.
Yep, now we're using Yato to clear out some tiles, and that little bit of extra damage means that it's actually quite comfortable right now.
Yeah. Now, I wonder where Dorothy's gonna go, because Dorothy, you don't want her to get hit at all.
Well, my guess is that it's going to be in the center. Oh, no, not in the center, actually.
Wait, Dorothy just died? Or,
I know
no, she
what
was
to
retreating.
do.
Dorothy was retreated. Not sure why.
I won't take a single step back.
But
Maybe
using
Arcturus
Yato-
decided that that was not a good place to put Dorothy.
This is one of those signs where you probably want to slow down and
Yeah, definitely want to play this
Make
very
sure you
carefully.
don't-
So I think Dorothy's placement is gonna be pretty important there.
yeah, Dorothy should be deployed and placing mines on the right side by now. This is a little bit scary.
Yeah, without mines on the right side, it's kind of hard.
Oh
to
no,
pretend.
and how
Oh,
did
unfortunately.
and we've already faced the boss. This is really early.
Ooh, yeah,
That
that's
is a
early
problem.
phase. Yeah, the boss attacking 2 units at once means that even if you have 2 columns, that is not possible. Oh yeah.
Oh no, wait. Hold
the
on,
read
hold
is
on.
back,
This-
but the read is not gonna be able to sustain this for very long.
Yeah, your only option now is to try to just force this kill and then deal with
I
everything,
think
because
that
otherwise
boss
it's just
phase
not enough.
Was probably the team was not in a setup that was ready to take on boss phase 2 yet. They could
Yeah,
sustain phase 1 but not phase 2.
yeah, pressing Miner there is really aggressive, and unfortunately, if you don't have the damage set up, the
Yeah.
second column.
Sometimes sometimes if your damage isn't, if your setup isn't able to handle phase 2 that early, you cannot point Miner at the boss. You have to point Miner
Well,
away from the boss.
Or you
and
just
then do a
don't deploy
redeploy.
Miner, or you just
Now would be
or you
a
just
great
don't
time to
press
pause
Miner.
and think on what we're gonna
Miner
do
definitely does need to be deployed, right? Because you want to
Yeah,
make those
he definitely
calls,
is.
but you don't need to press his skill. Oh
Yeah.
no, you really hate to see it. I hope that Arcturus might be able to figure out a way to get out of this. It's gonna
This
be
is very
really
tough.
scary,
One
and the
life
next
remaining.
few deployments are gonna be very critical.
Yeah.
Somehow you have to, and you're working with Barrow as well. You have to figure
Yeah.
out a way that you can get everything deployed without actually having them die instantly.
Yeah.
Since this is on
Barrel
mobile,
2
we're
does not make this easy at all.
yeah, we're not going to be seeing any pause deploy tricks here, unfortunately. You know, if you were able to pause deploy 3 operators at once, you can get them to be in reverse deploy order, so you can put down your tank, then 2 other operators, and just sort of do it in one go.
Yeah.
But wow, what is the way out right now? On the left side, you've got this heavy defender that needs to be blocked. It's also an emotional
Yeah.
dog. You're
But I
still
think
at-
the knight on the left leaks before, so that's the first enemy that needs to be dealt with.
Yeah, the heavy has a bit of time as well as syncing up with the Centurion. And I think the Yonto deployment might get it.
I think Reed needs to be attacking the boss the whole time because she needs a target to heal off of.
Yes, the typical tile for Reed is actually next to the boss on the left side facing down, if you're gonna use Reed S2.
Yeah, that's a pretty good
This is
tile.
this is like a undisputed champion of tiles, I think.
Yeah, because it
with
makes
a-
Reed herself like next to the boss.
Yes, with a Reed S3 start, what you want is usually to have Reed like that little island tile on the left side facing right to open up. Then at the mid boss you retreat and just cycle Reed over to be in the center facing up, so she always has attack on the boss for just the second half. It's not as important for the first part.
Yeah, I think most people are more used to seeing that opening with the skill 3, but not as familiar with seeing the skill 2 version.
Yeah, I like the reason I'm quite enamored with the S2 version right now because I think that it's very elegant and it makes it so you actually don't need a second
Okay,
medic.
we're seeing that version.
Oh no, it's a stun attack.
Oh, stun. Reed is.
Oh, does Reed
actually
survive
the
this?
stun,
I don't
though?
think so.
Oh, it's
Nothing can mask the scent of despair.
Oh no, it's
unfortunately,
not
it's not
enough.
health.
Yeah, the boss built up the SP, so the first thing deployed was gonna get hit.
Online.
Oh
That is
no,
so
and this is a bit of a
unfortunate.
scramble, and I don't think it's gonna be enough.
Oh, that is so
That-
unfortunate. Archers
that is
fought
an
really well, but
unfortunate way to go.
Yeah, this is that was really
Yeah.
difficult, and especially with Barrow too the whole time. Like Arctis spent the entirety of floor 5 fighting against it.
yeah, I think that was probably a good retile. It was just because the boss had the SP to do the stun attack.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
so
right
unfortunate.
retile and everything, but unfortunately just getting reset and phasing that boss super early made it very difficult to continue.
Yeah, definitely had a very good idea in mind, no matter what.
still not a bad final score to end up with in terms of even just the base score.
1123 is respectable, and getting to the end of floor 5 at least means that you fought pretty well. You fought pretty hard, but it is not over yet because it is a 2-player format, and Tenebris is still on floor 4 waiting.
That's right.
And that means while Arcturus' run may be over, Tenebris is ramping up right now. And of course, it's not over for Arcturus either. You know, they've been in contact this entire time. They've been helping each other strategize, you know, decide on what notes to take, what to do.
Yeah.
Hopefully. And they can continue to do that.
Yep. So it is floor 4.
All
I
right.
do see a scout.
Yep, and we're
And
immediately
route weave
picking up that route weave, just picking up where Arcturus left off.
Yeah.
Alright, looking at that left side, this means that Tunburst is going to have to make this push without Enos and Reed and Warner. Which means that hopefully a meal size pickup might be on the horizon. This is a Torch and Rockhorn run, which means that a lot of these stages can be punched through with just Typhon's damage.
Yeah. But you need to give her the Rockhorn buffs, so you need to think about a setup that enables that, which usually is doable. Okay, that is a Texas. Texas is going to take care of the first enemy. And this is it. Wait, is 30 enemies even with route weave? That means it's special, right?
No, 30 is normal. It's gonna be 2 extra defenders at the end.
Oh, 2 extra. Okay, that means okay. I thought it was
These
1 extra.
defenders are, I think, considered some of the easier route weave enemies you can encounter, but they do have a little gimmick of running straight at the blue box instead of actually, you know, doing a little bit of a loop in the middle.
Yeah, the regular defenders that appear, they always they kind of walk around, so they have a lot of time to kill them.
Right, and that is not your Discord login sound. That is apparently Elysium's is bleeding through a little bit. No big deal.
Yep.
Alright, getting those Torch and Horn adjacencies early on is going to be nice, especially considering there is no fast food to play on. Oh, there is a Texas, but there is no Yato, which means that Texas takes a little bit longer to actually kill things. A lot of the times you end up baiting with Texas and not actually killing the enemy, just oh, actually, yeah, that Typhon damage is massive right now. Oh, and we've got incredibly stacked Spot. Spot is just going to heal so fast.
Spot Rockhorn, let's go.
And
Put
Torch.
Ethan behind Spot to make it four adjacencies.
I mean, yeah, at this point, Spot's going to carry the whole thing to victory, right?
Yeah.
All you need is a spot, actually.
Typhon's taking damage, but as soon as Spot activates, immediately heal to full.
Oh my god, the Spot is the most
That is the
powerful thing I've ever seen.
Rockhorn.
Yep, and Spot's taking hits from the caster, but it's just nothing to him.
Yeah. People were asking if Horn is so good, why didn't they make Horn 2? Well, they did make Horn 2. It's called Rockhorn.
That's right, and it is also Spot here.
This is actually Spot the Invincible.
Spot the Invincible.
Gabriel, you're giving up your
Spot
title,
very
huh?
invincible now.
I can't believe Gabriel just said that. Alright, Typhon is gonna stun those enemies and take them out. The crossbowman has been baited properly. Oh, actually, Spot does not have skill up right now. Oh, but it's okay. The caster is focusing Spot right now, not Typhon.
Alright, another textile placement. Even with those 2 drones, it's okay. And yeah, the route of enemies are dealt with really quickly, so that is a very chill noise disturbance.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, potentially the Ethan promotion here.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's exactly what it is.
And we have emergency practical test.
Yep, EM practical with this squad, I think is, the opening is a little bit slow, but other than that, I think it's going to be pretty nice. And again, we still have Torch and still have Rockhorn.
Yep.
What is the squad looking for right now? I think a Vanguard would be nice, just in case we get something like Barrow again.
For sure, yeah.
And a Hoshi promotion.
E2 on the Hoshi, yeah.
Yep, and we also have an inning 2 guarantee actually, with the, still have the Doubtful Dartle that hasn't been applied yet. In terms of the healing here, we have Hoshi that needs a promotion. Warfrin would probably also want a promotion there. Could just then devote her to just be healing duty. Although, I think with Sculptor and with Ansel and Rockhorn and Torch, that actually might just be enough too. So, quite a few solutions here. Oh, we're gonna maybe put Deacon super far up to just use a skill and get the boss. Alright, or get the drone. Is there anything else?
Unfortunately, I forgot to note whether or not Arcturus' run had spiked chests. Do any of y'all remember? If not, I'll have to just rewatch.
At 1, Arcturus says. Can we trust Arcturus? I think we can.
I thought I remember seeing at least one. I don't remember if there was more than one.
I remember one, I just don't remember where it was. Not that that really matters as much for the scoring.
Matters what floor it was.
I believe it was Prisoner's Night. Yes, I remember. We commented on the plume and the fang hitting the chest. But there were no other ones, I believe.
Alright, Typhon second activation is up. This stage suddenly got a lot more chill.
Yep. Now, I would like to see some more Rockhorn stacks on the Typhon so that she can get more attack speed and more attack.
Yep, there is
Actually,
another, oh, there it is.
There's a Rockhorn stack.
There is another robot coming up, so that one needs a little bit of a solution, although Deegan might actually just be the solution. But with just one stack of Rockhorn and Torch, it should be enough to actually kill all of the spawning Doran failures. That said, these drones are a problem.
I actually thought Deegan would utilize her skill to kill these drones.
I think there's definitely a little bit of fear about that second robot right here. Is that what it's being used for?
Oh, Deegan's skill was not actually
Oh,
downtime,
didn't
actually.
press it in time. That is unfortunate.
Yeah, unfortunately, the robots do stun you as soon as they start punching, so it is
Yeah.
too late to activate skill once that starts happening.
It's interesting because I actually thought I saw the fear be applied to the robot, but I don't think I saw it right then. Oh, we are gonna unfortunately have to deal with more robots now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that Deegan dying is going to be a bit of a problem. Texas getting rid of that drone ASAP so that Typhon is no longer being slowed. But
Yep.
it takes, unfortunately, Texas not doing enough damage to finish it
Yeah,
off.
I think there's a little bit of a question about why Hoshi and Ansel, instead of maybe Warframe to give Typhon more stacks, seems like a very expensive spend.
I think with like maybe 3 or so Rockhorn stacks, Typhon was basically at her normal attack speed, maybe actually a little bit higher. So it would kind of counteract the drone being there. Unfortunately, it looks like because Typhon is busy targeting these heavier enemies as a besieger, it looks like the last enemy will not be prioritized, and potentially we're going to see it wake up the last mech.
If
Unless,
we can,
unless there's no last enemy?
I don't think there is another one because, of course, one of these mechs actually is in the enemy count. Only one though. Oh, deploying Texas right on the enemy unfortunately means the enemy's going to kill very quickly.
The classic Texas doesn't have iframes.
That's right. Texas does not have iframes. Some operators are a little bit different.
Yeah.
And right now, Deegan's got 10 seconds to activation, and
Deegan does have her skill up, and
yeah,
takes
that
care
was
of the
right
mech.
on time. Very good call there.
Yeah.
And that last one's not going to wake up because we don't have any more enemies left. And Ethan
look at
holding
those
it in
Ethan fighting.
place. Yeah, a little bit of a
Ethan basically
scariness there,
Not letting them move at all.
but totally safe now.
Wow, very good.
All right, Tenebris isn't going to let this run die.
So that was
And
a leakless EM particle
Yep.
test.
That is right. And we also have a hunt option here, although Snow Priest could also be very valuable. You have 2 stacks of 2 Sings and only 1 Red Fold Artle to actually apply it with. It's hard to say. Do you want to go for points or do you want to go for a little bit of security on your run, right? Only 9 relics. It's pretty low. Pretty low. Though 2 of them are, 2 of the best relics that you could have possibly asked for. I wonder what this is going to be. Is it going to be chill by? Or Spectre regular is interesting. Not sure I've seen too much of that.
That's an interesting choice, yeah. Vector Regular is able to just think through some tough waves. For example, one of the waves in Musical Disaster, you can just drop a Spectre and have her be invincible in the face of a lot of projectiles.
It's true. It actually does deal with the Rat Weave enemy really nicely. And there's a nice beam management that actually lets you make the center tile too right out of the box to just be no beam. And while that means that you have giant AoEs to contend with, Spectre doesn't care.
Yeah, Spectre will just sit at 1 HP the whole time.
Alright, and we did pick up Spectre. Are we taking noise disturbance? I think we do have convergence.
True. So
Pay a life
it
point
does come
penalty
with a
too.
cost to index downward.
But you're playing Scientific Squad. If you don't spend your index now and you've taken Route Weave, then when are you ever going to spend it, right? This might be the last
Yeah.
chance.
There aren't that many chances afterward.
There's always the option to throw full dartles beforehand if you're really worried about convergence, but looks like we are not doing that. Going to noise disturbance. Which I personally expect to be just as clean as the last time.
So that is a regular chest, unfortunately, which means no bonus point, but some ingots. Deacon skill activated. Deacon is going to drag that caster back in and kill it. No one is there to bait the crossbow, so it does get locked onto Deacon Breaker. Someone should probably take care of the drone.
Yep. We had
It looks like we're gonna try and solve it with Texas.
Yeah, we had Texas actually in order to help deal with the drone before it became locked onto Deegan, but I don't know if that's actually no, I don't think it is. I think if the Texas had been next to Deegan, it would have been enough because of the Rockhorn. But
yeah, because of the Rockhorn.
Yeah, as it stands, I think this is a little bit scary actually.
Yeah, unfortunately the the micro stuns aren't actually an airtight stuns. So the drone does eventually move out of range of Texas.
That's right. Oh no, that is a dead Sculptor, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that Sculptor. Sculptor's healing isn't very high, especially before her skill.
Oh, and that might be a dead Deacon as well. What do you do to save this?
Ansel might need to go down very soon to save the Deacon. But unfortunately, the DP spend to put down Ansel means that Typhon cannot be used to hit air.
Okay, Deacon's got skill, which means that you can use it on the caster and not deal with some more enemy. And it gets rid of the defender.
Gives a little bit of time.
Yeah, that is some breathing
I think we
room.
might stabilize now because there is enough DP to put down a SP battery.
Yep, and using Texas to just get the drone out of the way at least would be really nice here. And I think that's exactly what's happening right now.
Earlier you get that out of the way, the less you have to worry about it.
Yep, and it's finally going to allow a little bit of time to put down a Typhon, I think.
All right, so it looks like we've started stabilizing a bit.
Yep. A little bit of a mishap in the opening with that drone, but now we are okay, and it's going to be just in time, I believe. Although you cannot hold this even a second. Yeah, that's perfect.
All right, more Rockhorn stacks.
Okay, for some reason we've decided not to do Omega Spot, which I don't know why.
I think that's a mistake. I think that's minus 500 bonus points.
Yeah, we're gonna have huge problems down the line dealing with the Omega Drone Summoner, of course.
Yeah.
But no, this is now a solid deployment. I think we've cleaned up that little bit of initial scary. Oh, nice use of Deegan there.
Well done reacting to that, Universe.
Yeah, since the Drone Summoner can't see Deegan while Deegan's doing skill, just walks forward and just walks right into her range while not even having a target to hit. Pretty good use of Deegan there.
Yep.
And that is a clean noise disturbance.
A little scary for a second there, but in the end it worked out.
Okay, not leveling up yet, but we do have enough hope, and it's another card voucher.
Oh, it's 3 ingots instead of 2 bonus ingots because of the Nightlands Pro, right?
Oh right, Nightlands Pro.
A bit of value there. Small amount of value, a smidge of value. Now the Spectre is E1, right?
Actually,
now?
It is
So yeah,
is that times 3 then? Because
no, it's times 1.5, right?
Well, Nightlands Pro is only 2, but you got 6.
Oh. Wait, but it was 3 ingots regular and 3 ingots bonus, right? The bonus is from the chest.
But chests usually only give 2 ingots.
Right, so I'm saying that because it gave 3 instead of 2, it's a 1.5 multiplier, right?
And then another 3.
Where was the other 3?
Well, it was 3 twice. Were there 2 chests?
No, there's only 1 chest.
Right, so normally you have 1 chest that gets 2, and now you have two drops that give 6.
But the 3 drop is the first 3 drop is just a normal stage clear.
Oh, stage clear. Gotcha. Yeah, it is only plus 50%. Right. Yeah, I was very confused where that second one was coming from.
Ah.
But yeah, the thing is, like, I thought it was 2.5 because I know the 10 to 25.
There is
always thought it was 2.5.
So this is a double prophecy floor.
Ooh, okay, we do have doubt, and this is a last chance to use it, right? Before.
Yeah.
If you don't apply it now, you do not have enough notes to actually do a double ending. But that would also be a commitment to doing a double ending with this exact squad, which is a little bit scary.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you would do a double ending necessarily.
You need a tank swap solution here, and you sort of just have Sculptor.
Like, the healing doesn't seem quite there. And you can't use Hoshi's skill 2 to tank either, because Hoshi's skill 2 will kill the carcasses.
Yeah, but regardless, Tenebris is taking the Scar Void, and that means that we might be seeing the ending too.
Okay. So this is EM Musical Disaster. Right before the prophecy, because there's always emergency before that prophecy.
That's right. EM Musical Disaster. This is one of those stages where having that Yato would be really nice, but your
Yeah.
teammate takes Yato, then you have to figure it out some other way.
But I
Typhon
think
can be
having
used.
Spectre is also pretty nice, as we discussed.
Yeah, though it isn't a long-term solution. I'm not seeing the
It is
Whiner
not.
here for good cycling. I'm not seeing a way to actually deal with the left side Violinist consistently. Maybe pointing Typhon left is actually one of the better solutions here.
But you also kind of want to point Typhon up so that you can actually just help hold all the golems.
The golems are kind of a minor problem, honestly, with the Deacon cycling.
That's true.
Those Violinists will just ruin your life. It's hard to say. They're all threats, right? All
Yeah.
threats of varying degrees.
Yeah, it's a
And you're-
low enemy count map, only 19, but they're all pretty significant enemies.
Yep, and with the route weave, it's gonna be 2021.
Yep.
It's like Hands of Loss.
Yep.
Not the same difficulty though.
Yeah, it's not. Hands of Moss is just a whole different beast.
Yeah, it's tough stage.
You could say it's a beast awaiting slaughter, even.
It's also worth more. Musical Disaster is also worth more bonus points. One of
Yeah.
the 3, 4, 5 emergencies that is.
Yeah.
All right, and we are going in.
Okay, so 20
20,
enemies. That
lower
means
end,
Definitely
we have-
no bonus enemy.
Yes, one less violinist to deal with is really nice.
That is nice.
3 violinists. You got an extra golem as well. We've got
Yeah.
same Spirecasters, and of course the one Spirecaster that shows up in the middle to ruin your day.
Mhm.
The question is this first enemy actually contestable? I don't know if
It's
it is.
pretty tough to contest the first Colossus
If
usually.
you do want to, it's gonna have to be Deacon at the start, but that skill's not
Yeah.
gonna come up.
Yeah, the
I
skill's
think
definitely
maybe
not
it's a
gonna be up.
safer idea to actually let it leak.
That might be a good play.
The other question is, of course, what kind of beam management is Tenebris gonna use?
Mm-hmm.
There's a classic putting down Deacon somewhere along the middle, but also you could move Deacon over forward one, down one in order to
Yeah.
shoot the beam around.
There is an
say.
option to not have the beam on Deegan and just have the SP battery give her the SP she needs.
That is also true, yeah. And it is a low SP amount, so
Yeah.
it's kind of reliable. Orphan
There's a
also
matter
could
of,
help with
do
the
you
SP.
want to deal with the casters who will deal AoE if your unit's not in the beam, or the violinists who will make the attack travel through the beam if they hit an enemy who is in the beam?
Yep.
It's a trade-off.
Yep, and if you don't deal with at least one of them a little early or have a burst, then you're gonna have to deal with both at the same time.
Yep.
Musical
Alright,
Disaster
so
is
one-
really fun.
One skill activation takes out about half of their health.
Yeah.
I am expecting an SP battery on Deegan.
Yeah, I'm also looking for the Torch Horn stacks right now. This is your saving grace right now, and you need to actually make
Yeah.
good use of these.
Okay, there's a stack. I think Ethan next to Deegan will also give her a pretty good stack.
That's right.
Oh, here comes that caster. The caster is not going to be able to deal AoE damage on Deegan because she is in the beam at least.
Yep.
But the hit
Oh
still
my
does a
god,
lot of
Deegan's
damage.
almost dead.
Oh,
Deegan
actually
dies.
with Colossus,
Oh
unfortunately.
no.
Warfare actually not able to keep up with the
Oh
healing.
no. This is a little bit scary.
Ooh, that is not good. The Spectre is up as a stopgap for a while, but there's only
this-
6 life to work with.
And the skill's not going to be up in time, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, if Spectre dies before her skill is up, then it's all for nothing.
Yeah, I think Deegan had skill for a little bit, but it wasn't pressed in time. Unfortunately, just like the practical test.
Yeah.
It really hurts to see. It's one of those things where it's like Tenebris probably comes into this knowing exactly what to do and what to press, but just that little bit of split second time.
Yeah,
accidentally
there's so
missing
many
it
places
once.
where you might make a small mistake, and that small mistake might just cost you your Deegan or cost you another key unit.
Yep. Okay, so
Alright.
I think we're choosing to let these leak, and I think that the violinist is about to move. If it
Yeah.
hasn't already started moving.
I think one of the violinists is starting to move, but violinists do walk pretty slowly, so Tenebris has a bit of time to recover here.
Yeah, they are
Although
able
the Deegan
to.
isn't up, there is a Typhon and there is a Spectre.
Yeah, they do hit on a night range, which means that the time they walk to the top row and go right by 3, they are going to be able to hit the first operator. That's gonna be about like 20 seconds at most. I think actually less.
Okay, Typhon has been deployed. That does remove the beam from Warframe, but maybe that's okay.
Yep, you might use.
Actually, Warframe is on offensive recovery, so it doesn't even matter for Warframe.
That's right. It is S1.
Yeah.
Okay, the question is, this is almost like a commitment to just a no blocking. Is that actually enough damage from Typhon?
Yeah,
It
no
is a
block
stack.
strats are actually kind of good on EM Musical Disaster if you have the necessary slowers for it, such as Ethan.
Yeah, it's good if you have a really massive amount of extra damage up, and I think you do if you have the stacks from Torch and Horn, but you don't have them.
Yeah.
So.
But you
how do
need
get
like
them?
at least 2, maybe 3 stacks on Typhon. But actually, you cannot even stack 3 on Typhon in this tile.
Okay, we are letting 2 more golems go at this point. That means that nothing else can leak. And
that's the last life.
Typhon's skill is also going to be stuck on the box. That
is true.
That's
Yes.
not where you want it.
There's no way to move the Typhon skill.
You would need to turn it off
If you
now.
cancel it, it's not going to be up on time. Deegan is back though, and you have exactly 33 DP to put down the Deegan.
Yeah, but she'd survive if you deploy her right now.
That's the scary thing. One Deegan skill, as we saw, doesn't actually kill Colossus. It leaves the Colossus at about half health. So you still need the supplemental damage from Typhon or someone else to finish off the Colossus.
Yeah, one
But
thing that you
with
could.
Typhon's cursor being so close to a blue box.
Hold on, I think
Where do you actually
one thing that you could do here is let's see. If we put down Deegan, one above Typhon facing right, this reroutes the beam all the way around to Warframe, who shoots it back up. Which means that you then also have beam connected for the middle lane, like both tiles of the middle lane. Though it is not open for the center. This will get Deegan's skill up in time for when the enemy reaches, which is a golem. As well as letting you put down a Texas within the beam, but there is a violinist, so the question is that actually worth doing?
Yeah, that's the scary thing, right? If you put someone in a beam in range of a violinist, then everyone in the beam gets hit, including Typhon and Warf in that case is also being hit.
I imagine they're having quite a discussion.
I don't think that
right now.
one shots Typhon, but I think it 2 shots Typhon.
I think it's probably not a one shot, yeah.
Yeah,
It's what, 50%?
something like that. I know that it 2 shots Shores.
This is not a meaningful
ultimate
reference point for
measurement.
anybody else, but
This is my version of American units.
Shores is,
What?
yeah, Shores is not a middle ground. Neither are snipers in general, but yeah, Ethan is
Okay,
Ethan
if
might be
Ethan
the
lands every bind, there's a shot.
yeah, Ethan has dodge, Ethan has bind. Maybe that could do it. Is there anything else you could do?
Okay, what if you put Ethan below the SP battery so that he gets the SP and he's able to maintain a really high skill uptime? Maybe that buys Typhon enough time to just like kill stuff.
You gotta get lucky.
And the thing about that tile is that it's not in beam, which means sure Ethan's getting hit by the violinist, but he has a lot of res, right? Ambushers have a lot of res. And he has dodge. So maybe Warframe can keep him alive.
I'm not sure that's not a one shot.
That's true. His HP is pretty low, so it might be a one shot.
I'm not seeing anything else here. This is it's kind of dire.
Yeah. 7 ammo left on the Typhon.
But you need to try something, and I think that leaving Typhon's crosshair in the center is probably not the thing to try. Okay,
Ethan
we are
is down.
All right, we're
Deegan
putting
is gonna get her
Deegan-
skill pretty fast thanks to the beam, but there is a Colossus approaching. That Colossus does a lot of damage as we saw,
Oh,
but doesn't
that's
one
not
shot
gonna
her.
survive.
Okay.
That's not gonna take a second hit.
Tremble.
But there's a fear applied. There's a
Oh,
frighten
but the
applied.
silence
Tremble's
not
gonna
protecting
help.
it.
And
The
that,
stun does not
oh
come outside. Oh,
no.
Tegan dies
I
again.
think it's over.
That is looking very dire. And actually, Warfren also died from that. Or was Warfren retreated?
Typhon was
Well-
one shot by that beam.
Oh, she was? Unfortunate.
Oh no. That's rough too. Emergency
Ooh, yeah,
musical
that is rough.
disaster. Oh!
Oh,
Oh no!
Oh.
gonna be
Oh,
counting
no.
some
Oh.
stuff tonight again, I think.
Alright, and with that move, Tenebris has doomed Gaviel to 2 hours in VOD prison.
Oh no.
That
Chris,
is-
you owe me an energy drink.
Whoops.
I can't stress enough. Please stay on the end screen when your run completes. This is not the first time, unfortunately. We really need the end screen.
Oh no.
Time to bust out the notebook again.
Yep.
This can't keep happening. This really
So,
can't keep happening.
We will report the score at a later date. You can join our Discord to
Yeah.
follow.
That is where we
true.
post the scores permanently. But we are gonna have to wait to see what the scores are then.
Yeah.
You'll all find that out sometime tomorrow morning.
We might need to make a rule about this. So that Gaviel doesn't have to do late nights again.
The rule is you instantly lose a certain number of points.
I think it's just 0. That way you don't have to count it.
That's
But,
actually so
but that's not a rule
Yeah,
right now. We're not gonna just punish for that. I assume it's just an honest mistake,
The
you
rule
know?
is I only count to floor 3. That-
Ooh.
Yeah, that's the problem. It was so fast that it couldn't even see anything. Half a second
They should
slower,
really
and the
let you,
top
like-
half of that thing shows up too, and it's the worst part.
Hypergriff should really just let you view the end credits for your last run just at any time. But alas.
Oh yeah, but it's okay. These things happen. In the absence of the scoring, we are going to still bring on Tenebris and Arcturus for a quick post-game interview, so we can talk about their runs. In just a second. And alright, you are live on air. Hello.
I was not expecting anyone to go that way. I did not realize until it was at 52% that Minora was doing enough damage to one cycle it.
Yeah, the ending one boss. Yeah, phasing the boss super early made it a little scary, right?
Yeah, once that happened, I was fine until then, because I had everything planned out consistently in practice for just getting that done perfectly, so long as I didn't phase it early, which I did.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate to see, but I think both runs really good fight and a lot of good showcasing of using the relics
we saw a lot of
using
emergencies.
operators. Yeah, and definitely a lot of emergencies. Yeah, how do you feel about your runs, your floor 1 through 3, and then 4 and 5?
I thought that it was fine up until. I thought that it was great up until the up until end one, of course, because words. I mean, 4 1 through 3, nothing crazy, but it was just clean, good luck.
Yeah.
It was just set out to be a good run, and then 4-2 or 4-4. There wasn't that good, or there wasn't any single spot where I could use Hunt to get 3 emergencies, so that was annoying. Although it was still fine.
Yeah, definitely.
Arrowheart, that was fun. I was not planning to be the one taking the Hinds until that happened, at which point I was recommended to.
Oh yeah. So the Enos was a last minute decision, huh?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes.
Yeah, because I remember you walked out of floor 3 with 6 stars and then immediately got slapped with barrel 1 with barrel 2 on the way, right?
Yep.
How'd you feel about that?
That was not the first time that's happened somehow, but
Yeah.
It is pretty
that's a
rough.
tough one. Yep.
Our runs were simultaneously very cursed, but it also went really well. It's hard to explain because I feel like every bad omen that I put for Arc came true. Like right before we started, I was like, it'd be really funny if you got a pre-promoted Texas and you took Texas and I have to work with Yato, who I haven't had as much practice with, or like before. The main contention between our vouchers was obviously Ines,
Mhm.
and I was like, listen, man, I think we should just let whoever gets the barometric or the worst start get Ines.
Mhm.
And Arcturus was like, yeah, I'll be fine with barometric. And then I saw the Baro 2, and it's like, you are kidding me. Go to
Oh.
Yeah, in that moment it was decided, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, Tenorus, how did you feel? You actually decided to do a reset.
I think the reset was correct. That was very scuffed. Even just doing normal Shady Frozen Sea makes me nervous. That's why I hesitated on that note so much. I got out of it with 1 leak, but I like even just the relic. Even besides the relics, I saw like I don't have Warfare and I don't have any Hope relics. Even not even like a Sculptor or I've been taking Gnosis too, but like no one to buff Deegan's damage. Like I'm screwed for the boss. Probably not that run because I had New Tribe, but Arcturus was like, yeah, just reset. And I was like, yeah, this isn't enough damage for floor 4.
Yeah, and then just immediately getting hit with Torch and Rockhorn on the first shot. This has been pretty
Bro,
exciting.
I can't believe I threw that. I overestimated my damage so much. I was like, oh yeah, emergency musical disaster. I'm sure it'll be fine. And then I watched Dijon just die, and I was like, huh?
Oh,
2
yeah.
seconds.
Yeah, it was really rough. But yeah,
I'm
so it
really
sounds like,
sorry, Gabriel, about the not looking at the scores thing.
It's fine. All I gotta do is just put that on 2x and just go.
Lock in. Yep. Shout out to Gaviel. We all appreciate Gaviel so much for making this sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
Someone had to do it.
with that said, I still think it's a showing to be proud of. You know, two good runs that did die in different ways, but still, I think there was a lot to be proud of in those like emergencies and how you handle some of those other stages too.
Oh yeah, they
Okay,
were both
another thing
very
was, like-
impressive.
Okay. Another thing was like, I hesitated before going into EM Musical Disaster because I haven't done it much. And then I pressed start, and then like 2 seconds later, Arcturus was like, maybe consider using Sing. I was like, yeah, maybe. And then he was right.
Oh,
Totally should have
yeah,
popped
I
one of the
didn't
Sing.
realize that stream delay was that long.
Oh yeah, that's a tricky thing to
Yeah.
deal with too.
I think I could have gotten double ending if I just singed there and gotten through, or if I just pressed Deegan's skill and not expected to tank on Musical Disaster.
You know, it's definitely possible that that's the way it goes. D15 is still tough, and you're playing with Disjoint on top of that. It's quite a challenge, I think. But yeah, but that's
That's another thing too. It's like all my runs I've been prepping for. I feel like personally, I find instant contamination EM to be really hard. So that's what my squad was kind of gearing up to be. It was like the Ethan pick. If I had Excess Hope, I would pick Mostima
yeah.
and Ether with the degen and a whole bunch of buffs. That's what I was setting up for. I got Musical Disaster and just let my guard down. That was unfortunate.
Yeah, it's definitely understandable. But yeah, with that said, is there anything you want to say to the upcoming competitors?
Wait on the score screen.
What about you, Arcturus?
Not much serious now, aside from just take emergency frozen sea, try and do it with 2 operators so we get a monthly card or something. But yeah,
At
in seriousseriousness
the end,
now.
bro, you gotta throw EM Shady Frozen Sea. It's
All
not
right,
a throw
that's-
of times.
Yeah, interesting Hail Mary, but yeah, once again, GG's. You know, good showing and good luck to the players up ahead. Yeah. All right, up next, we are going to have so-called free thinkers. And that's going to be radio and soft form. So we're going to take a second, take a very short break to set up for that. And when we're back, we're going to have them getting started on another D15. See you in a bit. All right, we're back.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back.
And now we've got our second and final match of the day, so-called free thinkers with Radio Yaya and Softform. Radio's actually been going to be going first with the caster and specialist squad.
Mm-hmm.
We've been seeing a lot of this squad recently.
Yep, every run for the past 3. And I think without further ado, we can get started. I'm pretty excited to see this as well. We also have a medic sniper, which is, I think, a less common class squad from Softform.
Very nice.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty exciting. And 2 Disjoint class squads, I think, always has some benefits there.
Yeah. Helps you avoid each other's 6 stars, but sometimes you may just get offered all the vouchers of your teammate.
Yep. And it looks like
we
we've
got
secured,
Golden Glow.
yeah, Golden Glow start.
Now, Radio is a big fan of Golden Glow, so I'm not surprised.
Yeah,
Mhm.
this is definitely a less typical start, but I know that Radio's actually been practicing this one quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
So we might be able to see some very fun strats that we haven't been able to see yet here.
Yeah, we're gonna have a cruise as well and a spot. So pretty well-rounded squad. Have a 3 block and good range damage. Okay, and I think Arch is a pretty good full turtle to be offered. So is this a 3 combat floor one, it looks like? Yeah. Always nice to see that. So either Ghost Resort or Hand of Moss can lead into a 3 combat path.
That is right. Which means that you pick whichever one you think is easier to get bonus enemies, right?
That's right.
It's gotta be Handsome Moss, though.
Yeah, Hands of Moss has the nice, like, center choke point.
And you really hope that you're not going to get the dog. I think with this squad, it might be pretty difficult.
Well, if Golden Glow locks on to the Crying Thief and then the Crying Thief goes invisible, do the drones keep attacking, do you know?
I'm not sure, actually. I would assume no, but it's a good question.
I feel
might
like it's
find
no,
out.
but I'm also not 100% sure.
Yeah, we might find out right now, but we got 20 enemies, so unfortunately not.
Because if the answer is yes, then every Mecha Core caster, especially like Golden Glow and Rock will just have a really easy time killing.
Yeah, they'd only need a small window to actually get it. Okay, E2 Golden Glow is just completely killing that butcher.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so when you see the 20 enemy count on Hands of Moss, that means no bonus enemy for sure.
Yep, I wonder what the further cast spec picks are going to be. Golden Glow start is already a little unorthodox.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you pick up some enablers. Maybe this this cast spec player actually takes Tex Alt as the next one.
So I feel like with the Golden Glow draft, her best allies are like Sculptor, which obviously is not in the cast spec squad, but maybe you pick her anyways, just because she increases Golden Glow's damage by a lot. Since Golden Glow has a low base attack.
Yes, extremely low. Maybe by that same, well, Heidi also helps, but unfortunately Golden Glow skills are very long, which means that Heidi's buff would just run out before.
Yeah, Heidi's like 15 seconds, I believe.
Mhm.
Not quite long enough for Golden
Works
Glow.
with stuff like Deegan much better.
Golden Glow lines up kind of well with Sora if you want a lower hope option. Sora lasts for 30 seconds with her skill 2. And her buff is a little bit less potent
Heidi's
than
10
Heidi's, but
seconds.
still it's about the same magnitude.
Yeah, Heidi is 10 seconds. That makes sense.
Mhm.
All right, but we're through the first stage, and we've got 5 hopes, so no 6 stars just yet, unless it's... Oh, never
Ooh,
mind, it is
after
cast
getting a
spec.
hope, that could be a 6-star. Well, there are no 6-star people
And
hopes.
the offerings are a little bit not amazing, but there's an E2
Yeah.
pudding there.
There's E2 pudding, and there are also various 6-stars who are still pretty good at E1.
Yep, that said, often not saving even that 1 hope on that first chef can eventually prove to be kind of bad.
True. Okay, so we're going with the lava. Lava is able to do AoE damage, which is really good for something like Prisoner's Night Emergency.
Mm-hmm.
Although this one is Prisoner's Night Normal.
Yep, which means that even without the Golden Glow, the squad can clear it. So with Golden Glow, surely the bonus enemies are totally secured.
Mm-hmm. All right, once again, no chests on this one, and also no bonus enemy.
But that should mean for very easy time.
Yeah.
Yep, it's gonna be a good 4-1.
Okay, Golden Glow activated. Now, I believe this Golden Glow does have a module, maybe module 3, hopefully.
Well, if you're gonna start with Golden Glow, you sure hope so.
I would kind of hope so, yeah.
Her skill's almost done. There's gonna be a couple enemies left, but no big deal.
And the module 3 on Golden Glow does max out her crit damage when her drones explode. It raises up to 375% of her attack, which is a lot of attack scale.
Yeah, very impactful. Golden Glow's damaging backloads, but it's actually really interesting, right? It's just
Yeah.
sort of. I wonder if you can like micro time some of that in IS4.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, absolutely no incidents in Prisoner's Night, normal, as expected. Good practice start. And ooh, this is a good one for specialists. You definitely want to
Yeah.
see that.
That is nice.
We do get specialists, of course, but
Picking a defender, and I wonder if
also
this is
vouch.
going to be Cora, despite the hope spend. I'm.
Oh, and it
Are we
is
not seeing
cardigan.
no Cora?
Cardigan.
Okay, you see the mouse moving almost like a magnet towards Cora, but
Yeah, I mean,
it is
there's
going to be a
a-
cardigan.
There was definitely a little. I kind of want a Cora.
yeah. Now, the emergency isn't on this path, but there is an option to index down for the emergency.
Yep. Though if you're playing cast spec, that index spend can really hurt you later on.
It can, yeah. Not having the vision, or just not having the option to index later.
Mm-hmm. All right, we've got a normal Ghost of the Resort. And
Okay,
Golden Glow
very-
actually could get those
Very
enemies
devoid
really
of
early.
chests and bonus enemies on this first 4-1, unfortunately.
Yeah, that said, 3 combat, I don't think you can really ask for too much more. It's really nice stuff.
It really helps you round out your squad.
It's also worth noting there is I believe no hope bonus and no kettle bonus. This is actually just E2 Golden Glow start.
Hmm.
There's nothing wrong with that, of course. Oh, Golden Glow's been undeployed.
Oh.
In favor of lava. Interesting. Is that Golden Glow
I
gonna be
wonder-
back in time?
Yeah, I think Golden Glow might be back on time.
I guess
I
furthermore,
wonder if that was to prevent Golden Glow from doing something.
as long as she doesn't press her skill, it seems like it would be okay.
Mm-hmm.
But this should still be okay as well, right?
Yeah. Lava does very well with this big slug wave, and
Yep.
Spot can just out-sustain for a while.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, since it's normal, the range stops are not in question here, and we've got a cardigan for backup too. It should be very secure.
Mm-hmm.
All right, yeah, Spot's just not even taking that much damage.
Yep. Cardigan deployed. Just stall a little bit.
Golden
Alright,
Glow
and
is
Golden Glow
almost
is
back, but that skill's
yeah.
also almost run
No
out,
issues at all.
so it's kinda close, but not really. No problem.
Yeah. And it is worth noting that if there's a situation where you don't want Golden Glow to hit something with skill 3, skill 1 and skill 2 can be considered. Skill 1 is a pretty good DPS skill. Skill
Yeah.
2 is an infinite, but of course has a longer charge time.
Yeah, I wonder in IS4 which stages use which skills. It's definitely not something I've considered too much.
Mhm.
All right, we've got 9 hope now and a supporter voucher. So this might maybe it's even the Sculptor pickup you mentioned earlier. Oh, it's a free Glaucus.
Temp Glaucus.
Temp off for the bonus points. Yes, it is going to be a free Glaucus.
That means we're saving 9 hope going right into the shop, which could be pretty impactful.
Yeah, so definitely can pick up a lot of stuff in the shop.
Yep, not taking the emergency cancel monsters, going right into the shop now. We've got the Bowtie, Night Whispers, and Chalice. And
We have Chalice again. We have a caster voucher.
Yeah, caster promotion, unfortunately. With cast spec, you're hoping not to actually have to use that.
Yeah.
The question is,
But if
do you
you
want
have
two
to,
casters? That's true, yeah. The question is, do you want 2 casters? Do you want a medic? Do you want maybe a Vanguard for the ground presence? Apparently, we do want
what
we
are
want an
these
Ebenholz on
promotions?
top of a Golden Glow. 2.
Ooh, Ebenholz drafted. And
Okay,
E2.
we're double casting. That is
Oh, we're
really
Eben
interesting.
gaming.
That's
Oh,
really early.
this is getting
But,
very interesting.
That's super early. We're skipping the bow tie, maybe? Are we really? No? Yeah. Taking the bow tie means that we are going to be able to get another 6-star if we get perhaps the Vanguard here. And the deployment limit is a really nice security to have early on.
Yeah.
You can withdraw. You just don't get those. Oh, we're not.
Oh no, we are
So,
skipping
Ebenholz-
it.
Ebenholz does have the second highest burst arts DPS in the game after Reed, but Reed needs to have the magical sandwich to make that happen. Unfortunately, it doesn't last very long, right? Because he spends all his charged up stock. But for a moment, you can have an extremely large arts nuke.
I'm not gonna lie, I actually thought Eben was higher. That's interesting. We've got Rusted Blade training, but no.
Well, I think he's higher
specialists.
usually because you need the perfect sandwich for Reed. Whereas it's a little bit easier to get Eben's max.
And you can always make a perfect sandwich on certain stages. Okay,
Yeah.
we're gonna pick up a medic here. That's gonna be the first medic, so it's a nice thing to have for security here. Tough draft to actually pass up. We're taking Telopsis. Interesting.
Collapsus is a solid one, honestly.
The AoE healing is nice, but the SP definitely really helps out here, so let's see.
That's true.
Especially when using Golden Glow, right? You want to keep her charged up. On the other hand, a lot of stages
What?
demand like that single target healing range. And-
one combat floor 2.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
But it could be Duck, maybe? Bear? Oh. It's
Hmm.
hmm.
The option is to gain some collapse.
Yeah, you don't have a collapse yet, and you will if you take it, but it could be worth it.
Yeah.
1 collectible, and it's also your first run, so you have an option to reset.
Right.
Radio has the option to reset actually before the end of floor 3, of course, and that means that first run can be pretty risk-taking. You can,
Yeah.
can really
I see
bank
Scout
on that
and a
reset.
lost and found. That's very interesting in terms of endings.
Yep, we are definitely taking Lost and Found right now is a great choice. Taking Scout right now is a really scary choice.
Mm-hmm.
That said, are there any things to promote right now? There is a Telopsis to promote. There's also Glaucus.
Glaucus,
Could promote the Glaucus, yeah.
Send Glaucus.
But are we keen down to the Lost and Found for an emergency? Probably not. Yeah, Radio is choosing not to actually take the Lost and Found emergency for now. So she's preserving that 2 index for floor 3. Unwell is not a great Golden Glow stage. At least not with S3. Maybe S2 it's great.
Yeah, I think that's where you would want to use skill 1 or skill 2.
Path with no end, on the other hand, that seems pretty nice.
That's a good skill 3. Yeah. Wait, is 29 enemies a bonus?
It can go up to
Not guaranteed, right?
32, I think. So it's unclear, but we might have at least one wave of runners. One wave of 3 really fast runners usually is what gets you to 29.
Ah. Alright, Golden Glow has been deployed.
Yep, we're actually using Cruz on the left side this time, not using Cruz to get the right side stun snipers. Maybe Ebenholz is a solution for that, or maybe we just don't need to
Or
do
maybe
it for
Golden
now.
Glow just solves that.
There's a lot of random little mobs, so we'll see. Oh yeah, no, it is gonna do it. And yeah, there's a first runners there. So that's gonna bump up that enemy count a little bit.
Yep.
Oh
Yep.
yeah, Ebenholz. Ebenholz does it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Ebenholz is on that Delta mod, which means he is able to apply necrosis damage.
Yeah, I think that might be the first time we've seen
Get
in
to
the
see
tournament
the
at
Get
least.
Prost version.
Ebenholz, the Delina agent.
Yep, and doesn't take too long on the other things too. Ooh, nice. Okay, yeah, Ebenholz really deals with that right side. Only
Yeah.
one tile's necessary. That's pretty cool.
This is the Eben Showcase run.
Alright, we're also putting on lava for the left side. Yeah, there it is. So the reason why the enemy count is so high is because of these runners here.
I see. Alright, so still the bonus enemy.
Yep, and that was the only combat. Unless Raider decides to spend another index to get a... That'll be the 5th combat of this run. Let's see what the voucher is.
Yeah.
Guard.
Guard.
With 0 hope, so...
I think maybe a pop car?
Yep, looks like it is
Yep.
Popcar. Was that an E0 mid? I
Oh,
am
really?
Plunder. These are both really good.
Yeah.
Tree and Plunder is not that valuable, but
Yeah.
you still want Plunder just in case, right? It's one of those... You could definitely get value out of it, and you already do have
Yeah.
the Arch. It's hard to say.
I is
is
one of the few green layouts that can target that can target combats though.
That is correct. I think actually it's
We
the
are
only one,
doing
right?
Plunder, though.
Mm-hmm.
Now there is some consideration.
Okay, are we also throwing Plunder on this?
And we are doing a skill 2 for Golden Glow.
Makes sense. Don't want to pop those boxes too fast.
It'll be very bad.
Yep. Golden Glow has been shifted to skill 2 in order to avoid that very thing.
Alright, so we're gonna use an index to do unwell. One more combat of fortune.
Biggest angle. Oh, 50 enemies.
There's the enemies. We
know
finally
what that
see a
means.
bonus enemy.
Yep, and it is normal and well, and we've got a lot of ground units. You've got a huge amount of damage right now. Like, hard to overstate just how much damage there is on this this squad.
Yep.
So I think that the bonus enemy might already be guaranteed.
Yeah,
Not
I
to
think
mention-
Eben probably just like instantly nukes any bonus enemy. Well, probably not
Probably
instantly
not
nukes
the-
Gopnik.
Yeah, Gopnik
But
does have
I
50
think he-
res.
Yeah, I think he procs necrosis on Gopnik.
Oh, that enemy might be running through.
dies
Oh
through
no,
there.
got blocked
Oh,
right on time. Right on time. That was
Okay.
That's a little scary, but it's no big deal.
Yep.
All right, maybe getting Cardigan down will help with that security too.
Now, interestingly, the Golden Glow is at the bottom right and not below Spot, which means that Golden Glow cannot attack the enemy that is above Spot. I guess that's fine because Cruz does already cover that tile.
Yep, and I guess the hope is also that you have incredibly sufficient healing with the Telopsis and the Spot.
Yeah.
Of course,
Right,
the
and yeah, placing Eben there makes sense. In case it is Crying Thief, then as soon as the thief gets revealed by Spot, Eben will just nuke.
yeah, I am a little bit concerned about when there are 2 spies at the same time, because it looks like Spot and Telopsis helps like keeps up with this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure it keeps up with 2 spies though. That looks a little bit close.
Well,
Again,
Tops does
Tel-
have extremely high heal per second during skill.
Yep, we will have to see. There they are. Of course, the alternative is that you actually just block them with a ground unit and keep them inside Goldenglow's range. And
That's always an option.
I've
Yeah,
been thinking about that.
You can sometimes choose to not block them at the same place you block everything
Oh,
else.
wow.
Yep, and that's a one shot.
Ebenholz deletes the tyrant.
He got
That's Ebenholz.
destroyed.
That's called getting Eben blasted. And it's called getting Eben blasted for good reason.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Ebenblasted.
Spot is dying, and Telopsis is not healing enough without pressing the skill, I think. Oh.
I think
No,
you're good.
one of the
Good
enemies
call.
is dead, so now it's no problem at all. Yeah, this is gonna be leakless, and let's see that bonus enemy.
Yeah. Now
What's
let's see
it
what the
gonna
special
be?
enemy is.
It's
It's Gopnik,
Gopnik.
alright.
Okay, let's see how much Eben does on this.
Time for the big
Eben Blast.
Eben blast.
Eben Blast. Eben Blast.
I want to see this.
It's not even
Whoa.
half!
Still, that is
Still
That
pretty good.
bear's
I mean,
not
half
making
of
out of here
Gopnik itself
alive.
is pretty good.
Yeah, but Deacon does almost all. I was just expecting more. I don't know why. Still cool to see, though. That is with 50 res, right? If there was no res, it'd be fine.
Yeah.
And let's see what that collectible is, too. Can you imagine Emperor's Collection? What about that?
Ooh, that would be nice.
Golden
Golden
Chalice!
Chalice.
That's kind of cool. And another caster voucher.
Yeah.
So,
That means if Radio doesn't see another shop, then
it's gonna be
I mean,
okay.
the chalice will just keep scaling.
yeah, now you have a lot of ultra expensive operators, right? Radio has a bunch.
yeah.
I wonder what the angle is here. The ground ops, there's 2 3-star defenders. There is a Telopsis for healing, which is not bad.
This may be
Um,
worth it to save.
It looks like
Yeah,
it's
I
gonna
think
be
it's either
Steward.
save or an Aya, perhaps. Okay.
But yeah,
Yep, it is.
Golden Glow with Chalice is classic. That might
Yeah.
end up popping off right now. Yeah, it's surprise
Ooh,
and
well,
patrol
that's a surprise.
surprise. Oh my god. This early,
Ooh.
guaranteeing another shop. Although because of the Golden Chalice means that you'll be a little bit more reluctant to spend. I think that the correct thing is still you do want to spend when you see good relics, right?
Yeah, I think you'll likely see some relics that are worth even with chalice.
Counter arts.
Ooh.
The Glaucus, I suppose, can proc this, and it is a nice big
Mhm.
range.
Well, that's especially good on Sculptor because she has a
And it's
deployable range.
collapse.
Yep, that is 4 tiles of Dominion and Outcasts after this floor.
Okay, Glaucus is back.
Yep, so we did index down, but because of that scout, we do still have 2 index. And now it's time to decide that floor 3 path as well as a boss. It's gonna be New Tribe. I've seen New Tribe a couple times. I think we've seen all of them at this point.
Yeah.
Have you seen Nature's Wrath actually?
I think we've seen Emperor's Blade the most, but we've seen all of them.
How have we seen? I don't think we've seen Nature's Wrath, right? Actually, now that I
I
think about
don't
it.
think we have.
We've seen it at least once.
How have we seen? How have we seen Tree Snatcher? But
Didn't we
like,
see? Didn't we see someone do Nature's Wrath with Dorothy?
did we? Maybe, might have.
No, it wasn't Dorothy. It was Mosma. I remember there was an instance of Mosma pushing the spiders away. In
Oh
Nature's
yeah, no.
Wrath.
Now that you mention it, I think that's right. Yeah, we've
Was
gotten
that-
all the
was
all
it
the
April's
bosses
run?
in. Yeah, no. Now that you mention the Mosama thing, that is familiar. I mentioned that you don't usually get to see Mosama push very often.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that is one of the stages where Mosma push does work very well. And Radio is playing Spec Cast. Although I'm not sure if I saw Mosma as one of the 6 stars.
I don't think I
available.
did. I'm not sure. We'll have to see.
Always a chance for a surprise free one.
That's true. Although we haven't
not
seen
enough
that
index
too
to
often.
gain max life.
No.
Oh, emergency rational
Ooh.
fracture. With Ebenholz, you can definitely get the champion.
Mm-hmm. And
Question
it also
is-
leads up into a scout potentially.
Yeah, the question is, what about the rest of the stage?
Yeah. So in terms of tanking, right? Cardigan and Spot are kind of tanky, but they are going to need a bit of help to survive in Rational Fracture. With those champions hitting fairly hard. So the hope, of course, is that Eben deletes the champion fast enough that your defender doesn't have to stay alive very long.
Looks like we are going for it.
Alright, Golden Glow switched back to skill 3 for that very sweet global range.
Yeah, we don't have a Yato for the caster solve, but we do have Glaucus and the book, which might be enough for Eben, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and the Dominion tiles look pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
One of the things you'd hate to see is those middle 2 range tiles. I think that might be the highest value right now.
Yeah, that would really suck.
Ebenholz has a way to hit the Shatter Champions and the caster without without himself getting hit.
And the nice thing about Eben's skill 3 is that he targets elites and bosses, which means that he's not going to get distracted by those carcasses just running there and waste the shots on those.
Yep, that's right. Now, with this squad, I'm assuming you probably don't want to actually block the champ. Oh, no, never mind. We are going to block the champion. Alright, since this is emergency, we do have a Blade Weaver.
Yep.
Although with Ebenholz, I'm assuming not too much of a problem.
Yeah, I think Spot could stay alive for a long time with skill.
Not too long, but it's definitely a couple hits. Probably enough to kill, right?
Not too long, but yeah. I think long enough that one of the casters can probably take care of it. Although you probably want to kill the carcass first, at least. Alright, the Eben has been deployed. The Eben is attacking the carcass.
Oh, that's
Wait,
actually way worse than I thought. No, that's not enough. That's not enough.
Oh shoot! Wait, why did the Blade Weaver get aggroed?
Spot attack, maybe?
But I thought Spot was attacking the carcass.
Oh no, but continuing to contest it
think
means that you're gonna run out of defenders now. There's no ground units left.
Ooh, that is
The champion's also not dying. This is not solved by Ebenholz.
Okay, this is unfortunate. There's no blocker right now, which means probably
It's popcorn now.
Yeah.
Okay, but we do get the champion on the second go around thanks to the big damage from Ebenholz being actually able to stack the charges. That said, Popcart is going to die because it's a caster. There's nothing on the tile below Ebenholz, which means that this caster just isn't stopping long enough in his range. He doesn't have any time to actually deal with it.
Yeah, the thing is the casters walk very fast if they don't attack for a while. So either they're attacking you or they're zooming.
Yep, right now with 18 DP and Ebenholz is the only thing out. I think you have to strategically leak a couple things. Like caster for one, definitely uncontestable. The question is, can you put down Glaucus and Tolopsis? Do you want to maybe put Golden Glow somewhere safe?
I feel like you want to get Golden Glow down soon because you're going to leak a few, but Golden Glow can prevent you from leaking 5 total, hopefully. I think Eben does good damage, but it's probably not enough.
I don't think Golden Glow handles carcasses very well is the problem.
That's true.
She will trigger them and they will run.
But I think the hope is she might trigger them at the door, right? They run for a bit, then they stop, and then there's enough time for her to finish them along with Eben.
Thanks to her targeting, it's unlikely that she keeps targeting the closest one, and this makes it like the scariest thing.
Yeah, that's true. She might just poke one that's already close and just make that one run in. It is kind of scary.
I'm really hoping Radio's got a solution for this. Maybe that damage just is enough.
The thing is, so the other option is put Glaucus, right? So that Glaucus is slowing enemies in range of Eben. That could also be good, especially because there is that supporter book debuffing enemies in supporter range.
I think Glaucus below Eben was maybe the original plan, but the spot just didn't last nearly as long as it needed.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I think actually, now I'm thinking about it, perhaps Evan open would have been the right choice. Gives him time to get his skill up, get the stacks. You don't need to block the enemies if they're dead. But, you know, it's all hindsight.
Yeah.
Okay, I think they're doing a little bit of strategizing right now. There's definitely going to be some planning.
Definitely now is the time to do that.
Yep, software and radio, yeah, can of course work together right now to figure out what they're going to do.
It's a team game. With 18 DP, it means that Golden Glow is ready in about 3 seconds, 2.5 seconds.
Yep, 2.5 seconds.
And she won't. I don't think she'll have skill up to stop a Blade Weaver necessarily.
Probably not, especially if Evan triggers it. But maybe it's enough. Maybe
Okay,
Evan can
so
just kill it. Oh no, that's only half.
Downward.
Okay,
So-
I think. Yeah, that Blade Weaver's not contestable either. I think it's got a leak. So we're gonna
In
go
that
down
case-
to 3.
So if the plan is to leak the Blade Weaver, Evan's skill doesn't have to be activated now.
That's right. It could be held onto for the champion. That might be the idea here. But he's definitely debating whether to press this or not.
Yeah.
Like we are pressing the skill.
Oh, that's pretty good damage actually, but
Oh, it's so
Oh, it's
close.
still not enough. But now that the Evan's
Actually,
been pressed,
he did like over 900 elemental damage. If he had gotten the necrosis, I think it would have killed.
yeah, but unfortunately just couldn't in time.
Yeah.
Okay, so now the champion's about to be in range. Putting Glaucus down reduces champion res by 20, though I'm not sure how much it has in the first place.
I think Glaucus would be good because Glaucus would apply sluggish to the carcasses.
Glaucus is... That's true, and those actually do negate the running. Okay, oh, that's most of its HP. The question is now Glaucus?
The
Can't leak all
necrosis is
3
doing
of
good
these.
damage.
The Evan skill has to be popped right now. Turned off in order to deal with these enemies, probably.
Yep. Otherwise, he will not.
And the caster is actually not an elite, so not pressing Evan Holt's skill doesn't. Oh no, it's out of his range. But that's gonna kill the. That needs to be an undeploy right now. That needs to undeploy right now. Oh no.
Wait, it might be
Okay.
Golden Glow might just kill it.
Okay, yeah, Golden Glow's doing some
we
lane
do
holding.
have Golden Glow.
It's incredible. This is a stressful moment. This is
Yeah.
just stressful.
Okay,
Scary.
Cardigan's back. Cardigan does cost 24, which is everything, but at least Cardigan can stop these carcasses.
Yep, and you definitely don't want to put Cardigan in that corner, like completely shutting off Golden Glow's off skill damage. That's that would be bad. That would be bad. I think that in front of the box though means that you're gonna take damage from the caster, so I think the thing is to hold on to Cardigan.
Yeah, there are 3 carcasses. There's 1 caster, which Golden Glow will probably just kill.
Okay,
And
now that
there's
the
the hammer
caster's
guy, which I think the
In
hammer
the-
guy doesn't need any block.
in the Dominion.
Cardigan's organs.
In the
I mean-
Dominion. But
Oh,
why? But why? Why? That's the dog.
All right. Well, R.I.P. Cardigan's organs.
I don't understand. This is a sacrifice that doesn't need to be made.
All right, but Cardigan did the job. Blocked the carcasses.
Yep.
and-
Okay.
so it looks like there's a good chance we'll be able to make it out of here. It's with 1 life point though, so
2.
2 life points. I think.
oh yeah,
Evan
2.
will-
Ooh, I can't count.
I think Edmund is about to delete this hammer.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Okay.
done by the end of the skill.
All right.
Okay. -5, but you are not dead, and you do have a chance to reset if that was a
If that was a
miscalculated risk.
heart stopper.
Mm-hmm.
But you never know. This could ramp up. Maybe we get a E2 Yato at the end of this. Or... Okay, we're taking Pan Society here. The coin is really nice, actually.
Yeah.
And more ingots, more...
And for medic.
Yeah, neither of
Which
these
is
is going to help with that
soft
ground
arms
presence.
classes.
But medic is nice. Medic is nice. You kind of do need a healer, right? You got Telopsis, and you could promote Telopsis. You could also draft something else right now. Depending on whether you want a second medic, it's hard to say because Solipsis is, you know, didn't get deployed, I think, during that stage. But it's an issue of not being able to just put all of the stuff down at once. 6 casters are still kind of expensive. I think what Radio might be looking for is a Vanguard right now. Oh, and are we skipping the scout node?
Yeah.
Interesting, very interesting. Could be making a shop right now as well. That is an option. There's Arch.
If Radio decides to combine Arch with Surprise.
Yep, and then index upward.
Yeah, making that 17 ingots worth effectively 34.
Yep, that said, with the Chalice,
yeah,
it's an unfortunate sacrifice, but sometimes you have to make it.
Yeah.
If you immediately take a combat right now, you are committed.
Mm-hmm.
You're also very confident in being able to get through this combat with no leaks.
Oh, you can leak one, but you really shouldn't.
But that is definitely not the ideal.
So close and yet so far. Okay, we are not making a shop right now. We're going to stick with that Chalice. Radio is going to do this stage instead. I think with a Golden Glow, it's not too bad. With an Ebonhold, it's also not too bad. If enemies do end up leaking over to the bottom lane, I think that might present a problem, but with this much damage...
And yeah, Block is the ultimate drone killer.
Yeah, and one thing worth noting for this is that the Syracusan enemies on this stage are not elites. Ebonhold does not deal with it.
Ah, I actually did not know
This
that.
is very important for Ebonhold's users to find out. It's kind of a rite of passage.
Yeah.
It's a terrible rite of passage. Nobody likes this.
Yeah.
Alright, we're going in. I think we picked up in skill 2, right? Skill 2 could be a good choice here. Being able to place some of those sheep on the range tiles in front of him actually probably can contribute more damage than his single target will.
Yeah.
It's not much point overkilling the enemy, I guess.
Okay. Few Dominion tiles, but none of them.
Oh,
Ooh,
there
that's a vine
is
chest.
a vine chest.
Oh yeah,
Dominion
that's a
tiles are
vine
pretty
creep
friendly
chest.
overall.
And that's a little bit scary.
What do you mean? That's free ingots. That's 14 attack speed.
True.
That's one way to look at it.
That's how I'm looking at it. Radio's
Now,
certainly
Golden
gonna get
Glow
this.
usually pretty good for vine chest because she can keep tracking them.
That's
But
right.
if she pops it with the tail end of her skill duration, and then she stops attacking them, that could be bad.
Yeah, then you're in trouble.
So you do have to be careful.
Okay, we're using Cruise for that first drone. This is pretty standard. And it is normal so close and yet so far. So some of the damage pressure is quite a bit lighter than the emergency version. That said, there is no room for error here.
Yeah.
If you leak that Vine Creep chest, you die. And with Golden Glow and Ebonholds, I'm not so sure how you make sure that this is consistent.
Yeah, the vine chest is worth 2 life, not 1.
Yep. You also really can't leak much to the bottom half. You don't have too much in the way of damage or healing solutions for the bottom lane.
Yeah.
This isn't a Yato run where you can just sort of, Yato will get it if they leaks to the bottom side. Texas will get it, Deegan will get it, Winter will get it, Enos will get it. It's like, you need to kill them now on the top half. That said, maybe this is a Golden Glow will get it. Thumbs up.
I think Golden Glow can get it.
Time's not that good. I'd be willing to bet that with that big wave in the first half and second half, Golden Glow would run out of skill before they all died.
That's true.
Oh, one thing I'm a little bit concerned about is if Golden Glow's drone explodes on the
Yes.
Syracusan enemy.
That will explode the chest.
Yeah. But it won't change the targeting to the chest.
It will not. Yeah, drones having lock on is like kind of a blessing, kind of a curse.
Yeah. So Ku's actually undeployed.
Yeah, that first drone is dead. But what do you do now? All right, it's time for thinking. This is pretty critical. You really can't mess this up.
Yeah, so there are 2 Ebon Mines down already. The first one is about to proc because of that carcass. And I think these mines also pull enemies inward a little bit, right?
Yes, they do. A lot of the times when they're on this stage, it can lead to accidentally triggering some of them early.
Yeah.
It does a lot of damage though.
Yep. Okay. It proc both of the mines. There's 25 DP now.
Okay, that is going
One
to
of them
need
gets out
a
of golden,
spot.
out of Epical's range though. So the spot plays down to block.
The other one will as well, and now Ebenholz can finally deal with the enemies, but without stacks, Ebenholz is not a very consistent damage dealer on this stage.
Yeah. He's also so Ebenholz does have that AoE module, but he's not equipping it right now. And you usually don't want to use your Mystic Casters as AoE DPS, but you can. That is an option sometimes. Golden Glow is more than halfway done dealing with that enemy. Glaucus also going to be placed down. Glaucus does have her skill 2, which is a true AoE shockwave. Nice thing about Glaucus skill 2 here is that I think it stuns, and by the time the stun is over, the carcasses also lose their move speed.
Yep. I'm still just waiting to see, like, what Glaucus has to only stuns drones. It's actually, oh, it's bind with the other stuff. Yeah, that's
It's
true.
fine for not drones, yeah.
Bind is fine too.
Yeah.
In fact, it's very funny that stunning drones is a thing because some aerial enemies are immune to the stun but not the bind, and it's just worse that way.
Yeah.
It's a classic Glaucus complaint.
Yeah. It's like during Ideal City, it's like you're fighting the materialist antagonist, and
Oh,
you're just
yeah,
like,
yeah.
oh, I'm applying a stun instead of a bind, and how the stun doesn't do anything because it's a boss enemy.
Yep, thank you, Glaucus.
Thank you, Glaucus. Alright,
Okay.
that bind chest
the
has
chest has
woken
been
up.
awoken.
Yep. But okay, Golden Glow still has about 2/3 of her skill duration remaining.
There's a lot of enemies remaining though, and they're not going to die very quickly.
Yeah, the
All right.
Glaucus. Okay, the Glaucus.
Okay, no,
Line
actually
activated.
they did dealt
I
with.
know
Okay.
time.
Oh, that's gonna be
I think
okay.
it's
That's gonna be
enough
fine.
damage. Yeah, I think Golden Glow
Nice.
is
That's
enough
fine.
Okay, very
It's the
well done. That's
Glaucus.
a good
It's the
point.
Glaucus debuff from the book that actually did that. I
Yeah,
think.
the Glaucus debuff was actually quite impactful there.
Glaucus coming in.
So I mean,
clutch
any
right there.
supporter would have done it, but like it's cool that we had one at all, especially since
Yeah.
it's a free Glaucus.
But yeah, a supporter applying the debuff was important there.
Okay, and with the most stressful part of that done, I think the next part is making sure that we don't die to the drones.
Yeah.
So what is Radio going to do for that? There's obviously a Telopsis. Could be placed to get some skill charge. I wonder if that's enough to actually just keep everyone alive through all the waves. There's one tile that will cover everybody right now, but it does sacrifice one of Ebenholz's tiles for the sheep. Although
Yeah, you
Ebenholz has
kinda wanna
already
keep those tiles open.
sacrificed one tile, so I suppose it's not that big of
Yeah.
a deal.
Oh,
And
okay, so I
that's
guess
where
Evan will only
Telopsis
have one
goes.
tile. Yeah, another thing that's nice about Glossier is that she's the first one to be hit by the drones, but her res is very high. So she's definitely not gonna die to the drones.
Yep, and she could stun them.
hmm Or maybe Radio prefers to save that Glockus skill for the carcasses. That's also a possibility.
Perhaps, but that drone is leaving. So we're using Golden to clean it. All right, nicely done. I think that's
Golden
gonna
Glow's
take us to
activated.
the ending of the stage.
Yeah.
Looks like we're gonna make it out. A little scary there, but
I think
Mhm.
I'd say one of the scarier, still close to the SFRs, but with the resources you have and getting that Vine Creep chest, things are gonna get easier and easier here on out.
Yeah, that's 14 ASPD, quite a lot.
I'm hoping Golden Glow attack speed carry would be really interesting. Don't think we've had that yet.
Mhm. There we go. That's ingots.
Oh yeah, that's bringing Radio's total attack speed buff to like what, 42? 42.
Yeah,
That's
and also we're back
Pretty
at
fast.
we're up to 4 index, which is going to be pretty good for vision.
yes, Plunder kicking in there.
ooh,
Another caster or a Vanguard, but a Vanguard seems really impactful right now. I think it's
Vanguard
hard
would
to
be
pass
nice.
that up.
Yeah.
I'm
So
seeing
even a
maybe-
specialist caster squad, you probably do want some form of Vanguard.
Oh, and this is the big question. Does Radio want the Enos?
You can take Ines here.
I think it would be very impactful for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But then the question is, does Software want that Enos? Oh, it's being discussed. We committed?
oh. Venus
yeah,
has been
we are
taken off the
taking
table.
Enos.
Yep,
Radio's
that
going to
is
take
Enos.
Enos, and that means Software's going to be the one not playing with Enos. With the Gaulish coin, Enos is going to be. Is she Heli Drop? I think she is. At E2. And you've got Shady Frozen Sea if you want to spend an index. You're definitely considering it. With this much attack speed and 2 good operators to deal with all the heavy enemies. And an Enos, I think this is quite doable. That said, Shady Frozen Sea is still a scary stage for everybody. A little bit of thinking going on here.
Yeah, so with 4 index, it definitely can be considered taking an extra combat just to be more prepared for the mid boss and for floor 4. And since Shady Frozen Sea is a map where some of the enemies stand around for a little bit before moving, that's extra good for Golden Glow since she can start picking them off earlier. And 42 attack speed, that's pretty significant.
Yes, I think Eben scales on it quite well, right? His charge stacking also depends on attack speed.
Yeah, he does charge faster if he gets attack speed, which
Yep,
is not
and-
how hunters work.
That's right, and I think Golden Glow actually might just be a solution for the top right boat if that happens.
Yeah, you actually just don't have to deploy someone there to deal with that. Assuming that Golden Glow is not distracted at that moment.
Yep, we're bringing in the Enos, but we're taking out Cardigan. Oh no, we're putting Cardigan back in. We're doing a little bit of a fun swap there.
Yeah.
Cardigan is actually quite nice to have here because
Yeah, Cardigan
bigger
can
HP pool.
sustain a lot of corrosion proc without dying.
Exactly. Yeah, having a bigger HP pool means that losing your defense isn't quite as devastating. And Spot's HP pool is actually really small.
Yeah. Although Spot does have a slightly higher defense, I believe. Okay, Shady Frozen Sea.
Alright, 48. No bonus enemy for sure, but we still have to contend with this stage. Most hated F3 stage, I think. Pretty safe to say.
Oh yeah.
Alright, yeah. I think we're all in agreement on that one. And Enos is just missing and missing and missing and missing and missing. That's 5 in a row. What is going on?
That's crazy.
Is that normal? Does Enos
Seems like bad
have
luck to me.
blind? Oh no, Enos doesn't have bind. Enos has blind. It's unfortunate that it opened that way, but once Golden Glow is down, and Golden Glow is being deployed very far away actually. Is that intentional? Nope. Okay, we're putting Golden Glow closer in order to help when she is off skill. That makes sense. You know, Chalice means that her normals are also faster. It's impactful the entire time. We also do not have a top right boat, which means that we don't have to worry about that. But we do have to make sure that enemies don't get too close to the middle, which is exactly what this Enos deployment's going to do. That said, Telopsis is actually not healing Enos at all, so there's going to need to be some really good management of the Enos.
And I think that means that Rito's probably planning to undeploy Enos at some point.
Yeah, I think that's... Oh,
There it goes.
that was a quick undeploy.
Yeah. Okay, Joklumarkar activated. Gonna quickly take out that dock worker. They have pretty low res.
Yeah, and getting rid of these boats early means that that's the biggest threat in terms of the supply boat exploding, is just when these boats also make it over to the center. So the fact that they're gone means that we don't have to worry about it. And I think this boat should be leaving soon, if it knows what's good for it.
Alright, so that title caster is
Oh, wait, why are we...
Oh, actually, it's not gonna die to Golden Glow. Golden Glow's skill is running out.
Yep, baiting the boats, baiting the caster is unfortunately kind of an unnecessary move since the boats do have taunt, which means any hits that you sustained were hits that weren't going to land on the boat anyway.
Yeah.
Unless you're trying to make the caster have a wind down from its previous attack, which I think is a little overkill.
you can save like one hit at most.
That's right, like it's not a half of a hit.
Yeah.
Alright,
Okay,
but
so
Enos is
Enos is
actually
gonna
being
take care of
used to
this
just
caster.
kill the
Very
caster,
nice.
as well as the boat. Oh no, not the boat. Just an FRD. And of course the boat actually doesn't take any hits and it should be leaving.
Yeah, so Spot does take one corrosion
not
stack
yet.
now, which means he loses 100 defense.
That's
Should be
100
fine with
defense.
100 defense less. But yeah, if that happens again, the more defense he loses, the squishier he is going to get. Now, unfortunately, this next boat just gets exploded by Golden Glow before it's able to reach Spot.
Oh yeah, and we got
And
Enos
Enos
deployed
actually plays
again.
center lane.
This is further away. This is a very like, we don't want Enos to get hit at all, and we want the enemy to die before it's a problem. Unfortunately,
Enos is
bowcaster
still
range
getting
is
hit.
very large. Enos can of course go invisible, so it's not a problem.
Yeah, but once they're off their boats, their range gets a lot small.
Yeah.
Okay, looks like this is the version that doesn't have the big wave of carcasses.
I've got one. Just one.
Yep.
Yes, the big wave
One
of
is-
carcasses, I believe,
one
doesn't
is
have boats
nice.
at all. As soon as you see
Okay,
a
now I
boat, you
wonder
breathe
if
a sigh of
Telopsis will
relief.
use skill, because Telopsis can't heal Enos during skill only.
Yeah, and it's a good time to get the Glaucus and the Cardigan deployed, since you're not going to need them for anything else anyway.
Alright, so Enos got healed just in time before she died. She would have died.
Yep, another Golden Glow skill comes out, and I think this stage is pretty much solved.
Yep.
Bowcaster's gonna die, and then Bowcaster's gonna die again.
Yep.
And yeah, nice Shady Frozen
Alright,
Sea.
that was
42
nice.
taxi goes a very long way
Yeah.
here. think we'll finally see a specialist.
Yeah, where the heck are the specialist vouchers?
It's the
Yeah,
second half of the squad.
casters.
You know, seeing
I'm
casters
sure-
is definitely welcome when you're playing cast spec, but it's just not
Ooh.
quite as good as seeing both of your vouchers. You know, you really want an even mix of both.
Mm-hmm.
We've already seen.
Surprise?
Second surprise is actually totally considerable. Like you could do
Mhm.
that. Not only is it you know, just shops are just good. You can also make a quarter price shop if you're really worried about using up your golden chalice stacks.
Yeah.
Quarter price shop is gonna let you actually just buy things and not spend anything.
Yeah. It's like almost free.
Unfortunately, we are actually going to take a tree, which could be a good move as well. And we got a Vanguard
No
promotion
specialist?
here.
But that could be an Ines E2
That's right.
or emotional support core.
It seems like we've got enough defenders, but that
I
Ines
think
E2
right now
it would
the
be a
Enos
heli
is more
drop.
pressing.
Yeah, heli drop skill 2 for Ines, especially since we have the coin. It's so powerful. It's almost impossible to ignore.
Mm-hmm.
And can you imagine drafting Ines and then just immediately not promoting her ever again? You know, why the teammate sits on the side like, wait, why couldn't I have that?
And now I can't take Ines.
Yep.
All right, so having that E2 Ines is definitely going to help radio with opening a lot of these maps.
That's right. And having pretense is not too bad with an E2 Enos and this
Yep.
much attack speed.
I think it's a little bit unfortunate that these holes in pretense and also the holes in So Close Yet So Far almost never get used.
Yep. I mean, like, I guess you can ray push. It's a common draft that also has the ability to use it, but it's not
Yeah.
key to the strat in any way,
It's
I
not.
think.
Usually, if you have your ray on skill 3 will just do enough damage that you don't need to push.
Yeah. Okay, I think they're strategizing a little bit. Ebenholtz and Golden Glow should definitely be enough damage to handle all of the waves. Even if you don't have a fast reader play right now, Enos is also pretty close, actually, to dealing with the regular mobs. You do need a little bit more block, but you definitely have that in the form of Spot and Cardigan. And again, yeah, it's Chalice right now. I think Golden Glow S2 could even be a good move here. Oh, we're doing Evan's skill 2 again. Oh, you know what that earlier checking was? I think that was seeing which enemies were actually elites.
Ah, it's very important for Evan players.
Yep. There's nothing like playing Evan to make you know the difference. Or care about it.
Truly.
Oh, 30 enemies. That is going to be a bonus. And yeah, look at that heli drop Venus. That's so powerful.
We love Gaulish coin.
And Golden Glow's deployed as well. These two deployments are going to pretty much secure most of the damage necessary.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if Evan's gonna be used on the left side or right side.
And I gotta think left. Otherwise, there's not much like
thinking too.
dedicated. Oh,
His left side. Although he's
Yeah.
pointing down, so he's also hitting some of the
He's-
enemies that would have gone to the right side.
yeah. I guess it's both. That said, this tile actually, the caster will not be in his range for a while, which means it's gonna need
Yeah.
some healing. Without
Yeah.
healing, this
Looks like
Evan is
Solstice
definitely dead.
will- Yep, I agree with using Solstice to heal the Evan holes there.
Yep. But it's a nice use of Evan to deal with both lanes actually.
Now, this might be a case of the caster just getting pulled into a chain of explosions and absolutely getting torn to oblivion.
Yeah, if Evan can help it. These sheep are unfortunately on a timer, so they just keep getting disappeared, and then Evan puts down more stuff
it's
to
not like
fill it.
W where you can just like have the mines be permanent.
Yep. On the bright side, the
Oh, Glock
there they
is
go
actually
again.
put down for the Alright, big explosions.
Yep,
Glock
it
is put
only
down for
takes
the
3.
defense and res shred. Well, mostly res shred, I guess.
Yeah, it's a kind of an early deployment. We'll see if it works out nicely for the if there is a bonus enemy. Yeah, when Ebenholz refreshes the sheep, it also only uses up however many he places. So there's only space for 1. He's only going to use
Yeah.
1 charge, which means that it's somewhat efficient.
Right.
All right, we've got 1 caster on the bottom side to deal with, and honestly, all these normal enemies are already dead.
That seems fine, but I am a little bit concerned about whether or not Golden Glow's skill will be up again for the special enemy.
If it's the bear, we're fine. If it's the duck, maybe...
Oh, it's
Right.
Oh,
It's the
if
bear.
it's the bear, and we are fine.
Yep.
Glaucus is going to perform massive red shred on the bear.
Yeah.
Minus 20 means that it goes from 50 to 30, and that is a huge difference in terms of
That's
Ebenholz damage.
20% damage increase,
That's right.
and Evan is going to really appreciate that. Alright, Enos is binding for a bit more time.
Wow, the sheep actually trigger from really far away, huh?
Yeah.
All right, Golden Glow is going to get that skill activation. Ebenholz is going to keep summoning sheep and attack, probably. Finally in
And keep
range.
attacking.
And it's definitely dying here.
There goes
Yeah,
the bear.
that is a bonus enemy get.
That is a bear, yep.
It's going to be points.
And let's see what Relic Radio gets for that. How many ingots does Radio have now? It's like almost 40, I think.
Yeah.
34 before going into the stage.
Okay, so 37 now, which is 49 attack speed.
Yep, now it is 37. Okay.
Okay, 0 hope, so unless one of these is a temp up.
Oh, I'm surprised it wasn't a caster pickup just to see if you can get anything in your class.
Well, even if you got a temp up, your temp up cannot be pre-promoted, right?
That is true, but 0 cost caster in your class I think would be nicer than a 0 cost Vanguard, generally speaking. Especially because you already have the Enos.
True.
And that means we're at the mid boss, so this is the time.
Yep.
If Radio does want to perform a reset, it has to happen right now.
Mm-hmm. I think the strongest thing going for this run is the Golden Chalice at the moment, right?
Definitely.
That is
Yeah.
an DPS increase.
Alright, and we are checking if these enemies are elites.
Yeah. It's not just
looking-
an DPS increase, it's also healing increase for Telopsis, which helps everyone survive.
That's true, yeah. Telopsis with the Chalice is just a really nice healer now. Telopsis without the Chalice sometimes doesn't keep up with some things.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm looking forward to Golden Glow just killing the boss before we actually have to deal with anything.
Well, the boss has a fair amount of res. I don't know if Golden Glow can actually kill the boss that fast.
That is true. We do have to worry about the lanes. I think Ebenholz might be one of the best ways to handle all of these first enemies. They come on a very infrequent schedule, right? Which means that Ebenholz actually is able to stack up charges early, so things like carcasses actually aren't a problem. It's one of those classic Ebenholz tech that I think a lot of cast tech players enjoy.
I would like to see Ebenholz charge up 4 charges and delete the boss with skill 3.
I think it might be Ebenholz pointing towards the boss is I think it might be a misuse of his ability, right? It's so necessary right now for this lane hold. Without Ebenholz, Golden Glow is sort of inconsistent. I'm just hoping Golden Glow has so much time left over to just, deal with the boss.
Yeah.
There's also an E2 Enos. E2 Enos can open the stage very comfortably.
True.
That said, I think in the last run we saw, Torch and Rockhorn are our attack speed and attack, but they're conditional.
Yeah.
But even then, with that attack, sometimes it isn't enough. So while Chalice is definitely helping with this floor 1 through 3, I think this run is going to need a little bit more damage boost for something else, and a lot of time that's going to come from the shop.
True.
So it's like you're taking out a little bit of a loan right now, and you're going to have to pay back that debt.
AoE medics also have a much easier time out healing new tribe compared to single target medics because you can out heal that chain attack much easier.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
I also just realized this Tolopsis is not M3, which is a little unfortunate.
It's a bit of a Gabriel style mastery. We also have the Enos 131, which
that is literally my masteries on Tolopsis.
Oh no!
Isn't just Gabriel style, that just is.
It is Gabriel style.
But the 131 on Enos, I'm very curious what happened there.
Yeah. Is there a breakpoint at 1?
I have no idea. Yes, module matters on Tolopsis. It's the extra tile of range.
Yep, that's a good module.
Oh, that top left Enos opening tile is actually taken by the minion.
Yeah.
So is the bottom right if that was a tile planning to be used. Yeah, a lot of times when you have the minion, the best thing to do is to go in the stage and start thinking, because you set up this nice plan, you have it all figured out, you go in, boom, all your tiles are taken.
Yeah.
That's just how it goes.
The minion can do that sometimes.
Right, this is not a safe tile. Boss is going to spend some time attacking the enemy here. Enos is going to bind, one of the few good solutions for actually dealing with this first enemy. Otherwise, with a double attack speed and double attack, this usually just shreds through a lot of things, and if you're not prepared, it can be a problem. Of course, radio is prepared for that with the Enos deployment, and it's pretty comfortable right now.
Yep. And Tolopsis will heal Enos if the boss starts attacking Enos. Though currently she is invisible, not invincible.
Enos the Invincible.
I wonder if we'll see Golden Glow above Tolopsis? Yep.
Yep.
So that covers the tile in front of Enos very nicely, but also hits the car. And
Okay.
that car can be a bit hard to stop later on, but you have plenty of time to deal damage to it before it even starts moving.
Yep. I'm a little surprised that that's the Golden Glow use right now. Oh, we've got it locked on the boss. This is nice.
All right.
I'm a little surprised that that's the use for Golden Glow, as Ebon Holtz actually just deletes the car in a single hit. And it's a fairly consistent thing to execute. That said, now Ebon Holtz is devoted to the top lane, and with Enos on the bottom and Golden Glow is still doing autos, it's probably fine.
Yeah.
We have enough block from Spot and Cardigan. At least in floors 1 through 3, it's not too bad.
Yeah.
Yep. That is an Ebon Holtz without the skill. Without the skill, it only takes a couple seconds, but yeah, now the car's
That's just
dead.
Ebon Holtz doing what he does.
Yeah, I mean, with the skill, I don't know. Okay.
Boss is on the upper level. And Golden Glow has skill again.
Yeah, and Ebon Holtz is pointed at the boss, so this is the moment of truth. We might see some big damage here. Maybe you can lock us down for the red shred as well. Not sure there's actually a good tile for it.
Block just reaches the boss.
No, you'd have to undeploy Golden Glow, so it's probably not worth it.
Yeah.
And the boss does not actually touch the tile next to Golden Glow, so...
Okay, big damage. The boss is under half.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. Due to the car having a straight line path to the blue box and the boss not, a lot of times that targeting gets a little bit wonky.
Yeah.
I believe this is actually the last back and forth that the boss is going to do. Okay. The enemy got buffed and then Ebon Holtz said no.
Yep.
No, we got one more lap actually. Ebon Holtz can attack here, and that is the boss solved.
The boss is dead.
That's gonna be a leakless new tribe.
Yep.
One last
Which,
car.
leaking versus
Sorry.
not leaking doesn't give you bonus points according to the rules, but it is nice to not leak, of course.
Yeah, I mean, you know, not leaking already has enough incentives built into it at this point. And that's a pretty nice floor 1 through 3. It's a little bit stressful in the middle, but recovered nicely. The attack speed is ramping, and we're done with the mid boss.
The chalice definitely needs a bit of time to ramp up. You're not going to see the effects of it that soon, but it does ramp up.
And yeah, the chalice was actually also not a purchase. It was just a drop. It's really lucky here. Not sure any other relic would have solved it so simply. And we are stuck at 6 hope. We've got Defender Supporter on the table. Arch, Outcast, and Stone. These are all potentially considerable.
There's already an Arch, but having a second Arch wouldn't be bad.
Yep, Outcast is also nice. Stone,
Outcast is good, yeah.
As far as blue folds go, Stone is like the second, third best. Probably third best. Oh, this is
we have Camouflage and we have Stun.
This is not a very powerful set of relics. I think you're really hoping to see damage here. Something like 40% arts would be amazing. A little bit of range attack maybe. But you are taking the weave here, so we'll see if that is okay. But we are also getting ready for the swap.
There's the emotional support Korra.
There's the Korra.
Emotional support Korra. And we're getting hit with level 2 Pan Society.
Yep, we got Pan Civilization now. And Barrow is coming up.
Well,
but not quite yet.
Enos was drafted, right?
That's right, yeah, the Enos is going to help out a ton with that. And it's good to have a heads up on it, right? But that means
no
that...
Enos for soft.
Yep. And that means that it's also time for soft form to take the stage because we're on floor 4. It's time for the swap.
Yeah. Overall, a draft a bit lighter on the 6 stars from Radio. 3 6 stars.
Yep.
So,
but we got Telopsis, we've got also a Korra now.
Yeah. Time to see what soft form is going to cook with Sniper Medic.
And without further ado, soft form is going to get started now. Is that a Fia meta start?
Ooh, Fia meta start. That is
yes,
exciting.
It is. We are doing tactical range with a Fia meta start.
All right. Now, Fia meta does need constant healing, of course, but her damage output is quite nice. And of course, if we see a hand of pulverization, then Fia meta will just go absolutely bonkers. Triple combat. Very nice to see.
Both players have gotten triple combat on that floor 1.
Less dawdling. Come on.
All right, and let's see this start. This is I don't think I've ever seen a Fia meta start before.
Yeah.
We're heading up. It'll be faster
Yeah,
by
was that a scout offer for the next floor?
I don't remember, actually.
If it was, that's really nice. Okay, Spot opens this.
Yep.
What? You've got time to take in the sights?
And Fia is not actually in Spot's healing range, so she's gonna slowly go down to low HP, but I suppose it's okay.
Understood. Freeze!
Yeah, you can see that she no longer has that yellow ring around her anymore.
Mm-hmm. A spot deployment does mean that Fia meta can't actually help with the enemy's block below. That's what Seward's for.
Down
you go.
I wonder if the this tile specifically for trying to get the bonus enemy, since if you move spot 1 back, sure, that lets Fia meta help, but that also means that if you get the dog, for example, you're not actually going to get quite as many opportunities to hit.
Yeah, this is the best spot tile for killing Crying Thief, I believe, in most cases.
go. Hey, catch it.
Okay, so that's 21 enemies, no bonus enemy.
Yep.
With hard work, even an idiot can get the job done.
And we got 5 hope, so that is going to be...
sniper voucher. And
Oh,
surprise.
surprise! This is very lucky.
That's good.
Really
We're
love
gonna
to see it.
stars? No
Yeah,
6
another
stars.
another sniper means you
Wait,
can't grab a
Cruz the
6-star.
Kinglet is
Level
E0,
1.
really?
E0 level 1 Cruz.
Shores is E0, really?
E0 level 1 Shores. This sniper player knows what's up. That's
Oh,
very powerful.
they can't.
Alright, and I can sense that Softform is going to be in a lot of trouble after this, but while they're playing, they are safe, protected.
It's interesting to go sniper medic and then take a 0 hope sniper as your second pick.
Yeah, it's a little bit of greediness that you are afforded by virtue of, you know,
Well, I'll be sure to
being on floor 1 and having the E2 start. So
Yeah,
I think for that first voucher you can do that, and then afterward it's a little bit dangerous. Now I know that
Yeah, you
E2
can say
Fiametta absolutely pops off here, and I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, it is true that with a hope save, you can hope to pick up a read perhaps in the shop.
There's no fluking between success.
That is true, and you have 3 combats, so
Yeah.
actually, well, you would end up at 4 hope winning 2.
then.
That's a very unfortunate number. It's no guarantees for anything.
Spotlight to the boxers. Fiametta just needs 1 more attack to get the SP for that skill, and there we go.
Success and failure.
Yep, and now you got no problems at all. A block has come dangerously close to dying. It's a little closer than I
Yeah.
thought it would.
It's kind of scary.
Oh,
Sights locked.
and
Anyone in front of me who still feels
there's a bit of a sour spot on that skill, but that is not the sour spot. That's gonna just completely decimate the pugilist there. And yeah, that's prisoner sight.
Yep.
With the right strategy, we'll make it through any tight spot.
Oh, 35% HP on everybody. This is gonna make
That's very nice.
it's gonna make keeping Fiametta's vigor buff harder.
Yeah.
But
That is
it's
true.
super worth it at the cost of, like, survivability is still
Yeah.
paramount.
Still overall good, but it does make that particular interaction.
Yeah, same
Kinda
for
not
like
the way you want.
Surtur, for example.
Yeah.
Percentage-based HP loss and linear healing. Of course, Warframe doesn't care.
Like if you're trying to do sort of hospital strats, that's gonna make it harder.
Yep. Now, we do have Arch, and we just picked up a surprise. The software's probably thinking about potentially getting a pair for that, so there can be a half-price shop guarantee right there. And yeah, that is a
does make sense,
reproduce. That is a reproduce. That means that ending 4 is... ending 3 is already guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and
Okay, so
Malantha
that
pick
is
up.
with Malantha picked up.
Yep. As a Dreadnought, she already has a big HP pool. That 35% is going to make it even more. It's a pretty interesting pick.
Understood. I'll follow your orders.
And right now, I think, honestly, as the Medic Sniper player, Ebonholtz and Golden Glow are way outside the typical drafts.
And everyone,
It's just Enos.
stay calm.
And
Yeah.
Radio only took 3 6-stars. I mean, that's minimal.
Yeah.
Softform kind of has access to a lot of options here.
I'm listening.
Once again, 20 enemies means no bonus on Hands of Moss.
That's right. I think I'm not sure what the shop is going to look like for this squad. I'm not sure what a Fiametta start really wants to follow up. Definitely some kind of medic, right?
Catch.
The dream would be you get your medic and you get your hand of polarization, but
Oh yeah, hand of polarization would be amazing. It's gonna be 16 ingots though. It's a
Yeah.
huge investment. Is Fiametta just not losing HP anymore?
Yeah, it's capped at 50.
Ah,
This is her second module.
Looking between success and
The other module gives her more attack speed, but it doesn't cap the HP loss at a certain point.
Perfect.
So I think in some situations you might want the other module. It would be interesting to see if soft form switches the module around depending on the situation.
that's right.
So for some units, it is important to know when to switch the module and when to switch the skill.
Oh dear, that is a level 1 Virtuosa and Sculptor and Suzerain.
Yeah.
On the other hand, McGowan, Gnosis, and Silence Altar are presumably all E1 max and maybe E2, so I'm wondering if this is maybe a bird account. This is a bird account, right?
But was there an Arketo? I feel like bird accounts definitely want Arketo.
Don't remember.
It's
We've already
unfortunate
seen
that a lot of the options, the supporter options that heal are not, unfortunately, not built.
It's like it is you official.
which is really just Quirkus.
Well, Quirkus, Sculptor.
Oh yeah, Sculptor does do some healing, yeah. Okay, Transceiver right now, this early, incredible.
Yeah,
I
Transceiver
feel
would
like
definitely help a lot.
Yeah, it's a tough relic to pass up. It's one of those things where
I also
hard
think
to
Comprehensive Foul is a pretty good draft for tournament rules because it gives you a lot of bonus points.
oh, how so?
Ooh, Precision. Oh, that's good for
If
Fiametta.
offering them pre-promoted doesn't
also-
give bonus points, right?
Oh, okay. No, I thought it was 10 pops.
Now that Vanguard is definitely not going to be Enos,
That's true.
and Sniper's plus 20%. If you play Medic Sniper, this is almost certainly something you have to take.
Always something good to have. It is the similar 8 cost book for casters does give a bit more attack, but that's just because of how defense and res calculations work.
All right, and we are withdrawing. Oh, almost invested by accident, but we are not we're not investing. We are withdrawing. Just taking one.
Oh, well,
Yeah, 150 ingots is more than enough to
mhm.
sustain at least one run, assuming no
Yeah.
reset. And is that going to be meal size?
Ooh, there's meal size. I mean, there's no Inez, but we see meal size do some really cool plays in previous runs.
Yep. And for one of the most important stages, Mounts and Seas, Enos and meal size actually do sort of work with each other in terms of substitution. And it is meal size.
That is
There
meal
it is.
size. All right, that's exciting.
We move
Now,
on to
unfortunately, I don't
4-2.
think meal size and Fiametta really synergize with each other that much, but it's always good to have a meal size.
Yeah, I suppose it's a range clone copy, but it is going to be physical damage, and a lot of times you do want an arts copy. It's not bad. It's a huge range at least, and
It's a little spicy. Go to war?
kind of wild to imagine meal size clone
Has to be
being able to hit that range.
And I don't think you get the AoE is the thing, right? I think you just get single target damage if you clone Fiametta.
I think that might be. Yeah, I think that's right. Okay, we're using skill 2 Fiametta still. Unfortunately, I don't think there was a medic voucher in that shop, so. Okay, 25.
Careful, you don't want to trip.
Can be a bonus, actually.
Okay, serious space.
Oh, we're copying spot here.
Okay, I guess copying spot means that you can actually just use that as a spot and use your spot somewhere else if you want.
That's true. And just in time for that first enemy, we have Fiametta and Spot deployed, and we can use Crucible at the right side as always.
Good old cruise spot.
She does get stunned a little bit, but it is okay.
Yeah, that sniper book there allowed Cruz to finish off the sniper at the same time.
I don't like damage unless it's necessary.
Oh, something's going on here.
I see some mousing over the enemy counter, so perhaps some discussion as to whether or not there's a special enemy here.
25 definitely has the potential for it, yeah. 24 is
might-
a specific configuration. Alright, Cruz is getting some for a
It is not
while.
a special enemy because there's definitely at least 2 enemies here.
That's right. There's at least 2 at the end, yeah.
Got it.
Okay, Stewart plays down to bait some of the thugs, and now Fiametta just gonna clean up with her very powerful skill 2.
Weaknesses.
Yeah, good showing from Fiametta.
Yeah.
And
Now
good
we've only
showing
seen
from
Fia
Sophomore.
skill 2 used so far. I wonder if we'll see some Fia skill 1 or skill 3 down the line.
I think we did all right.
Alright, Specialist, Vanguard, and Sniper. Sniper's definitely what we want to
Ooh.
see.
Yep. Now, not enough hope for a 6-star, but when you're playing Sniper Medic, there are also a lot of good 4-star and 5-star snipers to consider. Also, currently command level 3, definitely gonna level up after the next combat. Or this could be actually Mealside E2 might be a
Yeah,
high
Mealside's
priority,
promotion
anyway.
is pretty pressing right now, and it looks like that's what we're going with here.
Alright, we're going with the Mealside E2.
Alright. This...
Yep, so going with Ghost has a higher chance of hitting a good note after, for example, a Scout.
Yep, in the absence of all of the information. You might as well go for that.
Although currently there's no good target to promote with Scout, which means with the next voucher, Software may be interested in picking up someone to promote with Scout.
Yeah, that said, it cannot be a 6-star. Unless
Cannot be a
it's
6-star.
already a... Well, actually, it can if it's Medic Sniper, yeah. Which means
Medic
that...
Sniper that is not pre-promoted.
Yeah, so I'm expecting that the next draft might just be a 6-star Medic Sniper, even if we don't get the promote that we want.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, everyone. Stay calm.
Alright, we got 27 again.
Yep.
So definitely no bonuses.
Okay, gonna get a frame perfect clone on the mule size. It's a Cruz. Okay, so the clone quickly takes out the infiltrator's shadow because Cruz does have pretty good base stats.
I'll do my best.
And then, Melantha is actually going to face downward, not left, which means that she is going to take out this this infiltrator here.
Please give me instructions.
Oh, and then she's retreated. So I guess Melantha was just used to take care of that infiltrator in particular.
Oh, and now there's, I'm guessing, where Fiametta... I actually am curious where Fiametta's gonna go in all this.
Yeah, I'm wondering that too. It seems
Where's she
like...
with the
So,
clones? Oh, we've made a replacement.
okay, yeah. The thing about... Yeah, it's good to have Fiametta be somewhere where Spot can heal.
Yeah.
She will get hit when the next infiltrator comes out, but I assume that Spot can keep her alive.
I think we're gonna be banking on Spot's healing.
And this also seems like a pretty good map to use Fiametta's skill 3 if Software want to use that.
It is true, there is a very nice spot right here.
Doesn't matter.
Okay,
if it's
that's
over.
the
I'm
next
changing the
infiltrator.
direction.
So,
Okay.
yep, gonna pop the Spot skill and make sure that Fiametta doesn't die to this infiltrator. So more Cruz clones being placed down to increase the
Okay.
damage.
And
Let's
she
rid of the
did make
clone.
it out, so...
Yeah, looking good right now. The new official maybe used for a stun here. Okay, that is gonna be all the enemies in Shadows with
I
Ghost.
don't like damage unless
Alrighty.
it's necessary.
Phew. It's finally over. Time to get a good night's sleep. I hope I
Oh, another
Okay.
sniper voucher and the
Medic,
finally a medic, which means that we could take the. Oh, that is
We're
on
getting the
E0
Colossus.
read. And the scouts on the different side. That is not amazing, but Telopsis was already E2, so it's nice to see at least.
Yeah. So I think the boss key is probably could be considered here.
Yeah, I think that pathing down might actually be fine too.
Yeah. Okay. I think none of the relics were some things you wanted to trade in the Lost and Found if you got the relic trade.
New data used to
'Cause they're not relics that you could like they don't retain their effects after you trade them.
Mm-hmm.
go to war.
Okay, so this is the auto activation boss key. Path with no end. Now
Oh,
that we have
28%.
the Telopsis, yeah.
Mhm.
Now that we have the Telopsis, I expect to see Fiametta's health just be a lot higher on average, and maybe she's gonna hit those bigger numbers with her passive up.
Yeah, and Telopsis is not scared of accidentally spending a heal at the wrong time, since it's AoE.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, fine. Holding a shield is tiring, pal.
Alright, we got a Cruise clone.
I'm listening.
Yep.
I only do what I need to.
Take like water. Initiating healing.
And
Do-
Telopsis is deployed.
Will the clones benefit from the sniper book giving snipers 20% attack?
I don't think so, no.
No, right?
That would
Because
be
like
fun.
that is applied after they
No,
get
those are
deployed.
considered tokens.
And failure.
Because they trigger the empty fell beast actually.
Online.
Oh,
So tokens aren't also snipers.
but I mean, like, would the snipers get that as part of their base stats so that it gets copied?
No. It is applied separately, I believe. So the stat copy should not actually take it.
Don't see any
Tactical
I see.
support system. Online.
Anyone in front of me who still feels like blinking?
Is Cruise clone better than Telopsis clone? I don't know.
Telopsis
That's-
clones
don't
medic
tend to have a
clones
ton of
do
attack.
Arts damage. Yeah, they don't have a ton of attack. So, and their attack interval is pretty long. It's like over 2 seconds.
But yeah. Oh, getting index back. So
Index.
that's always
That is
really
nice.
nice to see. And there's caster specialists. They're just sharing vouchers with each other.
Let's go.
Unfortunately, Transceiver is still not making this a super high value draft. Although the defender could be welcome right now. It is only one spot.
Yeah. You probably want some sturdier bodies going to floor 3. Okay,
Bubble.
yeah, Bubble.
Wow. Okay, we got a Korra side and we got a Bubbled side. It's really interesting. Two of the.
Bubble is a very, very solid tank.
Yeah. Fortunately, there is no top full turtle for this surprise. Oh, is that the torch?
Ooh, that's a torch.
We've seen the torch do great things.
And with 9 ingots, that means withdrawing 5 would get you to that.
Oh my
that-
god!
oh,
but
the
also
sniper
the
book is really
book,
good
and that's
too.
11 ingots. You can't get both. You have to pick.
Yeah.
I think
Remote
that the
strike
remote
is
strike
the
is the
relic you
better.
want to see on
I
this
actually think
squad.
I actually think remote strike might be the better pick here.
I think so too. Yeah.
Torch is nice, but remote strike allows you, like, if you do pick up read in the future, for example, that just kicks in from the start, and torch doesn't help with setting up for many stages.
Yeah.
So it's saying rob. Not sure about robbing this shop specifically.
It's early to rob.
Very early. You do get a ton of bonus points for doing that. It's gonna be 200 points actually.
Yeah.
Which is beating out March of the Dead Emergency for points.
I think if you get an early run winning relic like a Divine Speed, you could consider robbing early. but I don't think Remote Strike is something you would necessarily rob for that early. Because you do lose all the points you would have gotten from later shops.
It's more that this entire shop is really good. You got deployment limit, you've got leisure time, which is squad size and anti-interference index. You got advancement, which is okay. Another medic voucher would be really nice, which you would actually have more hope after completing the combat. 20 out of 40, but I believe that robbing Kanata on this floor actually does level you up. Warding fence is a drop on collapse, and then you get a 9 life points. There's just a lot of good things happening. Very tempting. That said, you are taking this early bump at the expense of your future opportunities, and it looks like we passed up Remote Strike and also took Radio's elimination and put that in the shop as well, and not buying anything else.
Yep.
Nothing to use as well. There's a lot of source fold artles, but no layouts. That's not going to do anything.
Unfortunate encounter here, not restoring any life actually.
All right, and that mouse is going crazy. You don't know what that means.
Yeah.
A little bit of not super happy with that encounter, perhaps.
Perhaps.
It's understandable. And indexing down into getting the lost and found is leaving yourself with 1 on floor 3, which is always kind of dangerous. Castle's Offspring, that's really good. Fisher Restraints isn't terrible either. The amount's kind of low, but it's one of those things that, like, you never know. You never know when that might actually be the difference.
Yeah.
Castle's Offspring on the other hand.
Yeah, usually Castle's Offspring will help you survive more, but you do need to be deployed for 100 seconds, which is not always easy to do.
Yeah, it's quite a while though. There are stages like anyone, for example, that you are almost guaranteed to get that bonus.
Yeah.
And 300 defense is incredibly large for your range units, who are probably not exceeding 300 naturally anyway.
Definitely.
Yep, and we are going with Castle's Offspring. I think it's a good choice, and we're moving on to floor 3. No ending pickups for either side so far, though Softform actually does have an ending 3 guaranteed. Dequanta's really nice here. Another new tribe. Okay, 2 new tribes.
Okay.
This is a very mixed path, but I'm seeing a 3 combat, which should be really powerful.
Yeah. And there's a lot of branching, so definitely a lot of options.
Yeah, do you think that 3 combat might be really tempting here? And another shop would be pretty low value right now. I think this is one of the stages where I think you grind 3 combats, get your vouchers, and then see.
Yeah, I think in terms of shopping, Software probably wants to wait until 4-4 or 4-5 to apply that surprise. Okay, Altar of Craving.
Yeah, this is a fun one.
This should be a pretty good map for Fia meta. Her AoE will be quite nice here.
Yeah, not only is it Fia gaming, it's Fia starting.
Yeah.
And 35 means there is definitely a bonus enemy on the stage.
Easy peasy.
No questions asked. It also means you got the higher, more difficult variant. We'll see if this is like 2 Blade Weavers or if it's gonna be a Blade Weaver and a I forgot the name of this guy. It's like got a claw.
Yeah, I always forget
case,
their name.
that's always the one that I prefer to see. I feel like it's easier.
Alright, here you see the module on Telopsis allowing her to actually heal Bubble.
I only do what
Fia meta deployed. Fia meta is going to annihilate those carcasses. And now Fia meta is always going to have her passive up thanks to Telopsis.
Yep. Neilsize is put in a really aggressive spot here, actually.
Yeah, that's quite aggressive.
This is going to
I guess
prevent
it's
the
nice
casters
that
from reaching
like, the
over.
clone, even if the clone dies to the altar, you can just summon more clones or have to wait for the clone to come back.
Wow,
8,000 damage.
Yeah,
Very
that's
nice.
just what Fia meta does. With 20% attack, of course, but...
Yeah.
And the torch. But the torch isn't boosting her damage numbers, obviously. Okay, yeah, we've got the 2 Blade Weaver version. And this is I think the hardest version of this map.
Yeah.
Of course, because this is normal, so probably not in any trouble here. And Fiametta's damage is very dependable.
Yep.
Think about undeploying that clone in order to put down a spot, which will be a more block for that enemy. Yeah, that's pretty standard. And yeah, there goes all the damage, and there goes spot.
Surprised Fiametta didn't kill the caster there. I guess they were not in the explosion radius.
Yeah, they were blocked on the other side, unfortunately. Looks like
she'll get them eventually, though.
This might be a bonus enemy.
this is guaranteed. This is guaranteed.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's 35 is always a bonus enemy. That said, not sure which ones we can get here. I'm not sure.
This is not a very easy map to get bonus enemies on. If it's trying thief, then
no, you have.
It would be tough.
That's true. You have no prep time whatsoever on the duck
With
specifically.
maybe, right? With a good bind from meal size.
That depends. Which lane is it going in?
Is it random?
Did you see if it's top lane or bottom lane?
I did not see.
It's bottom lane. Does mean the Milsey should be undeployed like immediately. But there's not really much else you can do in order to add damage from this squad. It's just Fiametta does it or Fiametta doesn't.
There's not. Wait, did that miss?
I think Fiametta may
No,
have missed.
it's just a side. It's a sour spot.
Oh.
I think there's a very small amount of damage, though. Actually, no, maybe it did miss.
I think it missed.
That just looks too low. There's no way Fiametta does that little damage, considering the
I'm pretty
AKs
sure
that
it
she was
missed.
hitting. That's very
It's
unfortunate.
It's not the whole tile that gets hit. It's like part of the tile that gets hit.
Yeah, let's see if Bubble can tank a hit. I'm doubtful.
No.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah,
sure
I mean,
that
high
she
defense,
doesn't.
but not enough HP to survive.
So many weaknesses.
And unfortunately, Spot cannot dodge if he has not actually healed himself.
Alright, we are unfortunately not getting that bonus enemy, but it's alright. Still handled the rest of the stage very well.
Yeah.
With hard work, even an idiot can get the job done.
Okay, 1 EXP away from leveling up, unfortunately.
Okay, guard, defender, and a medic voucher, which unfortunately at one hope, this isn't super...
This could be a bubble
important.
E2.
That's true.
Or it could be a 0 hope cost of something else. It could also be a 4-star medic, I suppose.
Oh yeah, we are getting that bubble E2.
Alright, well, bubble E2 is definitely going to be able to survive a lot of things now.
We're also going to so close and yet so far.
Yep. For example, if Software runs into something like Emergency Rat Frack, then an E2 bubble will have a much easier time surviving the champions.
Surely Fiametta like just absolutely destroys the stage, right?
Yeah.
Listen,
The ideal tiles.
Stay calm. Okay, serious face.
And we've got Milsis, who will just use her clones to tank. Alright, we are thinking about what tiles here. What do you think Softform's the copy for this? Is it going to be the Fiametta here?
So, Cruise prioritizes air, but do Cruise mill-sized clones prioritize air?
No, Milsis doesn't copy any of the like actual properties of these
I see.
operators. It's really just physical or arts damage. It's some of the stats.
I see.
Let's take it slow.
Otherwise, it would be incredibly funny if if Milsize copied like Phalanx and then he just didn't attack.
That would be quite funny.
Alright, this
Alright, we
Fiametta
are
is
popping a Cruise.
Yep, that's gonna be a lot of damage. We're also probably want to put a healer on Fiametta at some point.
That would make sense.
Alright, and Bubble has been deployed. Oh yeah, there is the healer for Fiametta.
Yeah. Okay, Fiametta passive gonna have very high uptime now, probably 100% uptime from here on out. Bubble slowly chipping away at that carcass. Her attack is not very high, but you don't draft her for the high attack, of course.
I won't sleep
And then Cruz pointing up just to deal more damage
Wow.
to the drones right as they come out.
We're getting some Cruz regular usage here.
Yeah.
There's no fluking between
I mean, this is a
Oh.
kind of a classic stage for it to happen. I hope
Yep,
that Cruz
so
doesn't
leaded
die
by
on that tile,
Fiametta.
though.
Don't
That would be
make it big of a
unfortunate.
show.
Activating arch unit.
Okay. Very quick work of the drones here. Absolutely killed.
Cruz can't die if the drones are dead.
Annoying
Yeah.
people,
Sniper medic squad generally has a much better time with these drones.
Alright, and we're putting Melantha down for question mark.
That is interesting.
That's a flex. That's a flex
I guess so.
Melantha. I appreciate it.
He's just staring to the hole for some reason.
And not attacking anything that goes to the
And not
bottom lane.
attacking
Unless it's necessary.
Oh,
Alright.
and it's not necessary for Melantha to do anything, and that is a clean, so close yet so far.
Yeah. Was that the last combat, or is there one more combat after this?
I believe that was only the second one.
What a perfect
Okay,
calculation.
so we may yet see an emergency.
6, Hope, and we've got Sniper
Ooh.
again. That could be a
This
6
sniper
star.
could be a 6-star sniper.
I think that's a pretty good pickup here. And, oh, wow,
Ambriel?
okay. Well, the Ambriel's built.
No.
The
Even if
Ambriel
the
is
Cruise
very
Altar
built,
was
yeah.
level 1,
Max
and
level
the,
Ambriel.
this of course could be a 6-star pickup as well. And that is an Arquetto, yeah, that Arquetto is max. It's actually only Fartooth, Arquetto, Ray, and Responses, so.
Yeah. So, at most 4 choices.
Birds and Cottis? Question mark? Well, no, the Cruise Altar. Birds and Ray and Responses for some mysterious reason.
I don't know if Softform has module on Rosmontis. Rosmontis is kind of expensive. You definitely want
Mod 2.
You definitely
right?
want like
Minimum.
module level 2 or preferably 3. So
Yep. Fartooth would be an interesting pick.
yeah.
Not sure that's happening. Oh, it's Hendakil.
Okay, we're taking a rare Anakil in the rare moment
Yes.
of Cruz and Anakil drafted in a sniper medic squad.
Yeah, hasn't been seen since 2020.
Yeah.
Okay, we got Emergency Rational Fracture, which is always a fun stage to see.
Some people mourning the
Or
not
we don't.
picking Fartooth in chat.
Okay, well, we are not taking Emergency Rational Fracture, actually. We might be taking an Index here. There's not anything to promote. Kind of a
There's
unfortunate safe house here. Maybe if it had been a 6-star on the previous draft, that would have actually been
Yeah,
a little bit higher value, though. You don't know that that's going to be a safe house early on.
that's true. You don't know. There's option to index up to do a combat and then do boss key, but that is -2 index.
That puts you at 0.
Yeah,
It's kind of scary.
0 index. Yeah, you would not know what you're running to on 4-4.
Oh, but it looks like we're at least doing Shady Frozen Sea. Everyone's favorite stage. Or actually, oh, it puts you down to 1. Puts you down to 1 if you go in the boss
Okay,
key.
so you would not be blind.
Yeah, there is an extra index from that safe house pickup.
The nice thing about Bubble on Shady Frozen Sea is that you can let her take as many corrosions as you want. Pretty much, her defense is just that high. So even if you can't kill the casters very fast, she'll just tank it.
Right, and we are doing Shady Frozen Sea.
Yep.
All right, 49.
Everyone.
Yeah.
That leaves space for a bonus enemy. We will have to see.
So
Alright.
probably opening with a mule size here, right? But I don't know. Question is where you want to put the mule size.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a maybe discussion, maybe a little bit of calculating going on.
Yeah.
I think Neil says with the
Now,
clones
one
very
thing-
forward, maybe good.
That's what I'm thinking too.
Oh.
If you put the clones very forward, the clones can be used to tank the casters and kill the casters and just make them not an issue. But then you lose the ability to have mule size help out with the main lane.
Doppelgangers, yeah.
Yeah.
I said very forward. That is very, very, very forward.
Yeah.
We'll have to see. Is this a known strategy? This is definitely a new one for me, so I'm kind of excited to see it. Okay, we're putting this back here.
Easy peasy.
This I've seen a couple times.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Alright.
I would actually imagine cloning Fiametta here would be pretty good, right? Because Fiametta with the extra range means that you can have more clones attacking the tiles you care about
Oh, yeah,
than
we
if you clone
do,
Cruz.
we do not have the top right boat.
Mm-hmm.
I think on average this is quite good.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter to me.
Top right boat is way harder to deal with, I think. So Fiametta's down to half, and we've got Telopsis ready.
There was also an argument to be made earlier that if you draft Fartooth is one of the best clones you can clone with meal size. Fartooth has a very nice, very high base stats
Yes. Really big
and a
attack.
good range.
That said, taking a 6-star only to function as a clone is a little expensive.
Yeah, I mean, she has her other uses here too, but like, for example, if you had Fartooth on Fiametta's current tile, she would absolutely destroy this lane.
I don't think she beats the dock workers.
Really?
Yeah. It's a very unfortunate fact of Fartooth is that she just doesn't seem to do as much damage as you think she should.
Oh. I guess they do have some defense.
Yeah, super amp. Interesting.
Boring. Sorry.
Alright,
Warframe
Fiametta
would do
gonna
it,
clear
huh?
these out, or mostly clear these out. And then Bubble just tanking it very easily with her sky-high defense. Including Castle Offspring, giving her 300 more.
Oh yeah, it's kicked in.
Boring.
You love to see
So,
it.
even after 3 corrosion procs, she will just be at her original base defense, which is
And
very
30
high.
res.
Yeah.
30 res. That goes a long way dealing with these casters. I think a lot of the time you have these like tanky defenders there, but they just completely fall to the caster.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and now she
Defensively
probably has
speaking.
like over 2k defense.
Yep, and Mealsize is also has the clone ready to go. One of the clones can actually still hit stuff. It's kind of nice. But we've got Fia skill 2 ready to go, and it's not actually killing though. But it's close, and it does a significant amount.
Yeah,
Spot has been
very
stunned.
good.
Alright.
Weakness, shady frozency.
Yeah, no problem. Got Torch actually as well. Not that Fia actually used it, but I guess Mealsize got a little bit.
Yeah.
We won? Thank goodness for that.
Okay, another voucher. And like with the
Okay.
transceiver, I'm surprised that the voucher has been this I think it's been a little lackluster. The voucher options haven't really lined up
Yeah.
super nicely. And we are taking an Ethan here. Interesting.
Okay, very nice. Ethan definitely always a good draft with Sniper Medic because
Yeah,
a lot of
but-
times you're not running a lot of ground, which means having that bind very nice.
Yeah, but at the same time, that was 6 hope in a medic voucher. That is passing up a
Hmm.
6-star medic. So at that point, I'm wondering either maybe there's no A altar, or maybe Radio has the read pickup. Not
That's
a
what I'm
reason
thinking
for
too.
that. Skipping on read is for medic sniper especially is pretty interesting.
Yeah, you almost always take read with Medic Sniper, which means that might be what's happening.
Yeah, we will see.
Or take a Hibiscus Altar if you want to run it lower. Very,
Sure,
very.
yeah. Rational
Okay,
fracture.
so we don't
which is-
can't see what's afterward, but it is not a combat.
That's right, it's a 1 combat here. What was the condition? Actually, yeah, good question. What was the condition?
If it is tanky or Dominion, we will see it right away. Okay,
not
it is not
Dominion.
Dominion.
Stay calm.
It's not SP.
not auto activation.
Yeah, I like that we're rolling them out one by one. Deploy
if it's
limit. Deploy
extra-
limit. Look at that deploy limit. It's 2.
Ah, okay. We know what it is.
Fun little mystery to solve.
Yeah.
悪い人に立ち向かうぞ
Okay, 2 deploy limit rational fracture. If there had been a read pickup earlier, this would be trivial. Since there is not,
I think this is still very doable. I don't think anything's gonna be able to kill the bubble here.
僕に任せ
So you can just kind of swap DPSs around to kill whatever needs to be killed.
I only do what I need to.
That would be nice. It also looks
Oh.
like we're using this. Wait, who's the? Oh, they're facing up.
Unfortunately,
Interesting.
I feel like the field meta may have been a little bit late, or the field meta maybe should have been pointing downward. Because I don't think this field meta can actually hit now.
No. Well, there will be another lap, but I don't think it's
There'll be
a lot
another
of
lap,
damage
that's
there.
true.
The
I think the bubble
casters
needs to
are a
come back.
problem right now. This is a little bit scary.
Yeah, field meta unfortunately not super easy to heli drop with because she has offensive recovery.
That's right. Now, how much defense does Bubble have again? Because the champions are like 1500 on this stage. It's still sort of hard to tank them.
It's still kind of a lot, yeah. I think she goes around 1,000.
Sights lost.
Ooh,
There's no
that's still
cruising
pretty
between
bad.
Success and failure.
Yeah.
Not a lot can actually
Or
just
short of
tank
1,000.
this.
But her module also gives her more defense when she's blocking something. So I think
That
she
is true, it's
effectively
20%. So she's just taking like 300 hits only. Not too bad.
Yeah.
Not too bad. Of course, if you have Reed, you just out heal the damage instead.
Yeah. Although I think one consideration is maybe maybe it's good to keep Bubble on field the whole time and swap your other DPS with your one remaining deploy slot. The rationale being that that's a caster lead. The rationale being
we're
that
actually-
you want your bubble to trigger castle off screen. You don't care about your other units necessarily getting the castle off screen.
That's true. Although at some point in the middle, you'll have to get a healer in because that bubble is still losing HP, even if it's not very quickly.
Yeah, I wonder if that is the tile that Fiametta wants to stand on, because she could also go on one of the range tiles in the center.
Yep. Now, we only have 6 life points left. We need to kill 8 enemies, actually. Yeah. So 2 champions could be leagues.
Mule size can kill some of these by copying either a Fiametta or a Cruise.
Sure. Yeah, that seems reasonable. There's 2 casters still that can leak. There's 2 champions that can leak. That last enemy is pretty easy to get because it's so slow. So I think that worst case, absolute worst case, we are looking at -4.
Right.
That one of those champions is already on its second lap, so that's probably going to go right now. It's not much we can do
That's
about
a good point
this.
from this. I think Bubble also applies a minus attack when she is attacked.
Sure, that would explain why it's not quite as fast.
Yeah, but certainly Bubble is not providing the DPS, so
That's
someone
right.
else needs to provide that DPS. Okay,
Yep.
another
Okay, so we
champion
got the
lead.
minus.
Now 4.
Yeah, we got the -2 from the champions. We got -1 from a caster already. That's the second caster right there. Now that the clones
Those
are up,
clones should
they
take aggro away
should,
from
yes.
Mealsize, allowing Mealsize
Only
to
one
live
of them
longer.
will, though, unfortunately, because
Yeah,
of the way the
only-
caster's walking. That clone dies, Mealsize dies.
Now Mealsize needs to go. Oh, she actually died.
Yeah, the
Well, I guess
deployment DP is not a problem right now, but
Yeah.
we just need to get these regular enemies and we make sure that Bubble doesn't die from the caster, since Bubble's res isn't,
Ooh,
anything.
it'd be really interesting if Bubble can be undeployed and someone else can catch this caster on the other side in order for Fiametta to finish off the caster right here.
It's a little bit greedy. Your only option is spot, but once you use that up,
Yeah.
you have nothing to block the last enemy with.
But I think Bubble will be back anyways for that last enemy.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's redeploy.
Oh, actually, Bubble could just take a few more hits, maybe one more hit before Spot has to block.
Yeah, I think that's what's being attempted right now, actually.
Okay, yeah, very good. Saving Spot until the very last moment, and that
Is
should
it
kill the
enough?
caster.
It is
Very
enough. Okay. And I
Alright,
think this
good-
last
yeah,
time
good
is no
use of
problem. So
Fiametta
yeah,
and Spot.
-3, and I think the leaks were kept to
Here
definitely
you probably
the
want to
expected
copy.
enemies.
You want to copy your Telopsis here for the arts damage.
Oh,
Okay. The cruise clone isn't going to do much damage, but at
Ethan
least
can
you can
bind
still
forever,
bind.
right?
Well, you can bind for a long time, but not forever.
Chip damage, just chip it forever. This is not emergency. This is normal.
That's true.
Yeah, chip damage.
Okay, but there's only 2 deploys, so Fiametta does need to come back. Fiametta is the big damage dealer here.
I only do what I need to.
Oh right, yeah. Actually, now that I think about it again, that Reed altar when we saw it earlier, it was level 1. So like, there's no option for Reed here,
Yeah,
which is probably why the Reed draft was skipped.
right. But I think other medics can be considered. I think Kalsit could be considered.
Compared to read, I think that's a little bit strange.
But like if the read is level 1, then
Oh yeah, yeah. If, in the absence of read, absolutely, I agree with you. But if read is an option, especially for medic sniper,
yeah,
especially in this context specifically, I don't think there are
right.
any
If
other
read is an option, you
options.
take the read.
Yeah, fine.
All right, 07 for spot.
Not quite enough. I really think copying a Telopsis early would have just killed this enemy. Maybe there's still time to do that. There's like this clone could potentially stall for a bit.
That's one hit, and now that
that's
it's
one
dead,
hit,
it's not gonna have a copy at all.
Oh yeah, it's not gonna be able to clone anything now.
Yeah, I
That's
think
unfortunate.
dropping on the enemy is a little bit aggressive.
Unfortunately, that might have been a situation where you just have to drop the Ethan and hope for Ethan
Okay, I
binds,
don't
so
think
that
it's gonna be
Neil size-
-3 anymore.
Yeah. Well, Bubble can survive a hit,
So you don't have to
but
pay for
then-
that.
but yeah, but Field Meta had to go to pay for that, which means you don't have to Field Meta dev. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
It turns out that the DP earlier from not retreating, I forget who it was. Yeah,
was
Milsize
Milsize.
did end up mattering here, potentially.
It could have, but with -4, it's still survival. 2 deployment limit.
Yep, always last life matters.
You make the best of a bad situation, I
Perfectionist for
suppose.
suckers, you know.
And we got the minion
Oh, we're getting collapsed.
and an index back, which is always nice.
Yeah, at least we get some insects. At least we get to see better now.
Migrate. Okay, suddenly this run has like a ton of potential.
Yeah, but there's no blue full dartle to apply with migrate yet, so that's something that
Yeah, somehow that water has been the only thing picked up. All right, we got medic and sniper. Surely medic or sniper is going to be picked up here, right?
Yeah, I mean it's both of your classes.
Yeah, and you're playing medic. You're playing medic sniper. You pick medic or you pick sniper, right? And there it is. Unfortunately, again, no promotion. But at this point, passing up 6 stars because you don't get them promoted at this point is starting to hurt a lot.
Yeah, because even if you're not promoted, you get 2 vouchers and they are promoted, right? It's
Yeah,
not.
we've
you can
skipped
sometimes take
3.
them.
I think we skipped 3 so far now.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
yeah.
going
And
for
now
the
it's
Ray.
time for
Type
Ray.
E1.
Uh,
Hopefully she can be E2'd soon.
Ooh, let's look at the shop. Art display actually has a little value right now. Arts killer always has some value. Outburst is right there. Requires withdrawing units to get it, and you have to commit to not getting anything
Outburst
else.
on Fartooth or Fire Art or Ambriel or Firewatch would have all been pretty good. Okay, so that is withdrawal. And what are we doing with the ingots?
Might be refreshing actually.
That might be a refresh, yeah.
That 4-leaf clover, it's a good relic, but at 16, hard to say.
It's a little bit expensive at 16, yeah.
Surely you just refresh the shop and you get a scarred amber. And
I feel like
beast.
you kind of want to refresh and hope for a sniper voucher so you can promote the Ray.
Okay, we're taking 4-leaf clover actually. Can't take anything else from the shop.
Cannot.
And downtime recreation.
We hate downtime.
It's gonna be the best one.
Trust.
The share
maybe
a drink
wait,
and you get a
there's no
free
ingots.
collectible. You can't use migrate inside of a Bosky either. Oh, index. Oh wait,
Okay,
actually
this
you
one's
can
a little
spend
bit
all your
better.
index for this.
Yeah.
You already know what you're gonna get. There's a 1 node down that you can index, and then there's the boss, and that's it.
Yeah.
And this is of course the rapid clicking simulator. Oh, we're not spending our index here.
Interesting. Okay. Is it time to key down to crafty? I think if you're gonna get a migrate soon anyways, maybe you just spend your index here.
I think it's definitely an option.
Yeah, and PM meta extremely good against crafty, I believe.
Okay, looks like we're not though. We are going into new tribe.
Okay, it is new tribe time then. So both players on the team having Telopsis against new tribe, and Telopsis of course good healer against that chain damage, but different 6 stars. Hmm. This is also a map where you could potentially get a lot of meal-sized clone value by having them just copy a range unit and do a lot of damage at range. But of course, the clones are allowed to take melee tiles, which makes it a lot easier to put them somewhere useful. So some discussion going on over where to put stuff. And I wonder if this is a Fia skill 2 or skill 3. Probably a skill 2. I'm still kind of holding out to the hope that we're going to see a Fia skill 3 pop off in this run, though. Because that skill 3 is pretty interesting. It is a lot of DPS.
I'm sure at some point we're going to see it.
Yeah. Okay, some Dominion tiles. Not the worst tile.
Not too bad.
Yeah.
Not too bad.
I don't think software was gonna use the bottom right range tile anyways.
Tactical support
Like that's the classic Besiege tile. Okay, Bubble is being copied. Now,
Extra
Bubble
block
Clone
will
is quite tanky, just like Bubble, but Bubble Clone cannot be healed, unlike Bubble. Okay, Wheel Size is going to get some DP now.
I beg you, coalesce.
Oh, I wonder if Ray's skill 1 could do the funny push trick where like you push an enemy into the fence box at the bottom and then they just get stuck there and struggle to walk out.
Well, maybe we'll be able to find out. That would actually be very fun to see.
They will be fun to see, but I think this was Ray's skill 2, so she's not going to be able to push. Yeah, I don't know if that works. Okay, now putting Bubble in front of the Bubble Clone means that unfortunately the Bubble Clone is no longer going to get any value for now. There is an option to replace the clone with a different operator, but that takes a while to activate.
Yeah.
Alright then.
Okay,
That spot had
down.
to go down because that first car is moving.
It's moving, and it does require 3 block.
Doesn't matter.
Ooh, chunky hit on Spot, but with Telos' healing, I think Spot will be fine.
Coupled with his own, he should be able to make it out.
Yep. So, car is going to go down eventually. The Fia meta is pointed directly in the lane of the boss and doing a big chunk of damage, almost killing the second car actually. So yeah, maybe we'll actually just see Fia meta kill the boss before the boss actually starts walking downward.
That would be nice.
Okay, boss is around half health now. Oh, but Bubble
Yeah.
is actually taking a lot of damage. Bubble does not have any res. So
No.
those Jedis, they are a big threat to Bubble. Oh, Bubble actually just went down. Gonna have to see if Ray can hold this now. That's looking pretty promising. The Sand Beast is
The
almost back.
times are going to hopefully help.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter to me.
This
that is oh, the Ethan didn't bind! Oh, that's so unlucky.
Ethan.
Ethan.
Aw, you hate to see it.
Ethan is here to represent all 4 stars, and it's just, how could he do this? How could he let 4 stars down like this?
But Bubble was there too.
Bubble, where?
So true.
You mean
Bubble where?
undeployed?
So true.
Yeah, didn't do a good job of that either.
Yeah.
Well, 1 league, not too bad.
Yeah,
We're
pretty
still
well handled.
moving on.
It's not too bad. It's not too bad at all. But that
Yeah,
does
not
mean that we're
having-
about to be swapping back to radio, actually.
Yeah. So that is going to be a bit more collapse. I think the Ethan at E1 doesn't have that high of a mind. Ooh, old fan is very nice.
Wait. You know
That
what?
could
I'm
be
gonna
very
say
nice.
that this is because of the wish fulfilled. The 4-leaf clover had not taken a 4-leaf clover, had the exact same offerings as radio did on her mid boss drops.
Yeah.
Maybe the clover kind of pops off.
Maybe the clover is the answer.
technically- Okay, I mean, okay, so it depends
I
on your
know it's
mental
the
model,
first and
right?
second one. I know
And
it's the
we
first and
have the
second one,
option
but
for basically every single operator.
only the yeah. Oh, actually, yeah. We've got
Yeah.
frontline and backline.
We have everything.
My mental model is that the rightmost relic is the additional relic given to you by the clover, so it would have
It almost
been
certainly is, yeah. But I'm gonna pretend that old fan popped off. Okay.
fair. All right, this is gonna be E2 Ray, right?
It
Yep.
is
Yep.
E2 Ray, and there's a. All right, we're
Okay,
about to
that's
see
our-
what the
That is our second sniper.
collapses are. Yeah, that's right.
Second not 3-star sniper.
Okay, we've got Barrow, and I think that was Dequant, and Barrow
Oh,
2
Barrow
is coming
2.
again.
Ooh,
All
That's
right,
cool.
we've
I
seen
like
this
the
once, and while Softform ponders his fate,
Time to switch back.
radio, it's time for radio.
Yep, radio, hope you're ready for 4-4. Mr. President is second Barrow.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Oh yeah, and switching to radio. Actually, radio's about to get Barrow 1, so this is a very Barrow heavy day.
Yeah, in total we
Gotta-
hit Barrow 3 so far. I wonder if we'll hit Barrow 4 in total.
Oh no.
I would say that the players would love for that not to happen.
Probably would. Not.
Goody's putting some evil on the players right now. Imagine they remove Barrow on 4-5, but they go 4-6 and they get Max Barrow again.
Oof, why would you say that?
Oh, if it happens, it's your fault.
Yeah.
Yeah, on radio
Okay,
side,
now, as a reminder,
yeah.
Radio didn't get the best mid-boss drops, unfortunately. It
was-
ended up taking the camouflage.
Not only was it not great, it was actually the exact same two that Softform was offered, specifically the Weave of Thorns and Leaves and the Little
Grand
Grand
Pharaoh.
Pharaoh. So neither of
Yeah.
which are damaging relics. On the other hand, Radio does have the Chalice, which means that right now we are working with 56 attack speed. And it's only
Yeah.
going to get higher, shortly.
And Little Grand Pharaoh was actually kind of good in IS3 because of the fact that stun could knock down hover enemies, but in IS4 that's not that much of a priority. The stun is not that likely to save you, I would say. So I wonder if Radio opts to take the top path there to do an emergency, but the top path means that you start with an encounter, which you're not gonna get a voucher out of that most likely, unless it's an encounter battle.
Yeah, unfortunately, after the mid-boss, there just was no ramp in terms of overall damage. Just like
Yeah.
maybe one attack speed stack. Which means it was a little bit tricky in some of those F3 stages. Jumping into an F4 emergency could be fatal.
It could be very rough. Yeah.
There's no re-rolling, there's no do-over,
Yep. No more resets.
and a forced emergency. I don't know if that's the kind of risk you want to take right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Making sure that we know which targets are elites for the Ebon Hole targeting, of course. Now, collapse constructs do not count as elites, very importantly.
Mhm.
Although they kind of feel like elites given how hard they hit.
No, they don't count as
In
drones
fact,
either.
I would say they hit harder than some elites.
They don't count as drones either, right?
Oh, they don't? So Glaucus isn't doing the thing on them?
I don't
That's
remember. I don't remember. Don't quote me on this one, but I think they're like arts construct or something.
That's so anti-arene.
I mean, they're drones, right? Like we can all agree, though. You know, doesn't matter
Yeah.
what the game says. We can all agree these are drones.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They are collapsals. They definitely are collapsals because Hunter's Insight works on it. Oh wait, is collapsal and drone mutually exclusive?
That might be a thing.
That's terrible. All right, there's two things to consider here. One is of course, surviving floor 4. The other is, of course, where are the endings? Right now, you are going for ending 1. And if it does end up being that ending 1 is the only ending you can go for, that is, that's still very respectable. Ending 1 is pretty tough sometimes and it can kill you.
Yeah.
But
as we saw, one cross column can just wipe out your healer and ruin everything.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's still tough and it demands you, to bring your A game. That said, you probably want to look for an additional ending. There's bonuses associated with getting to floor 6. There's bonus points for beating ending 2 or ending 3.
Mm-hmm.
And
now,
if you do
fun
end up
fact
on the floor,
about
right?
big hitbox bosses like Sami Villain and also Big Sad Lock in IS2, I believe Fia Meta has the highest theoretical DPS against these bosses with her skill 2, because of the fact that her skill 2 explodes so
It
many
does
times.
hit all the tiles, right?
Yeah. It's even higher than Yato, who also gets the same benefit.
Yep.
But the catch is that you need to keep Fia Meta healed the full time. And every time there's a boss like this, they always have some kind of global attack. So
Big Sad Lock.
keeping your Fia Meta healthy is not going to be easy.
Okay, Company Entanglement normal. This is a perfectly fine stage.
Yeah. Good stage for Golden Glow. She can kill a lot of enemies before they even reach your choke point.
I wouldn't be surprised if Golden Glow Evan just sort of dealt with most of it.
Yeah.
Even deployed super far forward should be okay.
Yeah. So Evan's skill 2 could be considered here as well. Evan's skill 2 could be used to kill a lot of the smaller mobs, but then Evan's skill 3 obviously better for killing the bullies.
Yep.
And the fanatics. Both of which are elites. Company Entanglement, let's go. We have a very useful camouflage tile, of course, at the very far right. It's gonna keep the whatever range unit goes there safe. Yeah.
Sure. There's so
Which
many.
is, of course, a big concern.
Definitely a few better places it could have gone.
I don't think the snipers can even reach that top right tile.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so time to consider who goes where. And 38 enemies, I think that might be a bonus, right?
36, 39. So potentially.
Possible.
But not guaranteed.
So it looks like they're definitely trying to figure out now what to do, because although the minions aren't too bad, I know sometimes that one little like corner spot that's been dominioned can be helpful.
Yeah. Are you referring to the one that's 2 down, 1 right from Inez?
Yeah.
Two south, 1 east, yeah.
We'll get there eventually. I got the down, I was like, okay, yeah. Gotta be right. Alrighty, looks like we now see who gets to be.
Telopsis gets to enjoy camouflage. Wow.
Telopsis gets to hide. I mean, to be fair, I guess that does mean your healer at least stays alive. But it is
in case
at the
you're
cost
really
of
worried about a stun sniper stunning
You never
Telopsis now.
know. You never know. Maybe that's the game changer.
Alright, Eben has been placed.
Alrighty.
Destroy some elites for us.
Oh yeah.
That guy's an elite, right? Alright,
Yep.
Evan says
Instantly
yes.
destroyed.
Good news is Ebenholz will let us know if they're an elite or not.
How does
That's
Evan
true,
Holtz
yeah.
know whether they're elites? Like,
Ah, that's
You
a great
check
question.
the enemy
He's
counter.
just
You
guessing.
check the enemy info page.
Ebenholz checks when you forget to check.
They should make it so that
Yeah,
if you have to check it before each fight, otherwise Evan Holmes might has a chance to forget.
I'm not gonna
Oh,
lie,
but
if
Five
you check, he always
Vibes is
remembers.
exactly how you mess up. Because, like, what if the Ilsir Kizano big guys are not elites? I don't know what the definition of an elite is, you know? But they're not elites. For some
Yeah.
reason, they're not elites.
Just like how IS2 Playwright is not a boss.
IS2 Playwright's not a boss?
Yeah. It's crazy. If you get your hand of outburst or whatever it was called back then, hand of choker back then, it doesn't work on him. Oh no, sorry. It does work on him. It's not supposed to work on bosses, but it does work on him because he's not a boss.
This is nonsense. This is all
Yeah, it
nonsense.
is.
This is so nonsense.
We're learning
Yeah.
today, folks.
So, yep.
Alright, well, we'll see if there's a bonus. But yeah, that Fnatic, definitely an elite. Surely, yeah.
Glaucus deploy very forward. I guess that Glaucus is meant to deal with the stun snipers.
Yeah, you got
Although
Golden Glow
she
for
is too
ultra
busy
damage no
attacking
matter
other
what.
enemies.
Alright, Glaucus is going to get attacked here, but Golden Glow's got skills, so I don't think any of this is going to be a problem right now.
Yep.
Yeah,
Evan
worst
Holtz
comes to
letting us
worst,
know
Golden
that
Glow will
these
get
are
him.
not elites, but that one is an elite. Yep. All right, and unfortunately, the Glaucus might go down. Oh, nope. Okay, Glaucus actually just undeployed.
Yeah, final Sun Sniper here. Which... Alright, I think there's another Fnatic after this one, and that's going to be no bonus.
Wait, I think this is a bonus.
I think there's one Fnatic after this, and it should be no bonus.
Really? Oh,
Yeah, there
you're
it
right.
is. I've
Forgot
done
about
this
the
stage
last
enough. This last one shows up very late. Because they're friendly. Because they want to give you more time on the normal company entanglement in order for you to not struggle with these. And then in emergency company entanglement, of course, they just screw you over because you're not expecting it.
Yep.
Yeah, no bonus, but still really good clear of company entanglement. And we're going to get more attack speed after this. Hopefully we're going to get operators as well. 3 6 stars is not bad, but it could be more.
We would like to see way more.
Okay, sniper voucher on 3 Hope.
Yep, once again, Radio and Softform are just swapping vouchers with each other for some reason.
Yep.
Beast is pretty cool. Beast Hunt is really nice.
Yeah. You usually don't care too much about the Concord effect for Hunt, but because Radio is currently sitting at 5 out of 8 life, that +2 might come into play.
Mm-hmm.
Eye is also just good to have in general.
That's true. Eye surprise means you can press that shop node on something you don't want.
Yeah. Now, in terms of E2s, I think Radio's probably hoping for a Korra E2 at some point, and maybe also draft some more casters.
I think we want a specialist actually, right?
Yeah.
And of course, get a
the specialist is, I think, what we're really trying to
Zero
bank on.
specialists. Zero specialists. It's getting a little bit ridiculous at this point. It's
Yeah,
getting kind of
these-
dangerous. I don't know which one was taken. Yeah. Yeah, you really want a specialist ticket.
Paper Gaming?
That's 3 Hope. That's very expensive. Very expensive for right now.
No, I think Radio will level up with the next fight, right?
Yeah, but with an outstanding E2 on Korra too.
Oh, yeah.
It can be Caper. It can be Caper if you want to spend 3 Hope.
I feel like saving
That's
is the better way.
Yeah, but it's certainly a decision you have to make.
Mm-hmm.
And we're getting the cats, getting the TRC.
All right.
Go Cats.
Time for the TRC roulette.
Alright, there could be a total of 3 combats here. Unfortunately, the boss is down there, the scout is also down there, the shop is down there. It sort of looks like Radio just missed everything.
Yeah.
And that happens
like that
sometimes. There's not much you can do about it. That said,
Now, because downtime recreation isn't that great of a node.
you can overwrite with shot. Oh, we're not doing that though. Oh. Are we gambling? Are we gambling?
Are we drinking?
Radio.
One drink
does
can't
not
hurt,
wanna
right?
take
No,
that
one
risk.
drink can hurt.
One
Okay.
drink will
Radio,
hurt.
Radio
being principled
demonstrating.
and stay away from the drink.
Yeah, radio
Radio does not drink
demonstrating.
and drive.
No problems here.
Stay sober.
Yeah, Gabby. Anyway,
Hey. Hey.
I was kind
Collapsals
of
afternoon.
expecting a surprise applied to that node. Because
I also
it's a
thought that
downtime
was,
recreation.
yeah, especially because you have Arch, right? So
Yeah.
that's like your last chance to apply it reasonably, so you might be able to take this emergency. It looks like as it stands, we're probably not attempting Collapsals Afternoon with this squad. I think that would be instant death.
Yeah.
There's
Arch
there's
damage
just
is
nothing.
gonna
There's
have a
just
harder
nothing
time
there.
against those drones. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just not much you can do about that. You could be playing absolutely perfectly, amazing frame perfect Arknights, and there's still nothing you can do about Collapsals
Yeah.
Afternoon Emergency with this squad.
Yeah. Whereas with the shop, there's a chance that the shop gives you relics or vouchers that allow you to take Collapsals Afternoon without dying.
That's right. You need to see Hope, and then probably Operators as well. So it's a bit of a big ask, but it's like, you know, it adds a possibility, while right now there's no way.
Yeah.
Alright, we're going to defense substituting offense. Now, I think most people usually call this like one of the easiest stages of floor 4, but we've seen some unpleasantness on this stage.
Happen.
Yeah. It's one of the stages where it's fine, but if you make even a little mistake in the beginning, you are going to fight very hard to try to make it up.
You can't be too confident, because otherwise,
No, defense substituting offense will humble you.
you will be. There's a good chance your defender will get eaten at some point.
Yep. And speaking of that, Suffering Burb, I think, got eaten by this stage a little bit.
I don't like to remember the bad times. The dark days.
You left his body in instant contamination.
This is also a map where
Sacrifices had to be made.
yeah. This is a map where the camouflage does nothing.
That's right. There are no ranged targeting enemies on this map.
Yeah.
And this is when camo is a very useless one to have.
But on the flip side, that means it can't hurt you. And sometimes that's more important than it helping you. I'll take nothing over negative any day. Alright, Ebenholz is probably going to be a solid solution for the champions here. Golden Glow is probably going to be the mob solution. We just need to see if it's enough damage and whether or not we're going to move Enos out for a defender at some point. One of the common strategies is to just have Enos get devoured.
Munched and crunched.
Okay, not crunched. Not crunched.
Consumed?
You don't get her back if she gets crunched. Eaten it.
Gobbled?
Eaten it. Anyway. Yeah, if Enos becomes Eatness.
Eating it. No, Black Sleeves, no.
Redeploying her on the right side afterward, so that she's both out of the way of danger, gives you more time on both the champions and on the Sarkaz enemy. It's
the Korra plays down.
oh no, but Korra.
no,
Wait,
emotional
but it does. Okay. it's-
Kora's fine. Kora's fine. Ebenholz has skill, and banking
I
on
was
Ebenholz
scared
to
there. I
kill
thought
their.
Korra was gonna meet a terrible fate.
I was like, not the emotional support Korra. That would.
I mean, like that's how she supports you emotionally? Question mark.
No.
I think that's nutritional support Korra.
Supplemental core.
Supplemental.
All right, but yeah, we're gonna have Enos redeployed on the other side, I believe, for Oh, Glaucus.
Glaucus. She is applying that defense and res down to all enemies.
Yeah, here comes the first champion. We are gonna have that block break.
Yeah.
And Enos is back right now, which is perfect timing for placing her on the right side this time.
Yeah. And this block breaking is very expected, but you don't want the second block to break.
Yep. That
This
first.
is the only block we want to see break.
Honestly, I think the stage is better if the first block's broken. You're able to centralize your damage straight towards that middle lane instead of worrying about things that are split between bottom and top.
It's true. I think most people do tend to build around the expectation that that block is going to break as well.
Now, Enos did spend a long time holding that enemy outside of range. Ebenholz's skill is now run out, and I think it might cycle for the next... Oh no, that enemy's really soon. Okay, but we do have Glaucus in order to fix some of this issue, and that's a massive range, actually. Is Glaucus the only one with that range?
Can't think of anyone else with that big of a range.
Is
All right.
Zarya S3 not?
Ebenholz skill 3 is back. Zarya S3 is not symmetrical in all directions.
It's not?
No.
What the hell is Zarya S3 then?
55331.
Yep.
Oh no, 55531. Alright, but yeah, now the big threats are dealt with. That's the two waves that are a little bit sensitive, and you actually have a bonus enemy.
Oh.
The Doc and Inez and Evan, I think this is going to be a good time. Golden Glow is obviously also really good for getting this. And we even have Glaucus here to bind.
It looks like Golden Glow can just pop skill at any time, right? There's no reason to... Well, I guess you could try to save her so that she the Duck is in Glaucus range first. Okay, so there's some discussion about what order things should be applied in.
What do you mean our muscles organs? In the sense that, do they get affected by Dominion? Yes. They do get affected by Dominion. But we're talking canonically. Anyway, look at this Duck. Look at Golden Glow doing tons of damage here. His attack speed is really scaling right now. Look at that.
Wait, Zarya S3 is symmetric.
Oh yeah, sorry, S3 has the same range.
Wait, what did you think I said earlier?
I said Nightingale for some reason.
Huh.
All right, defense lessening offense, and no horrifying incidents with second bot. breaking.
Yep.
Let's see what that extra relic is. Hits fruits, not
Ooh,
incredibly
that's
impactful. Again, we're looking for more damage. We just really want to have some damage here.
Hey, it's 3% more attack. That's something.
Oh, okay. Could this be Virtuosa?
Virtuosa
this
could
be-
potentially synergize with, well, it's either synergy
Or
or
we
energy,
still-
depending on how you look at it.
Or
But
are
they
we
both
still
slightly
saving
different.
for a specialist?
There's diminishing return, but Ebenholz also has extra damage when the enemy's already necrosed, so there's some potential for.
Also, she is Ebenholz's music teacher, right? Or was it Cerny's music teacher?
Ernie was the music teacher.
Ah, right.
Virtuosa, yeah.
Right, as a level 1 U official, I wonder if we'll see some levels given to U official. It
It
will barely cost anything, so...
Yeah, and she's already not. She has like what 500 something HP at level 30.
Yeah.
It's every
The
HP matters
concern
here.
is, if something hits her before she activates, you know, that little bit of that HP could prevent that, potentially.
Okay, restricted zone though.
Mm-hmm.
There's really good potential for Eben to just kill a bunch of the drones.
Yeah.
I think in fact we have actually seen that before.
Yeah, so here's a map where Enos is revealing invisible enemies will be useful.
Yep. The combination of Evan and Enos here is going to be really nice. The question, of course, is do you have a little bit of healing for the right side? Do you have any good solution to deal with the top left? And are you maybe going to do a no block strat, or do you want to block the right side? Hard to say. Yep, that 3 squad size means you get to bring 3 stars or below. So not exactly a massive bump to damage, but it's better than nothing. And having some extra ground units is usually really preferred here. I think it's going to provide that a little bit. Gabby, how do you feel about these defender choices?
I mean, we know the love that Radio has for emotional support Cora, so I was not at all surprised to see her. And to be fair, she's actually really good, especially because she can have that extra block. So down the line, that can be really helpful. And honestly, Bubble is great on the other side. Like, I don't use her that often, but I know that she definitely has her uses, and we've kind of seen already how her reflect can be helpful. So honestly, for 4 stars, or for like the lower like star choices, these are probably some of your best options.
Yeah. The interesting thing
Besides
is
bringing out like a healing one.
exactly. The interesting thing is, if the tournament was something like you could not overlap 4 stars, and it was like 4-star tournament, then I think Cora versus Bubble would be one of the splits that would be very, very relevant. Like,
oh yeah,
one
I
person
think
takes
most
the other
people
person
do end up
Bubble.
picking neither.
But if you had to play 4-star only, I think you would very likely have to
Oh,
draft
if the
one.
tournament was 4 stars only, okay, yes, that would be
wild.
horrifying, and also yes, that would be one of the most important drafts.
Yeah.
I also think there'd be like a massive fight over Myrtle.
Yeah.
Because
true.
at 4-star and below, what are you looking at for DP generation?
Yeah, I don't. It's very hard to survive the double barrow.
Like, I honestly think there'd be more infighting than ever before. Now, keeping that Golden Glow alive. Oh, wow, okay, never mind. Golden Glow goes to drown, so there's no problem anymore. You can now put down Defender to block so that the Golden Glow does not get revealed. It's pretty important to do that too, yeah. At some point, Golden Glow's gonna start working on that next drone, and then we're gonna be okay.
There we go.
Mm-hmm. Can she finish the next drone?
Not
Maybe with
in a
lucky
single
crit,
skill, unless... Oh, there is a lot of attack speed, and we're playing at 1x, so it's a little bit hard to tell.
Yeah.
These things are going down really fast. If she doesn't get in this one, she'll get in the next one.
Maybe not.
Alright, her normal attacks might just do it too.
Okay.
Yeah,
I've
looks
been
like it
just
will.
delete this series.
Yeah. Bongo's normal attacks
Yep.
just completely finish it, and should get this regular enemy as well. So that's a nice solution.
Evan didn't even need skill there. He just wiped them off.
He Evan blasted them.
Yep, Evan blasted off the face of the earth.
Alright, not using...
Well,
there is the
wait, what
Invis
is
reveal range, but that means
unfortunately,
Colossus is going to die.
Colossus got revealed by the scout and paid the price.
Yeah, there's almost no way to kill in that one tile. You would need even more of the attack than you already have. Or an attack speed.
I think Fang might also get hit here.
Fang is definitely getting hit here, yeah.
Which, if she gets hit, it's probably not the end of the world.
Unless it dies. Unless it dies. Unless it dies. Oh, no, no, it's getting hit.
Oh,
Ouch.
Oh, yep, they
Goodbye,
paid the
Fang.
price.
well, it died eventually.
Okay, we've got no more drones on the map, so everything else here is fairly chill. We got 2 more on the left, bottom left. You got 2 more on the top left. You got 2 on the top right, and you've got 2 on the bottom right. So even split of enemies. Okay, and Evan blasts again. Evan blasts again. Okay, Eunice is just gonna get these bottom left ones too. And will Golden Glow just finish this? If she doesn't, then Evan will.
Mm-hmm. And there's one more enemy from the left side, right?
Yeah, 2 more on top left.
Oh, 2, yeah.
But Golden Glow makes easy work of that.
All right, no leaks. Maybe this will be the famed specialist voucher.
Alright, Emperor's Arts Collection randomly just drops here.
That would be huge.
It could happen. It could happen. It's not impossible.
Do you think that would be better or specialist voucher would be better?
Emperor's Arts Collection. But
Oh,
speaking
special
of, that's the next
voucher.
best thing. It does. Oh my god, and good promotion
free
offers
promos
too. And look at that
That
E2 lead. That's amazing.
E2
I'm not gonna
do it.
I'm not gonna shill nearly as much as Elysium is for sure, but you know, that'd be funny.
Take it.
Especially
E2
considering you're gonna get
trust-
Barrow. You're gonna get Barrow as your next one, and that's gonna be even funnier.
Oh.
That's true.
Okay, Yato's gotta be a
Barrow-
classic pickup right here.
Barrow Merchants is
Not pleasant. And we're getting Yato Alter though. That is really nice to have. And a
very
Sing.
nice.
Already have a Sing, but
I already
two
have a
Sings
Sing,
is,
but
two
you know,
Sings
having
is not a
two Sings
problem.
isn't bad.
Yeah.
But Rage does give bonus points in the sense that those temp ops are bonus points.
That's right. That said, there's no concording, which means that you're not likely to pull actually good operators from that. Or like
Yeah.
actually relevant 6-stars from that at least. When you're getting into floor 5 and later, there still could be some more damage on this squad, even after all of that. It looks like we're just stubbornly, we're not going to use that surprise, huh? We're holding on to it until floor 5.
Okay. Dark Knights.
That's always nice to see.
helps.
10%
Always
HP
helps.
is... Yes, 10% HP is like 11% damage amp on everybody.
Pretty much, yeah.
King's Staff, on the other hand, suggests that you're going to do something very funny on the next floor.
Yeah.
Staff means you're preparing for the scariest option.
Alright, but we are going to floor 5.
I'm a bit
there's
sad
And
that
there's the Barrow. Promise
Can't
Barrow.
really,
Econ
Yeah.
2.
I'm a bit sad that you can't really pop off with King's Relics anymore.
Why not?
I mean, have you really seen like a run where King's Relics just carry everything in IS4?
Not only have I seen it, I've done it.
What
Triple
King's
King's
Relics did you
Relics.
use?
Had the King's crown, had the staff, had the lance.
Do I just not have Crown unlocked?
And I got
I don't have
convergence,
Crown
so
unlocked,
I
and
went
I
all the way
don't-
down to 1
It doesn't
life.
have the commission on it.
Oh, that's why. I must not have Crown unlocked. I'm like, I've never seen Crown. Did they delete
It
Crown or
doesn't
something?
have an unlock condition, and I don't know what it is.
Okay. Well, that explains a lot.
It's just question marks.
It's the only thing that makes conversions runs good. Seriously, the only thing.
Pretty much. Maybe I should unlock Crown, just so that I can do that.
Of course, crown. It pops off. It's terrible most of the time, but it pops off sometimes.
Yeah. Okay, so using a double sing on a map is an option.
Yes, although right now we are looking at ending 1, right? And
Yeah.
if we're looking
The
at
question
ending
is-
1, are we
Do
already?
you
Yeah.
do you double sing that fight, or do you sing that fight and you sing something else?
You plan to double sing that fight, and then you sing if you see an emergency that you're forced into. I think that's probably the play.
Yeah,
Or
that does make sense.
outcast sing on that column beforehand and then turn them all into emergencies.
Ooh.
That's points. That's points. At
That
this
is
point, that's
points.
one way that you can actually convert this into an even higher scoring run.
That's true. I see
That's
a
it.
column with 3, so
Yeah, that said, you
That
are
could
you are also rocking 70 attack speed base, which means that Sing
but
is
it's
not
adjacent combat.
actually. Yes, Sing is actually not as much of a pop off as it usually is. You can imagine that all the combats have had Sing for the past 3,
that's kind of, yeah. Can kind of think of it that way.
but you can still go make a shop and spend some of that because you can have all the attack speed in the world, but you know, something like a golem on emergency march would just kill you.
Yeah. Those have a lot of health.
And res. Nasty. Really nasty enemy. Isn't it like 50 res?
Something like that.
Taking a quick peek.
Now, these Dublin enemies have a lot of res. They have 90 res.
That's 30
and there's
res.
no way to silence them. Not on this team, at least.
I think, personally speaking, confusing appearance seems like a really good pick here. You have the Yato, so the drones are not a problem. You have an Ines, so you have a very solid opener, and Ebenholz actually completely takes care of the bone throwers. And can do the leaders as well if you have sufficient attack speed or a little bit of extra CC, and that could come from Golden Glow, for example.
Yeah.
And 70 attack speed on Ebenholz means that that stage should actually kind of be a cakewalk. That said, it is also one of those stages where you do one thing wrong and it just blows up. So, can't do anything wrong. Oh, we're thinking about skipping as much combat as possible, maybe? That's an option. That's an option, but it's a little bit concerning given that the healing's coming from Telopsis, I believe.
Yeah.
Is that enough?
There's also a little bit concerned that the Arch Surprise might override something like a Bosky that you actually want to maybe do.
I think if you're avoiding normal combats on floor 5, then Bosky on floor 5 is out of the question, unfortunately.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Okay, so the sync has been applied. So there will be 58 speeding and sponsored roads here.
Oh, but we are taking a request in, which I think it's a bit of a more straightforward stage. I think there's definitely enough damage on the squad to do it. There's a lot of attack speed right now too.
There's not as much like strategy to do.
Yeah.
In requested, you just kind of.
Which is funnily enough why I think it's one of the worst stages on floor 5, because if you just get here, you can't beat it if you don't have the damage.
Yeah.
Especially emergency. I think on normal the damage threshold is actually extremely low.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a little bit of strategizing going on. Seem they're having a big discussion about this. I wonder if the camo has any... No, the camo doesn't have any potential to screw this up, right? The Yato S2 implies that we're going to get those casters as soon as possible on the right.
Yeah, and I think those are the only enemies that actually interact with the camo.
Yeah.
So yeah. No potential for screw up.
Yep, safe stage for Weave. And if you do land it really nicely, you could actually just like not even worry about the casters for a while.
Yeah.
Kind of funny. Unnecessary, but funny. 43 is normal, and we've got a
that's
Dominion
not
tile, which is a
Dominion,
little bit
the blue
unfortunate.
box.
Yes, that Dominion tile, 2 left of the blue box, that's where a lot of times people open with Ines.
Yeah.
I think that may have been the plan. Even if she's on to play later, the residual field is super good on those 3 tiles.
Yes.
That is also where the camo has landed. Now the question is, do you still want to open with Ines there? I think potentially the answer is still yes. The field might be more important than the opening.
You could instead put Ines 2 above that facing down. You end up with like a similar field, but Ines is not in Dominion. She can at least hold the beginning enemies better that way. Although then when the first champion comes down, the champion might kill her.
Yeah, it's the fact that she gets hit by them might be a little scary, but yeah, either way, you also need to remember that you have 70 attack speed, and this is only 4 tiles of Dominion, which means that you're actually faster than average
Yes.
when you deploy in the Dominion. Okay, we're instead choosing to go 1 tile up. That's still going to provide 2 good tiles of Invis reveal.
Yeah.
As long as the enemy dies before they reach that bottom, it should be okay. Okay, we also did apply Sing, so this is 120 attack speed of just right off the bat. Not to mention that when you break the drones, I think you get another 50.
Yep. So everyone's gonna go really fast for now. Do you remember what the duration is on those sponsor drones?
I think it's 1 minute. And also,
That sounds about right.
It might be 100 attack speed, actually. Now I think about it. I think it's 100. Which means right now, this is 200 attack speed Golden Glove.
It's definitely very noticeable.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen just a huge attack speed type run. And right now we are looking at 320 attack speed Golden Glove.
That's a lot of speed.
This is fast. This is like capital fast. Trademarked.
Yeah. I do want to point out that earlier when the caster was running by, the caster couldn't even see Golden Glow thanks to the camouflage, which means Yato wasn't even needed for that caster.
Nope.
So camouflage actually being useful for once.
Yeah, sort of. You can ignore them until later. That said, then you have to deal with them later. So why are we ignoring that? It's not a detriment, that's for sure.
Yeah. Alright, I've been gonna blast.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and then here's this elite. And unfortunately I haven't been stack up any charges, so it's not gonna kill yet.
Yeah.
The other question is, do you want to put down Enos again? Since you have the invis field, or the camo field, you actually could put down Enos completely safely. Above Korra?
Yes.
That's an option right now. It's not necessarily something that has to be done. Oh, we are moving the field so that Golden Glow can spawn camp.
Okay.
That's kind of cool.
I like that.
That
means
is
the
pretty
Shadow
cool,
Blades
yes.
will not be invisible.
Yeah, and we're getting that maximum value out of the Golden Glow. This is a nice little idea.
Yep, I like the Glaucus there. Glaucus there is going to shred the defense and res of all the enemies.
Yeah.
There we go. There's the Shadow Blade, who
Blade.
is not stealth, but still has refraction, right? Actually, no, they might have. I don't think they have refraction. I think only the Dublin, the guard has refraction.
I think that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, because they have the purple crystals on them. Oh, Yato actually doesn't survive to finish off her skill 2, unfortunately.
Yeah, that can happen, but we've got 220 Taxi Golden Glow is back.
Wait, was there another drone?
Yes, there is always another drone that spawns from the top middle. Oh, Glaucus is dead. There is a caster that's not being dealt with, and unfortunately Glaucus is the one outside of the camo.
Because Yato wasn't able to finish her skill earlier, that means that caster actually managed to come over and be a nuisance.
Yeah, one really good Yato activation here could do it.
4 block total, but it is being reduced by 1, so it's
yep, but Yato cleared it. There's still one enemy, but Yato cleared the rest out, and that's so much more comfortable now.
That did look a little bit dicey for a second.
Yep, but it's almost certainly going to be no leaks from this point on.
Yeah.
Yeah, good cleanup with the Yato activation there, and
I think if Korra were replaced with Bubble in that instance, maybe Bubble might have leaked there because Bubble will not have the +1 block.
Yeah, really hard to tell with that giant clump of enemies, but yeah, that's clean. Requested enemies obtained. The Sing drone was really useful there.
And I felt it for ages before she showed me the path.
Okay, now that the Yato has been drafted, do you think specialists are still high priority, or do you think Radio is looking at other vouchers now, potentially?
Radio still has soft forms as a teammate, you know, so you can't take the Texas right now, but there's many good specialists, but we've seen what the 6-stars are, right?
Yes.
I don't believe I saw Dorothy. Or maybe it just wasn't offered as a promotion.
This could be an E2 Korra.
I think
or
Dorothy.
It could be another Vanguard, perhaps.
Yeah, the other thing is that radio's very close to completing the ending one. At this point, it's going to be 1 or 2. Either way, by the end of the floor, it's over. So if you can manage to clear ending 1 with what you just have, I think it's a good idea to just leave all the ops open. Maybe don't take things even if they would make you better.
Yeah. Well, you can always take 4 stars and 5 stars.
Yeah, but 4-star and 5-star specialists, Dollkeepers get a special shout out for being able to take more damage from the columns. Other than that,
Ooh, Elysium. Good choice.
Looks like we are trying to get more
yeah.
DP.
Not biased. We have a Bosky passage.
We going for that? It could be. What if it's shopping Bosky? Another 15 units right off the bat. Brings you to a total of 69.
Look nice.
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 Or is it time to apply surprise? Because there aren't that many nodes.
I kind of wonder if radio might just be taking this to the end, but I also think that at this point, if you really, really don't want to lose some golden chalice stacks, make a shop, rob the shop. This is a fine option right now.
That is true, yeah. If they cost 0 ingots, then that is not taking away any chalice stacks.
Yep, we're making a shop. Are we robbing the shop? We're losing dequans as well. That's kind of nice. We're also landing the rogue trader on a path where you can actually visit all 3 of these. Oh, there's a silence and a ring of thorns.
Yeah.
There's also gargoyle. Your life points is at this point 7 out of 8 with 1 shield. It's not looking incredibly healthy.
The
Deathmatch does nothing.
The silence could provide you with a very useful shield guard.
I like the silence full auto play here. Yeah.
This is a shop that I think is worth robbing.
Yeah, actually, if it weren't for the fact that there were 2 more shops coming up, I think this would be one that you could send on.
Okay, getting some hope.
I'm just buying the bird.
Oh,
there's live rose.
Another surprise.
Another surprise. There's no green folds anymore, so it's not very useful.
Okay, so with this sheet music, there's enough hope to draft another 6-star.
I think what you want is healing. Telopsis is a healer. Certainly.
It looks like the Corcus might be a good pickup here, potentially.
Yeah, and it's a 5-star, which means you're not fighting your teammate for any drafts. Leave Software open to potentially do something like a double ending, since we know that Software does have the ending 3 guaranteed.
Yeah.
And you're committed to something like ending 1 at this point. You want to, not fight any of those drafts.
Yeah.
A altar, you should leave it. Read, you should leave it. Well, even if Software doesn't have read, so read's actually fine to pick up.
Yeah.
The other thing you're getting out of this is 30 points per shop if you don't withdraw, and I think that 504 has been the eager count since the start. Live Rose is also very considerable right now because that will
it is
make
more
your
healing,
good.
and healing is nice.
This still not a shop I would rob. Just there's 2 shops. You can't pull the trigger on that without seeing what you might have next. And that's how you end up on the last shop with like the worst relics possible, and you're like, okay. I guess I'll take them. I guess I'll take them.
They're like, is robbing even worth it?
Robbing is always worth it. The combat itself, that's still value.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like we're going for a guard though. What guard could we be? We're taking Minar?
Minar.
That's somehow feels so unexpected, but also makes sense. Minar has taunt, maybe good for ending 1.
Yeah. All right, Minar has been taken. That means Softform cannot draft Minar.
I hope Softform has D-Gun. You Minar says, okay, sure, okay. It's a necessary pick right now. Or not necessary, but it's a nice pick. Rogue, Raider again, and then maybe even another one with a choice of 2 combats that I'm thinking are probably not going to both be emergencies, but we'll see. Okay, This is a less exciting shop.
Yeah.
Significantly less exciting. There's a Silence Full Dartle again. Something to consider.
But with the Hope 1, I think both vouchers are probably not really that interesting.
Guard Voucher, that is almost certainly a pickup, right?
Yeah.
You can't have taken one or E1 and then went, nah, you know what? I don't think I am gonna
I
promote
think
it.
it's very worth losing 7 ASPD just to E2 the minor.
Yeah, otherwise it wasn't worth it to grab the minor at all.
Yeah.
You do need a little bit more hope, though.
Oh, do you?
Oh, shoot, I forgot about hope.
Much it takes.
Right, you do need 2 more. You're right. That's unfortunate. There is no hope in
So
the
one
shop.
option is you rob. Robbing gives you the level up, and the level up allows you to grab the minor afterward.
That is actually, that's a pretty good option right now.
Yeah.
The third shop's not guaranteed to give you a guard voucher again.
Yeah. You may never see another guard voucher, which means this might be your last chance to E2 minor.
Yep.
And yeah, E1 minor could be used. He's not useless at E1, but you know.
He wasn't worth the 6-star pickup and locking your teammate out of it if you weren't going to promote.
Yeah.
Now we're
gets that
dropping
taunt, which is very important.
We're dropping that attack speed very quickly right now.
Mm-hmm.
And we've already withdrawn 1, so we're giving up that bonus here. I think we're going to withdraw 5.
Yep, might as well withdraw 5, I think.
Yeah. If you are going to withdraw at all, 5 is what you do. That is 4. That is 4 withdraw.
Mm-hmm.
And we're onto a third rogue trader at this point. This is Robert. Give it up forever. And it looks like, yeah, they've got combat in an emergency, which means that there is a way not to do an emergency right now. So I think that third shop is, you have to take a look, right? Deployment limit, no hope in this shop. And once again, the guard voucher just taunting you. Lake bed could be considered at this point, just a little bit more HP to keep yourself alive. But you and a flowing water works on Ebenholz.
Yes.
If you're trying to burst down the boss, I guess it's an option. And no more guard voucher. And also no hope.
Yeah, this is the last chance to rob.
You can still get it in the shop. There's a support crane, which is pretty interesting, could be played around with.
Right.
Not sure what the best thing to do here is. I think it's probably to rob no matter what. But you got to make sure that you can actually do it. And now that you've dropped a lot of the attack speed, I don't know if it says easy. Oh, looks like we are not robbing. We're just going to move on. Okay, yeah, March, which we are not even looking at apparently.
That is a pretty tough
Can't blame her. Can't blame her.
Yeah.
This is a tricky stage. And with the minor E1, it's pretty difficult too.
Yeah. Now for Musical Disaster, Golden Glow can take care of a lot of enemies before they start moving, which is nice.
That is true. And before, though, you do have a ton of attack speed supplementing that damage. I don't think any impactful damage relics were picked up during that 3 shops.
Surprisingly, no.
And half of the attack speed was dropped, which is pretty devastating actually in terms of Golden Glow DPS.
Yeah.
I'm actually not sure this is that easy if without Yato, but actually you do have Yato, so it's like not that bad. Yato means that you're going to get to just Yato the left side for the Spire caster since it is normal over and over until they're done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely having less attack speed is gonna be a significant drop in damage.
And I think Radio is gonna have to hope real hard that it's a guard voucher after this.
Yeah. Garage Cat supporting Mossman in the chat.
That's true. This is the caster.
Yeah. Now, one thing I see people do is do Edis on the top left to open with Musical Disaster. How good do you think that opening is?
Could you repeat that?
The one opening I see sometimes people do is Ines top left, Musical Disaster, facing right.
I think if you don't have Barrow, it's okay. I think if you do have Barrow, it's a bit of an overcommitment to the left side. That's a tough tile to actually hold the entire time.
Yeah, it doesn't hit that many useful things is the thing, but it does give you DP.
That's true. Also, there's no, yeah, if you have 4 enemies, you actually just can't even open that way.
Right. So if you get a 3 variant, it can be considered. Alright, so let's see which variant we're getting here.
Yeah, but even if we do, let's see that the Dominion tiles on this stage are, I think, pretty sensitive.
Yes.
And the top left is gone.
There's a Dominion right next to, right across from diagonally from the blue box.
That one doesn't matter too much, I think. Especially with this squad, you can just adjust. Especially Golden Glow can just sit anywhere she wants. Evanholtz, on the other hand...
Elysium doesn't care too much about Dominion, at least.
Yeah, Ines doesn't either.
Well, Ines cares a little bit, right? Because it's her attack speed.
Or not these tiles, at least. Oh, this is a very forward Ines deployment. Let's see if this works out.
Yeah.
And also, yeah, the tile 1 to the right of the blue box. That's a more concerning Dominion tile, I think. I didn't realize that wasn't Dominion until just now.
Yeah. I guess if Cora goes on the top, Cora doesn't care too much about Dominion.
Cora emotionally supporting the squad by losing all her organs. Or not. Had second thoughts about that.
Oh, okay. We are actually respecting Cora's organs for once.
For once?
For once.
But we are not respecting Elysium's organs. He can lose all of those. For all radio cares.
There go the organs.
Dominion in the corner.
You know, second time, I'm really glad that people don't usually
make
draft
a profit off of them.
You'll profit if radio can survive this, you know?
Nice.
So you better
Radio
hope.
survive this.
Oh no, Cora is losing her organs. We are not respecting her organs. Alright, Elysium and Ines fighting the Barrow one to get fast DP right now.
Yeah. So that is still an E1 Cora. Not going to be as tanky as an E2 Cora, but fairly tanky. And as soon as you place any ranged DPS at the bottom lane, probably Elysium is going to lose that beam, which means his next skill is not going to come out for a very long time. So maybe it'll be time to just undeploy Elysium after one skill.
Yeah, but then let's see. What's next for the beam management? Maybe Ebenholtz can actually sit on the bottom tile facing up. I think that's a pretty nice tile.
That's a pretty good tile for Ebenholtz, yeah.
And the nice thing is... Oh, whoa, wow.
Okay,
we can't put Ebenholtz directly over the violinist. That will be fatal.
Certainly.
Okay.
Okay, so Telopsis does manage to keep Cora alive for quite a while. Should be long enough for Ines to finish off the Colossus.
Yeah, I will say this sort of Telopsis deployment facing right specifically is very strong commitment.
Are they called Colossi or are they called something else? Like Golem?
I don't remember. Some kind of golem, right?
Yeah, I forget. Alright, Yato deploy.
It's enhanced mass-produced Colossus.
Mass-produced, okay. More than half, so 2 Yato deployments will be enough to take care of 2 casters. Oh, Elysium got skill again. Very good.
Yeah, we also have 18, which is the lowest amount of enemies this can be, which is, you know, it's nice. Nice not to have the bonus caster. At a time like this. More Yato deployments are probably necessary to get rid of it, but having Yato means you just don't need to worry about this for a while.
Yeah.
E1 Miner is not really going to put in much work here, but E2 Yato, huge.
I'm actually surprised that caster didn't die.
The second tile of a Yato deployment does get hit slightly less. One hit less, right? One hit less is like 3 versus 4 or something like that, or 4 versus 5.
But I feel like the first Yato deployment did more than half of each caster's health.
Yeah, was that Yato from 2 tiles away instead of 1, so that the number of hits was different on each one?
Oh, it might have been different.
Okay. At this point, Ebenholz doesn't really have a obvious tile.
Yeah. If you put him in the bottom, he gets good tiles to attack, but he also denies the beam from some of your other units.
Yeah, he throws the beam towards Enos, and then Enos just throws it to nothing.
Yeah.
One operator below Enos facing right would help a little bit, but because Golden Glow and Telopsis were also devoted towards the right, they will stop the beam now. So it's a bit of a commitment there when you put down
Yeah.
Telopsis there.
You definitely want Golden Glow to keep the beam.
I think at all costs, yes. So perhaps Ebenholz can go one tile to the left, sacrificing a little bit of his range in order to make sure that that beam can continue going to...
Now, I do want to point
Cora
out,
was
if you
also
did have
pointed
Mossima
right.
here, Mossima gives all casters 0.4 SP. The not having the
That's
beam is
true.
minus 0.5. So Mossima nearly cancels out that negative effect, which means you can kind of just have casters not worry about beam at all.
That's true. Telopsis is 0.35, though.
Yeah.
So that's already helping quite a bit.
Yeah. Alright, Yato gonna hit some of these Colossus.
Wow,
maybe?
Yato's gonna Yato the beam. Wonder's gonna Wonder the beam. Oh,
that's
okay, the
not
beams are
cool.
Why
reconnected.
not place for beam assurance?
Yep, and losing his organs in the process, but it's a sacrifice that apparently must be made.
They must be made sometimes, yep.
Sometimes you must lose your organs.
That's gonna be
You
evidence in
can only
court.
do that once.
That's gonna be
Golden
evidence in
skill is
court.
up again. There we go. There's the
Alright.
block us for the res shred.
Yeah, there's unfortunately too many things blocked right now, so we need
there's
that
not
bind to
enough
come out.
block.
now.
Never mind now.
Cora.
Oh.
Cora's scary right now.
It was looking scary
Cora,
for a
hold
second,
on.
yeah.
Cora.
'Cause Cora got low, and then the Colossus was potentially going to slip by, but things ended up being okay. There's a Violinist coming, though. That Violinist is going to attack Cardigan and transmit through the beam if there is a beam.
There
which
is no
there
beam,
is no beam on
because
Cardigan
Winner
at the
is
moment.
not here anymore.
Right.
At this point, we can, yep, Yato that one more time. One more quick Yato just to seal the deal. Although you could actually wait for it to get to the top left corner, then Yato towards the right, then leave Yato there.
Maybe what's happening.
Oh, no, it's not.
Okay, gonna
it's
get the
not.
Colossi and the casters in one Yato.
That's a nice Yato usage, yeah. Okay, Violinist is here. Enos is binding the wrong target right now. Ooh, okay. There are 8 enemies left. There's 8 life steals at this point. You just have to kill one more thing and you're not worrying at all.
Yep.
What do you put the beam on? How do you reconnect? Ebenholz probably could help with here. But putting him towards Enos means that Enos is going to send some damage over to Ebenholz in exchange.
I
Worth
wonder
it?
if there was potentially a rationale
Ooh.
for pointing
That's not-
Cora upward.
That's all
Because
looking
if you
great.
point Cora upward, you can have Ebenholz direct the beam into Cora, who then directs it onto Golden Glow.
Yeah,
Oh,
if
that's
you
a big
were,
splash.
yeah, unfortunately, you need to
Ooh.
look very far forward to this particular moment where you're putting
Yeah.
Ebenholz down.
Unfortunately, that splash damage killed almost everyone.
When that beam was first deployed, it was the thought was if I don't put Cora facing right, then Enos won't have the beam.
Yeah, this map can hurt your head in some ways.
In more ways than one.
By killing you.
Yeah.
That tends to hurt, yes.
Sometimes it doesn't, though.
Sometimes it doesn't.
We'll address that later. Anyway, the last bit of enemies here. There's 5 here. There's 4 in that clump, I believe, and then there's 3 in the clump. There's 1 in the top left. There's a Spirecaster that I think it's just 2 Yato deployments. There's also Violinist that's very difficult to kill. None of these enemies can actually hit Ebenholz from this tile. So it's a good time to maybe just see what Ebenholz can kill and make sure you don't put anything else in the beam so that Ebenholz doesn't die, because I don't think he can take another hit here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
if you put
like
someone in the
not
beam,
enough.
then the Violinists are going to be able to reach Ebenholz indirectly, and that's bad.
Yeah.
Spot?
Violinists have like 40 res, and then the Spirecasters have like 60 res, I think? Something like that.
Something like that.
60.
This is the classic
65.
thing where your unit keeps hitting the one that's about to leak, and then that one leaks, and then they start focusing on something else, but that thing is still at full HP, so...
At this point, I think these are all going to leak, and we're going to use Ebenholz for that last violinist, and that's going to work. I have full faith in this.
Let's hope it does.
Maybe
There's a
assisted
tile
by
above the
one or
red
two
box
Yato
that Yato
deploys.
can... Yeah, Yato can use the tile above the red box. Oh. No.
What?
There goes Spot.
But it's
We're
not
too
even a
freaking
split
deep.
box. It's not even a split box. Ebenholz isn't even... It's not even...
Oh.
No, everyone's organs. No. Oh, okay. Enos
that
is
attack's
invisible
still
now.
connected.
Yeah,
Which
this
was
bind
not
is good
invisible.
though.
okay.
This bind buys time for
That's a
Ebenholz to
nice
charge up the skill.
invisibility.
Oh, this is big.
Ooh,
Oh,
damage.
yeah. I have full faith.
Oh.
There we go. We are able to secure the last enemy. So out of the last
Yep,
-4.
prevented a leak there.
And still have 4 life points. Normal musical disaster. You know, it could have been worse. Could have been much worse. And let's hope for that. Let's hope for that guard voucher. You know, for radius sake. The difference between an E2 winner and an E1 winner in the ending 1 boss is pretty massive.
Very huge, yeah. And a lot of ingots were sunk into getting the E1 miner in the first place.
Absolutely. And
Yeah.
we're getting dequant too. Which is not too... Oh, Rockhorn.
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 Okay,
That's nice.
and
Hey, that's
moment of
pretty
truth.
nice.
Moment of truth. Let's see what this is
Moment
going
of
to be.
truth. Rage.
Wait, are we thinking about not taking it? Okay, we are taking
There's no way.
it. Rockhorn is strictly good.
There's no downside, right?
Yeah, there's no downside. Unless you kill the boss too fast. And you face it to
Ooh,
face
that's
2.
the downside.
And then that kills everybody. But like, what are the odds that happens again? Oh, no.
No guard voucher.
Oh.
No guard voucher. And that means we're going to have to pick...
It could be E2 Elysium at least.
Could be E1 Typhon just to supplement damage on the right side to make it easier.
Yeah,
It's
it
a
could
convenience
be.
pick more than an actual good damage pick, but sometimes that's all you need. Okay, looks like we're going with the E2 on Elysium. Are we going to index up? We're gonna index up. Could do another combat, although after how Musical Disaster went, maybe not.
Yeah, there's not too much life remaining, and it is nice to keep some life for the right column in the boss fight.
Yeah, and wasn't the fight instant contempt?
Was it?
We saw it at one point. We'll have to see again.
All right,
All
that's
right,
an
there's that
E2
promotion.
Elysium.
Oh, it's March.
Oh, it's actually March.
Okay.
Oh.
I mean, yeah, you could do it. No problem. No problem. The Tombkeeper Grotesques do unfortunately have refraction as well. So
Yeah.
Very difficult with arts comp if
Yeah.
you don't have
Tough
retro.
with casters.
But that means
All
we
right,
are
Lofty
moving on to the
Silverfrost.
we're moving on to the ending 1 boss with 4
Yeah,
life points.
There should be another thing to apply here, right?
Yes. Let's hope that radio doesn't forget about that. I think there's just a little bit of thinking right now.
Yep.
This is the also the benefit of going second. I think radio and software have spent a combined 3.5 hours. But
2.5? It's about to become 3, right?
well, we started an hour early, right?
Okay, we are playing
Did
this
we?
game. Getting rid of collapse, which is nice.
45 minutes early.
And we're gonna change it to an emergency. Nice. But
Very cool. We still have barrel 1. 16 out of 18 means you have to drop 2 more collapse to actually get something.
yeah,
Do we have the folds for that? I don't think we do.
I don't think there's any folds
I don't
left.
think so.
The folds tab is gone, so
Ah,
Wow, they used them all up.
yep.
that's just when you click on that's just when you click on a combat. That would be hilarious if they take the folds tab. Like, don't even look. You don't have anything here.
Yeah, don't even bother.
You have nothing, just ignore it.
So some discussion going on about where to set up. You only have 5 tiles at the very start.
Yep. We have 4 tiles at the minion, so what I'm saying is that something very funny could... No. I think the Enos is going to make the opening alright. I don't think we have injury trigger here, so that's also nice. Arrow is still going to be a little bit of an issue. And yeah, the E1 miner, of course, is not ideal.
But with proper deploy order, the E1 Monarch can still be used to tank columns. He has decent defense and HP pool.
Yeah, defense is fine. The HP pool's really massive, so yeah.
Yeah.
That said, you've got access to an E1 Korra, and that's probably going to be your first tank, if anything.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, how do you delay all your other deployments to actually get that Korra deployed first?
Yeah.
You need to actually manage this now. That is
also,
the
what's
one
the
defense.
priority for Golden Glow if there's a immovable boss?
Every single bulwark is going to die first, and then I think the boss.
That's going to take a while.
Yeah. Golden Glow S3 on this stage is not very efficient.
Yeah. Okay, but after all the bulwarks are gone, does Golden Glow attack the regular enemies or the boss?
I think it's the boss.
That's what I think too.
But I'm not a huge Golden Glow user for this stage. All right.
Okay.
Looking for those Dominion
This is
tiles.
the boss. 4
Are there any
life
Dominion
effectively
tiles?
to work with.
Yep, 4 life is not a lot. You really need to not leak things.
Yeah. Okay, Ines has been deployed. Ines is generating that precious DP. Can this Yato one-shot? No, she does not one-cycle the ice.
Oh, this is looking like that relic less than clear.
Yeah, she needs some relics in order to actually one-cycle the ice.
But that's alright. You might be able to get that drone at the same time. Drone is going to cross over the tile to the right of that open ground tile.
Yeah.
One very good Yato will do it, although I think that first Yato means that you can't. One of the little tricks is Yatoing the bear relicless is still able to kill it, which means that it's all just a matter of timing. Oh, we found the camo tiles.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I could not spot them.
That could be a good place to start setting up the Golden Glow.
Not a terrible idea. That means that your right side is at least free, so you can get your left side deployments. They have to be in the right order, but your right side, do whatever you want.
Yeah. Even the casters that come down later, they are not going to be able to attack you, which is nice.
Yep.
Because those casters can be a pain.
Yep. Ooh, that is a good question. Does the interaction have level requirements for the Yato? Not sure what those requirements are. The running small enemies on this stage are not completely trivial.
Yeah.
It's like,
Alright, here comes the first bear.
11,000 HP, something like that.
Yato might not be on time to deal with that bear, though.
Yeah, that first deployment, So what I will say is this is pot dependent.
Yeah.
Yato is one of the most unfortunate operators in terms of the potentials being important.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
Was, already hurts a little bit that Yato is actually
Cardigan is
limited.
dying. Oh, unfortunately, Cardigan might. Cardigan dies and is
with
not
barrel one, you
retreated.
really need
But
to.
at least that column is that row is now clear thanks to Yato.
Mm-hmm. But you really want the DP back.
Yeah. Well, with 32 DP, there's enough DP to put down Telopsis and a ground unit at least.
Yeah, and it could also be Elysium on the side. That would allow you to generate DP and also take the stun attack away from your defender.
That's true.
What else could be happening here? I mean, can't really open with just a ranged unit. That would be sort of fatal.
I almost wonder if opening with Elysium on the right side might have been better than opening with Enos, because Elysium generates DP at about the same rate, actually a little bit faster, and Enos could be saved for the left side where she can actually help with the bears.
Yeah, perhaps if the invis tiles were easier to see, that might have been the pick. I think it would have. I think it would have been pretty nice.
Honestly, the effect isn't that visible.
It's really hard to spot. It wasn't until Radio actually circled it with the mouse that I realized that it was there.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely a lot of thinking going on here, and
yeah, might be careful here when you only have 4 life to work with.
It's a very concerning moment right now. I'll leave the strategizing to Gaviel.
Mm-hmm. Alright, Telopsis has been deployed. Telopsis is going to heal Glacora, and Korra is currently tanking the ice column. Oh, that's so close. But yeah, I think there is there's like 35% HP or something, right? So.
Yeah, that was I think it was an early pickup.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is a lot of times you leak stuff when the stun attack happens.
Wasn't that the other run? Was he talking about how it would affect via meta? Do they both have it?
Do they both have what?
35% HP up.
Oh, maybe I confused the 2 runs.
Oh no, that dog is sneaking. Oh no, Korra took the stun attack.
Yeah.
This needs to be stopped immediately somehow. Okay, we are accepting 2 leaks here, but that is going to.
Yeah, Korra is back.
Yeah, that's gonna cut into our leak budget. I think we can only leak 1 more thing now, so. Yeah, Radio needs to figure out exactly what it is.
Korra's not gonna kill the enemies fast enough alone, so someone needs to be deployed on that column for DPS. Maybe an E1 miner.
E1 miner could do it, yeah.
Yeah. His damage is decent at E1. It's single target, but it's still good damage.
Yeah. Korra will completely get mobbed otherwise. Putting down any other solution requires you to put down 2 things, because like then you have problems of the ranged operator surviving. Nobody else is really doing too much damage, I think. Spot, Elysium, and TRC. And we have to remember there is a Rockhorn at play, so making sure that operators are actually next to each other is really critical right now.
Yeah.
Miner helps with the with taking a Rockhorn buff. Although, yeah, he is sort of
Miner's
the
not
worst.
deployed right now.
Yeah, he is sort of the worst Rockhorn user, possibly all ever. But yeah, TRC is a great Rockhorn body, although a little bit harder to place because, for example, U Official has reduced taunt, so it's actually easier to place U Official than usual.
Now I'm a little bit curious about the placement of Telopsis facing up, because that kind of indicates that you want to utilize those melee tiles in front of the boss, right? But the melee units that might go there have all been deployed already.
It doesn't really seem like there's anything that you could put down, and you surely don't want Telopsis herself to be taking hits, right?
Yeah. And the alternative of Telopsis facing left allows Minar to go to the left of Colossus, and then Korra to the left of that, which means Minar would get 2 Rockhorn.
Oh no, that's a bad Yato activation.
Oh yeah, unfortunately that caster still has a lot of HP
yeah,
left.
on the same tile and facing the opposite direction means that I don't know if the caster even got hit.
Maybe like 1 hit or maybe 0 hits. I wasn't sure.
Okay, but
Okay,
Enos is here to clean that up.
But that does mean Enos is not going to be available for this next wave, at least not with skill.
That said, Enos is providing Rockhorn benefits to Golden Glow now finally, which is really nice to see.
The Rockhorn is significant. And I think it might be worth throwing a TRC somewhere next to Golden Glow just for even more Rockhorn.
Yeah, it's such a free addition right now that you probably like face away so that you don't accidentally sleep an enemy, but
I mean, even if you sleep an enemy, that's on average that's kind of good.
I think if you are gonna be okay with sleeping an enemy, you'd want to sleep them not within Golden Glow's normal attack range, but
that's fair. Okay, I like this 3 Rockhorn on Golden Glow.
Yeah, we're going all in.
Upping her damage a lot.
Yeah, we're going all in on the Golden Glow. This is it's gonna work, or there's no alternative right now.
Yeah.
Now where's the second column right now? It's on Ebonholtz. Because we have the camo. And it is an E1 miner, so yeah, for anybody who's not sure, there's no
these are the
taunts.
last 4 enemies before the kill gate, which means after this point, there is a chance to change the setup.
Yep.
And really make want to consider changing the setup because Golden Glow can hit the boss, but that will take a while to kill. And the boss does explode after 10 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, it's 10 minutes.
Yeah. So it's a long time, but it's not infinite.
After the last enemy in the second phase dies, usually, well, depending on how long you take, right? But if there's no gap, then it's about 3 minutes. We're at 4 minutes. So you feel like you have a little bit of time afterwards, but it is a very scary couple of minutes. At this point, you are nowhere near actually phasing the boss. So I think one of the things that you can do while figuring out the redeployments is you got to throw Yato to do some damage to that boss. You can't wait too long. You can't waste any time here.
You cannot.
That's what I'm hoping to see right now.
It might be a good time to press that Glaucus skill and bind those casters so that Golden Glow has more time to deal with them. Oh, actually, Golden Glow might not deal with them because of the boss is there.
There are some enemies on the left side that do have taunt later on.
Yes.
Although they are kind of terrible targets for Golden Glow to be hitting in the first place, so...
Well, yeah, I actually...
Exploding around them is kind of nice.
Well, if Golden Glow hits them and gets a drone explosion, it can help with mobbing up the left side a bit.
That's what I'm saying.
It's not too bad.
We'll have to see, though. I
think hitting those enemies is at least better than hitting the boss.
That might be true. Though, okay, so Ebonholtz is going out. I think at this point we want to have Ebonholtz hitting the boss. And we are getting those Yato deployments, though unfortunately if you Yato next to the boss, it is one more hit. It's like 17 versus 18 or 18 versus 19. Not necessarily the biggest like game changer, but every damage counts, right?
Yeah.
It's gonna come down to whether or not you have a stable tank, maybe in the middle column there, and if you can redeploy some other stuff so that that's the second column getting hit.
Yeah, since Colossus is facing up, it might be good to utilize the column, like the middle column.
Yeah, exactly. But the other thing that you have to do then is to make sure that, because you might want to put down more deployments, right? For example, Ebonholtz is probably coming back. You might want to maybe get rid of Minar and then redeploy so that he becomes the last again.
Yeah, or get rid of Korra for now and redeploy Spot or Cardigan below him.
Yeah, I think Korra being the operator who gets stunned might be less preferable.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, we're getting close to phasing that boss, which is really good. It's happening pretty fast.
Yeah. Alright, Ebonholtz is back. I wonder where Radio is going to place that
not hitting the boss, but now these are going to be the last two columns. That's
primarily
not...
to hold the lane instead.
Yeah, I guess we might be seeing a core for spot swap in order to fix the columns, because otherwise right now it's Telopsis, Ebonholtz, and Cardigan.
Yeah.
And that's not great. We'll have to see. Yato could get some Rockhorn.
That's not phase yet, but it's very close to phasing.
It's really hard to tell at this point. Yeah, it is only one column though, so it's still phase 1, and one more activation is going to bring it down.
I feel like the time to do a Korra swap would be now.
Yeah, I think I'm worried that maybe they don't realize.
Oh, good explosion for Golden Globe hitting all the enemies there at once.
Oh my god, that's that Ebonholtz is almost dead.
That is damage.
I think they did not realize. I think they maybe did not realize that that was the second column.
Wow.
It's really easy to get used to using Weinar as one of your column baits.
Yeah.
You have to adjust both columns. Yeah, you need both columns adjusted right now. One option could be to say, yeah, the Korra swap for spot would be okay.
Yeah.
You are running the risk of getting a really bad stun, and with 2 life points, it's not really a risk you can afford to take.
It is not.
But on the other hand, you could swap out Weinar for something else. You could put Enos on that column as well. Enos is sort of iffy blocking.
So much damage. That's
scary to look something needs to happen now. Okay, Weiner's going out. Weiner's going out for spot.
We're gonna have to hope that the Ebonholtz damage is enough here.
Yeah, I really hope so. It is a lot of damage. It's going really hard, and we've got a stack of Rockhorn as well, which makes him
quite strong. So
stronger. Okay,
hopefully we'll do. Ooh.
At this point, there's room for an Enos too on the right side, which means that it's not so scary over there. Golden Glow is doing incredible work getting rid of enemies on that top left there.
Yeah.
We still need...
It would have been nice to see Ebonholtz above Telopsis facing left instead, because that hits kind of the same tile, but does give him an extra stack of the Rockhorn.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you there. That's it's unfortunate, just better placement. Even facing up would allow you to have the same damage on the left, but but then the boss would be taunting, and that's a little bit iffy.
Yeah, you might lose. You might get
Yeah, I gotta agree. I think above facing left would be nice. That said, this is gonna get more stacks, so
I think the progress is promising so far.
Yeah, Telopsis does not have skill anymore, but Telopsis has Rockhorn, which means these are big heals coming out. This is 2 stacks of Rockhorn on Telopsis.
Yeah, you see that she's pretty much topping off Cardigan on each heal.
Yeah, Golden Glow is able to hit that top left again, I believe. As soon as that skill is up, there's not much
Golden
SP
Glow
relic
is gonna target those Patriot Shield guards.
Oh, come on, go, go, go.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, dealt with one of them, and now targeting that top left.
Now this is the part where Golden Glow spends a long time hitting those shield guard, which means okay, that's fine actually.
You know, in that downtime, the that shield guard's actually almost dead. That's really effective.
Yeah.
It's a lot of damage. It's 2 stacks of Rockhorn. Would be 3 if Venus was 1 to the left, but
that's true. But the Glock has damage though.
Yeah, and at this point, there's also a concern, which is you did spend quite a bit of time in the phase transition.
Yeah.
I think you've got, once all the waves are dead, maybe only like 2 minutes. Maybe only like 2 or 3 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's going to be cutting it kind of close.
Yeah, and we are never 100% sure.
Yeah. As scary as it is, it may require Ebonholtz redeployment so that Ebonholtz can help with the boss, DPSing the boss.
Okay, I think that the regular enemies are almost all dealt with.
Right side and left side are both being cleaned up properly, which is nice.
Korra did incredibly well tanking that left side, and Spot actually brought it too.
Left side is done. Right side just has one more butcher, and we are just left with the boss. So now Radio has to make sure to actually finish the boss before the time runs out.
Okay, we're putting out Elysium, but maybe in the camo field so that Golden Cloak can get the stacks? Yeah, absolutely, that's what's happening here.
Yeah, I like the stacks. Very good.
This time just Golden Glow and...
Yato. Golden Glow and Yato, Golden Glow and Yato every single time.
Yep.
Elysium's creating 1 stack of Rockhorn actually in order to attack with a buffed
and he
Yato.
Also lets you bank a bit of DP.
Yeah, the immediate value from getting the stacks. No.
Is that the 30 seconds remaining effect?
No, is there a 30-second remaining effect? I don't think there is.
What is that effect then?
I don't think there's any effect at all. I think that is the SP is up for the stun attack.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Yato's ready. Yato's ready. Gotta throw Yato. Oh, this is so close. This is really scary. We'll have to. Oh, man.
Yeah.
There's nothing left to do. At this point, maybe if you swap out TRC for Ebenholz, you can get more damage right now. I think that is a very, very necessary swap right now. I mean, it's...
Yeah, I agree with the swap. Or you put the holes next to Elysium.
Yeah, I like this more SP on Golden Glow, which means that if in the event that this happens...
Rockhorn. Okay, good.
Yep. And we've got the Yato again. It's getting really close. This is, I don't know how much we have left. We're swapping out. Okay, yeah, maybe we can get Elysium out for Inez. That's gonna be more damage, and oh my god.
Ooh, I hope it's enough.
Oh my god, it's at like 5%. It's at like 3%.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
This is very close.
One more Yato will do it. One more Yato for sure.
Unless
Surely that's it.
enough.
Come on.
Yato go.
Oh my god, Ebenholz?
Ebenholz finished.
Oh my god, there it is. There it is, ending one.
Oh,
Ending one.
That's terrifying. I fully believe that was like, you know, seconds away from exploding, but no, Radio's got this. That's an ending one in the bag.
Yep.
With an E1 minor, no less. Incredible use of the camo tile. Oh my, incredible use of the Rockhorn on the right side, and like really calm under pressure, able to swap out the blocks in order to keep everyone alive on the left side.
Yeah, very well done.
Yeah, and you gotta be feeling really good about that performance today. But it's not over yet, and Radio's gonna pause on the end screen so that we can see the score.
Please pause on the end screen.
Please, I'm begging you.
Yeah. Initially, I was a bit worried about, you know, Golden Glow is going to spend a lot of time clearing a lot of ice instead of hitting stuff, but it ended up being okay. The Rockhorn stacks really made up for it.
That's really exciting. That was like a nail biter for sure.
Yep.
I mean, that's kind of how it is in the tournament. You know, the pressure of drafting and just every single run is scary.
Yep. All right, so we got 18 operators. Let's see what the in-game score was.
Yep.
I think Radio's actually trying to be very slow about this to ensure there is not another slip up.
Yep, and we very much appreciate it, especially Gaviel. Especially Gaviel, who needs that number so bad.
Outsourcing this.
1-1-1-0.
1-1-1-0. Nice number.
Very cool. Very cool.
That's very clean. I like that.
Yeah. And with that, I think we're ready for soft form.
Yep.
Soft form's doing that last second mental preparation. It's not over yet. Even after all that, we are only halfway. We're back.
So as a reminder, soft form did just pick up an old fan from the mid boss, which is a very exciting and powerful relic.
Yes, soft form
and was
also has
offered
torch.
the same two relics that Radio was offered.
Yes, four-leaf clover saves soft form from having to take the camo weave instead. Though I will say, the camo weave has never looked better. I think this was one of the coolest uses of it. Just a perfect golden glow tile.
Yeah. Really great use of camo tiles there against semi-villain.
Yeah, and between the two of them, they have both torch and rockhorn. Just not both. We're gonna see what softform's going for here. Radio went for ending 1, and only drafted 5 ops, so that 3 of them would be pretty nice for softform as well.
Yeah.
Especially that Inez. Inez being
Does
that most
softform actually
contested.
have 8 stacks of old fan yet, or are some classes missing?
I'm not 100% sure. I think there's a little bit of variety,
Check the spot again.
but we'll have to see.
So I know there's Fiametta and Ray for sniper.
Yeah, and there's also yeah, it's worth mentioning that Softform is playing medic sniper right now, and Radio is playing caster specialist, which means that they have very different class squads. Though there has been some interesting overlap in terms of the voucher options.
Okay, I see guard. Wait, no, I don't see guard.
What do we see?
So there's sniper, medic, vanguard, defender.
Let's run through it in order. Is there? There's a Vanguard. There
Missing
is
caster,
no guard.
missing guard.
No caster, no guard. No supporter in this one.
No supporter. So 50% right now. 5 out of 8 stacks possible.
That's right. 50% is still a lot. We also have left side spawn. 49.50 for Collapsal's Afternoon, and 50 means left side spawn or a bonus enemy. Left side spawn is a little less comfortable, I think. Although it does come with a little bit of benefit if you're playing Enos.
Yeah. Now I think Muelta is great on this map because you can put down those clones who can copy any of your anti-air units, and then you can have 5 of them at once.
Yep. That cruise copy is actually facing left.
Okay.
Seems to signal that maybe we're not using meal size for the drones. In any case, it's interesting to see.
Yeah.
And that clone is dead, but the skill brings up 3 more clones actually, so the clones are very alive.
Yep. Okay, so the drones are being killed. Actually, this is a really good field. Well, if you're just concerned about drones, then this is a really good field meta skill 3 usage, right? Because you can just spawn camp the drones with field meta skill 3. Does that work? I feel like that works.
Spawn camping the drones with field meta 2?
Skill 3.
Field meta 3. They are very fast though.
That's true, they're pretty fast.
I think they would save for 1 hit.
I only do what I need to.
I guess my one concern with skill 2 is that by the time your bullet actually goes across and explodes, the drones might have already flown a bit and done quite a lot of damage to your operators.
Yeah, you're gonna need a pre-pop, I think.
Yeah.
And that's gonna take a little bit of field meta skill, but I mean, this is a field meta starter, so I think there's gonna be some skill here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this Ray's also facing left. There's a lot of damage devoted to making sure that the wave is solved.
Yeah, fine.
But the drones are sort of an open question right now. Field meta is pointing to the right though.
Okay, next wave of drones has spawned. And they're not too much of an issue.
Yeah, field
Although
meta
maybe a
damages.
field meta skill could- okay, nope, actually hold that, just holding on to the field meta skill, maybe for the champion.
Okay, yeah, but it's still quite a bit of damage there, so it's not too much of a problem. The stat...
Lots of pop is keeping everyone very healthy. Alright, Ray's skill used to
oh yeah, you can see...
bind the champion.
You can see that attack speed on Ray.
Yeah. And you can see that the Castle Offspring has triggered on several units, including Bubble, which means even if the champion does get blocked on Bubble, I don't think Bubble will take much damage. Here's a bigger wave of drones, would be a good time to use the field meta skill.
Oh, wow, instant kill.
Leads the wave.
Okay, we were questioning whether Fiametta is going to be able to deal with the drones. It turns out absolutely she can.
Yeah. What a nice field meta showcase.
That's the power of the old fan, of course. 50% attack is incredibly transformative. And that's the last wave, as well as the last champion. And this is just a complete no incident. No collapse this afternoon. You'll have to see it.
Yeah. Wow. Really, really great skill 2 usage there.
Yeah, and I think that this is actually
now
going to be
that I
a
see that, I think
potential.
skill 2 was probably correct.
Yep. Gotta leave it to the Fiametta play to show us what's possible, right? Alright, and what is this voucher going to be? It's Medic Specialist Vanguard. Interesting. Now, I think the most Texas Alter might be on the table right now.
Could be, yeah.
Telopsis as the only medic.
Oh yeah, there is Barrow 2, right? So...
Oh yeah, with Barrow 2, I don't think you can even pass up a Vanguard at this point.
Yeah, I think it has to be a Vanguard.
Yeah, especially with an expensive thing like... Oh, we are going with the pre-promoted Ethan.
Okay. Well, Ethan is very good at crowd control, but I am still worried about the Barrow 2. Even if you have old fan giving you a lot of attack, if you can't open, that's going to be an issue.
Yeah, I will say it is Barrow 1 with Barrow 2 being the next guaranteed collapse.
Right.
So
it won't be that bad for now.
You could make it through this entire floor without ever having to deal with Barrow 2, but yeah, eventually you are going to have to unless you drop some collapse. And dropping
At some point.
collapse is an option right now. There is there's some folds. And there's an ending 3 guarantee as well. We'll have to see if that's actually what the scout is used for. I think right now there's a little bit of reluctance to actually use the migrate, given that Originium only hits one node. It's also a natural scout, which means that skipping it isn't the end of the world here.
Yeah. And with 3 index, spending some index here is definitely something to consider. Okay, it looks like we are doing the boss key, and it is a deploy boss key.
Oh wow, and it is 2 combats as well. That's a nice, much better than average. Much better than average boss key.
Yeah.
We cannot use migrate, or rather, I believe that migrate doesn't let you have a boss key inside the boss key, but it will let you have 6 index gain. Is that
so? The node will still give you 6 index even if it doesn't trigger a boss key.
That's right. In fact, one of the funny ways this can happen is that if you apply something like Beast, which can land on any node, sometimes one of your migrates is going to land on the boss, and the boss will just give you your index back, but you don't actually get to have a boss key.
That's funny.
It's kind of terrible. Unless you have Scarred Amber. Which we do
I
not.
mean, with Scarred Amber, you just want those index.
Yeah, now in the deployment limit boss key right now, I think, is our deployment limit 2? I think software might be running with 2 right now. That is kind of a scary amount for this.
Yeah.
None of
we
your
saw
operators
deploy
are...
boss key earlier, and that was a little bit rough because of the 2 deploy. We're still at 2 deploy at this point.
Yep, you can always make a shop in order to overwrite some of this. If you think that it's potentially fatal, that is a way to escape. But Softworm seems to be saying, I'm not escaping. I'm thriving right now. I'm gonna get through 2 combats. And then get a half-price shop right at the end. That's not gonna... Oh, that is gonna drop the Dominion. That's kind of a nice one to lose right now. So we're sitting at 14 collapse. If Softworm does unfortunately leak on this stage, that's gonna bring Barrow 2 out.
Yep.
Where's the rally point?
Alright, let's see how software responds to this low deploy noise disturbance.
Easy peasy.
Now the low deploy but reduced redeployment time does mean that it's usually easier to catch each crossbowman and prevent them from summoning drones on that will kill your units.
Yep, you can actually just use regular bodies for that, and it's just as good as having the FRD normally.
Oh, shoot.
That's not
So close to
killing.
that. Yeah.
Oh.
I think it is catchable. You can, yeah, this is a positive play can catch it.
Yeah.
Oh, but that was not a positive play.
Unfortunate.
Pretty unfortunate. We are going to see Barrow 2.
Yep.
But that's not something to focus on right now. What the focus is, how are we going to make sure we survive this stage? With just 2
So I think
deployments,
spot
it's
is probably
tough.
done. Someone else could be used to bait a drone. It may be that one of those clones is taking up a precious range tile that you actually want to retreat because you want to actually utilize the range tile at this point. There aren't that many range tiles that are good here because of the caster running at the bottom. So, okay, Spot gonna have to actually deal with one more carcass here.
Shield is tiring, pal.
Oh, his skill is activated, which means he's actually not attacking anymore.
which means
Oh,
he'll
that's a
stay
lot of
alive,
pressure
but
on Spot. I
also
think even
he
with
won't
zero,
be
Spot
able
might
to
have a
hold
hard time
on.
surviving. This is the tough thing about deployed
And
boss
we
games.
can't. There's enough of them where you have to be able to stop them here and now.
Yeah.
I think it's
Okay.
worth it to
So
get rid of meal size, possibly.
Millsize does manage to get okay. So I think Software really want to save up, keep Millsize around for one more skill activation. Make sure to go really DP
Maybe,
positive.
but that's
But oh,
a
that
dog
might
that's
cost
gonna
another
leak,
leak
yeah.
there, because that was precious time where another unit could have been helping with getting rid of these carcasses. With 2 life remaining though, which means Software still very much alive, still could come out of this.
Oh yeah, it's not done, but
Now the question is, who do you send to trigger this crossbowman, if any, and who do you use to DPS this defender? Because this defender is not going to go down that easily.
yeah.
Certainly do not
I
want this
think the
defender to
obvious option is
reach.
you throw Cruz, the cheapest option, and then you either have to, yeah, you have to Fiametta or Ray.
No,
It
on
looks
one
like we're looking
hand,
towards
I
Fiametta.
agree, Gabriel, that is definitely the best option. The second one, the way you said, yeah, that's the obvious choice. Just throw Cruz.
I hate to say it, she's the cheapest one by a long shot. Granted, I guess DP doesn't really matter at this moment, but with
It
this
still kind of
boss
matters
it
because
can
of the
matter
barrel.
in the end.
But yeah, I agree. It doesn't matter as much now.
Right now, it's not a big
All
deal,
those
but
size activations.
give it a little bit.
We've seen this with
Okay,
Ray
so
before.
if the Sandbeast goes next to Ray, Ray can hit behind her.
Yeah.
But okay, actually, the Sandbeast used to in front to make sure Ray targets the
But this is single target, which means that it's gonna get in
But Ray doesn't.
range.
Okay, she
Oh,
one-shots the
it stopped it in time. But the Sandbeast is already
Just in
used,
time,
which means
very
Ray
good.
still can't hit behind her for this.
Right, but I think Bubble actually managed to take care of it.
Bubble is killing
Bubble
the enemy.
has
and sometimes it
survived.
happens.
Bubble fought for her life, and she did
Now the
it.
question is, do you retreat Ray right now, or do you keep her there? Her skill's not over yet, but there's not going to be enemies for a couple seconds. But there is a caster on the bottom lane that kind of needs to be dealt with at some point.
Her cycle time is only 20 seconds when she stays deployed if she kills one enemy. So it doesn't seem like you can actually get that much value out of undeploying her in the first place, because she then needs to charge up the skill anyway.
Yeah.
That said, you could even use Telopsis just to heal Bubble for a little bit. You have a lot of DP to work with. The problem, of course, is that anything you do right now to deal with the stuff on the bottom lane is not going to help with the snipers that show up next.
Boring.
Okay, here comes the next sniper. What are we gonna do with this?
Boring. I don't like damage unless it's necessary.
We got 1 tile left, and as soon as this is out, we need to do something. Maybe bait now. Oh,
Ray is back.
throwing Ray
Oh.
now.
Okay, the bubble has been undeployed now, which means no one's blocking the blue box at this moment. Which maybe it's fine. Maybe range damage is enough.
It sort of looks like undeploying and redeploying Ray actually doesn't have the same uptime. It might be worse. Not sure what can be done at this point.
All right then.
Oh, Spot is
Ray
dying
still
to
got
just
targeted.
regular dog.
Oh, Spot's gonna die to that caster. Okay. Retreated just on time.
Maybe
there's a drone approaching, but I think Ray can probably take care of the drone before it leaks, before it actually starts attacking her. So it might be
is it
fine.
possible that Ray just like one shots the drone here? It is old fans after all.
Yes. Okay. Ray's gonna start attacking. Kills the crossbowman. So he's to kill the drone. Someone
drones
might need
have
to
negative
undeploy the
taunts?
Sandbeast because the Sandbeast is making Ray
Oh yeah,
focus.
enemies within the Sandbeast range have increased Ray prioritizes things in the Sandbeast range. That is not going to do it.
Yeah, unfortunately, that Sand Beast actually caused Ray to focus on defender instead of the drone, and the drone was able to kill Ray there because Ray was not being healed. That might not be too bad if Fiametta and Bubble can be deployed, perhaps, to save this.
Oh, drones also have -1 taunt? Oh, two things working against
That's
this.
new.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Alright, it's time to make a decision. At this point, meal size is out.
Yeah.
That caster will just leak naturally.
Oh, I didn't know drones had -1 taunt.
You know, almost always my solution to the drones is either Deegan or Warner, neither of which cares at all about what the taunt levels of enemies in range are.
Yeah, almost always my solution is just short skill 2, which in case it doesn't matter what the taunt level is.
Usually my solution is stop the drone from spawning, so I never found out.
Same. I'm more of a don't let it get near me, please.
Alright, we have a caster going to blue box, which means
That
no
is
more
the
leaks
last leak
are
that there can
allowed.
be.
From now on, everything has to be perfect.
The Centurion is ruining those bottom tiles right now, but in a second, once it's gone, I think those are okay and safe. Not safe from the sniper, maybe? No, I think actually, yeah, safe from the sniper too.
That drone is just so menacing right there, but any tile that can get rid of that drone is potentially hit by other things as well. Okay, so Ray can hopefully prevent that Croco Man from leaking, and then once she has skill, she can extend her range further, which is nice.
Okay, the sniper
Bubble
is on its way
available.
there though.
Bubble probably won't survive that long against a Centurion, but hopefully long enough for Ray to do the job. Wait, who's attacking Ray?
The next sniper.
Oh.
Okay, the question is, do you want the Okay, as soon as that carcass hit landed, it was time to unload, and Ray is still alive for now. It's not gonna be much longer though.
Ooh, okay, I think
That next hit is going to kill. That next. Oh my
she's 41
god.
HP. She's
Okay.
still okay for now.
Boy.
But
Oh.
I think she
my
can get
god.
one more hit off.
41 health.
I think at this point, do you cycle out Fiametta in? I think that might be it.
I think you have to.
I think
right?
there's, but there's there's no DP for Fiametta
You
anymore.
don't have the DP.
Okay, so it's a Mulesize and a Fiametta clone, right?
But it's gonna take time to make a Fear Meta clone.
The clone's not gonna have the AoE.
Yeah, but at this point, you
maybe-
just need damage. Maybe you copy Ray instead then.
I think you have to put down Mule Size and get a bind.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for is the bind. Oh, there's Ethan. Ethan is always a solution here.
Yeah. Solution harder, as they say.
This is it.
Ethan gotcha?
I don't like the fact that this strategy is being called Ethan Gotcha. That sort of makes it sound like it's not going to work.
That's the worst possible way to describe this
Hey,
strategy.
gotcha.
This is not
Winning
Ethan
gotcha
Gotcha.
is reliable
This is the
and-
Ethan guarantee, okay? It's going to work. It has to work. There
So
is
true.
no other option.
So true.
And Ethan is going to get a torch stack by being placed next to Bubble, if that is possible. Not sure if that drone actually might kill Ethan, if
Wait,
that's
was
the
there
tile.
torch?
Yes, there's torch.
Oh, there's-
100%.
Oh,
Ethan
Ethan
pitting.
goes down.
Ethan.
Okay,
is
Ethan's
being
not being placed
down,
next to Bubble, and
but
Centurion
not
is
next to
really annoying
Bubble.
here. No, I think that tile next to Bubble may be occupied by that drone right now, and it's understandable not to want to
Is
do
it?
that.
Bubble's not
Wait,
gonna-
your drones hit 2 horizontal?
Yes, they definitely do hit 2 tiles away.
Oh, and now the drone's gone.
The drone is gone now. Oh, but the sniper's here. Snipers hit really hard. Oh,
Oh, Bubble. Oh, spot costs 30, and that's your only other.
I think
Oh,
there's
this is so
no
hard.
longer a
38?
solution.
2 deploy is rough.
Oh. To deploy
Either
is
plays super rough.
Come on, Ethan, bind.
Ethan's
Ethan,
not
I
doing
believe.
it.
we are.
Why isn't Ethan doing it?
Oh,
Ethan, I
Ethan.
believe.
Ethan, please.
That carcass is already out of range,
Ethan,
right? By the
Is it?
next time Ethan hits an attack,
I think so, but we gotta.
I think it's
Oh.
over. Unfortunately, The last
See
thing
there,
you're
you
looking
could
at is deploying mill
undeploy
size and putting the blob on
The
that
clone
time.
is not going to get its
Yeah, the
copy
blob
skill
won't
in
even.
time.
It's not going to have anything copied, yeah. But
It would have.
and there it goes.
Oh,
That's so unfortunate.
pain.
This boss key is truly.
Yeah,
forget
not
to
having a
force
nitro deployment
these.
limit means not going into the boss key is, or going into the boss key is sometimes just fatal. And
Yeah,
that is an old
unfortunately
fan
for
and a migrate,
Softform-
unfortunately.
Yeah,
Aw.
unfortunately for Software, that was probably the worst boss key that Software could have gotten there.
Yeah, twice.
Twice in a row, yeah. And with no deploy relics the whole time.
Ready, 951.
Just two relics, two deploy spots
Yeah,
the
I
whole
think
time.
the worst part was that there was a shop a shop folder hurdle that wasn't applied to do any skip or go into a shop looking for deploy. It was just
Yeah.
just banking on it not being this one.
Yeah.
All right, I got a 951 there.
But even though that was a very deadly boss key, we did see some really cool Fia meta plays.
That's true. That's true. And Ray popped up in the middle there. Definitely
Yeah.
kept the run going longer.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, in a second, we are going to bring Softform and Radio on for a quick post-game interview, while I
Yeah.
think Elysium, Cruz, and Gaviel compute the score.
Already did it.
Nice.
At least I think. I'll have them double check though. I'm not known for my math skills.
Looking at the notes, I believe this math is correct. And I believe the notes are also correct.
All right, you are now live on air. Hello.
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 Welcome.
Well, first of all, GG's.
Yeah, GG's.
GG's indeed.
It was one hell of a pair of runs.
Yeah.
Stressful, both of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, very.
But yeah, I mean, definitely a ton of highs and lows, a lot of excitement, tons of tension. I mean,
Yeah.
lots of stress there.
Yeah. You had barrel 3 between the two of you. We're joking that you might have barrel 4, but you did not.
Arrow 4.
It was you.
Yep,
I swear I didn't cause it.
Elysium Christian.
Uh-huh.
You can blame Elysium.
Yeah, can you
Commentators
get
hurts.
a lie on the counter for that?
Oh, that's not a lie.
Wow,
You did
first
have
time
barrel
of
3
your
between the
calls
two
for
of
an
you.
Elysium light counter live on air. But yeah,
Commentators hurts. This is an Elysium line moment.
No.
But yeah, Radio, how did you feel about your run? You got an ending one down.
Honestly, I was expecting to explode on floor 4.
Ah, well, you definitely didn't do that.
Yeah.
So, I don't know what she has to say, but I don't actually remember her run now. Like, I was helping her the whole way. We were like working on it, and it's a blur.
The most salient moment I remember was that rational fracture where I thought things might actually explode.
Oh,
but
yeah, that was
the radio
so
wasn't
I
able to
was-
touch it at the end
I
and
was
keep
fully expecting
2
that.
lives.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just have to tactfully leak.
Yeah.
5.
That
Yeah,
was
yeah.
just the one to watch.
And I think you
Tactfully
did pick
leaking,
the
you
right
know.
enemies to leak there, which was good. It was good recovery.
Yeah, speaking of, you both actually had rational fractures with leak software. I think you had a -4 on yours as well because it was a 2 deployment boss key. What were you thinking that moment?
Okay, I know rational fracture with my team is really bad. Like, I always avoid it because Fia is... she's too slow for, like, my team comp in particular. So, it's just a bad stage for me. And, like, generally I have bubble, I have... If Ethan is E2, that is my solution because Fia plus Ethan just kills them. But, if at worst, generally I expect to leak the 2 champions. if I'm forced into it.
Hmm.
Yeah, that does make sense. But with 2 to play, I guess it's particularly stressful, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it means that you cannot have those 2 and a healer.
For the first time ever, I got Old Fan, and that so closer to completion, I guess. Didn't get to use it against Crazy Man.
Hmm.
Yeah. Noise disturbance. But again, with 2 deployment limit, yeah, both of your boss keys are deployment limit with no relics.
I don't remember. Did I have a deployment relic somewhere?
You did not. No,
No,
it
you
was
didn't.
2 the entire time.
I specifically asked, do you have deployment? No, he did not.
Shouldn't have taken the boss key. Shouldn't have done it.
Should not have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think you were probably fine with most boss keys, but that 2 deploy boss key.
That was probably the only one, yeah.
Yeah, you got the
Unfortunate.
worst possible boss key.
Twice.
And it was also kind of early where like you had an old fan, but you didn't have all 8 classes yet, which meant that the old fan wasn't fully in effect yet, which was unfortunate.
Yeah, I didn't have the squad size even if I had the classes. Like, I was going to take Melantha because I was like, oh, this will help, but I need Cruz because the only way I'm going to be able to CC all the enemies on that stage is with Mulesy Cruz clones.
Oh, actually,
yeah.
we were wondering about that. The fact that you chose to clone Cruz a lot, but I think there were also other sniper targets to potentially clone, like Fiametta or Ray.
I disagree. I think when you're cloning Mulesy, you want ASPD because that's what generates like the bonus clones. Like, it's every 10 hits.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, so
Now that I say
Cruz does it faster?
Yes, and I want her to do CC. I don't care about damage as much.
I see.
That makes
But
sense.
that being said, was there a point at the beginning where I could have used Fiametta to take out one of the snipers? Maybe. I don't know.
Potentially. I don't remember well enough, but,
Yeah, but
it is true that
it's-
the Fiametta clones have that additional range, which is nice.
Yeah. That might have been good. I'm not sure that it would have mattered, though. Like,
probably
that
would have
end was really, really hard, because everything was... It was Barrow plus deployment point gain. Just a horrible combo.
Yeah. What did y'all think of the drafting? Each other's drafting and your own drafting?
I think it was fine. I think the only thing was like Software asking me if like they could take Ray, and I just went go for it.
Sounds good, yeah.
Yeah, so the Enos was never in contest.
No.
Cool,
Yeah.
sounds like negotiations were not too hard then.
Yeah,
Part of the
that's a rare one.
reason I wanted to get with radio was because I had none of like Muenar, Enos, Yato, and those were big ones, I think. So I figured it would make negotiations very easy.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah, that's the last 3 that
The
I
only
really
main one
drafted.
was like Texalt.
Yeah, I
Mm.
did ask for Texalt, who didn't appear.
Yep.
They're not a bit.
Yep. It's a fair split, I suppose. And
Yeah, there
both
was
of you
that
have-
voucher where you had that, but then you also had a Vanguard. So we weren't sure what's gonna happen. You ended up picking E2 Ethan, which I also understand because E2 Ethan binds a lot better than E1 Ethan.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, this
I
is
guess
also
maybe...
this is very low number of 6 stars total as well. 5 and 3.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, you both drafted Telopsis, and I think we both used Telopsis to good effect, which is cool.
Yep.
Yep.
That was fun.
Yeah. With that said, is there anything you'd like to say to the next few competitors?
Good
Another
luck.
team. Good luck.
Good luck.
I had a ton of fun. Like, I was super nervous, but like, it was good.
I'm glad.
Good luck to all. Take your boss keys responsibly.
Fair
Well
enough.
said.
Choose wisely.
Good advice.
Yeah, and with those words of wisdom, I think it's time to say goodbye to Softform and Radio. GG's again, congratulations.
Oh, we
Thank
do
you very
have
much.
scores.
Oh yeah, scores.
Oh yeah, it is time to announce the scores. I think y'all have them.
Yep. So Radio's total came out to 1,380. And then Softform's total was 971, which then led to the total for the team being 2,351.
Let's go.
2,351.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
So
Don't
I
know
would say
what place
overall
it is given the
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't know what place that was given the missing score from earlier today, but we will know soon.
Yep.
And congratulations.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for
Great
playing.
job.
Thanks for going.
07.
07.
7 indeed.
All right, and with that said, I think that brings day 4 to a close.
Yep.
Definitely some very interesting matches, and it's good to see an ending one, especially I think the most stressful ending one that we might possibly ever see.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Edge of my seat there.
Surely we
But
win
they worked out
fought
well.
really well. Floor 5 was unfortunately killer for both of them, and Radio was able to bring it home today.
Mm-hmm.
And that 2 deployment boss, he really nasty stuff, but still, just a bunch of really fun matches, and it's been good to see.
Yeah. Make sure you join our Discord, by the way. Here is the link.
Yeah, and I'm gonna find someone to raid. Actually, oh, this is funny. Desta, who I believe is playing, that'd be tomorrow, actually. Yeah, that's gonna be tomorrow's matches. Tomorrow we have the Bar, which is Dissector and Southheart Violence. You probably recognize those names. As well as Team Collusion, which is Ramon and Desta. You probably recognize them as well. It's gonna be really interesting. And right now, Desta's actually practicing, so I'm gonna send y'all over there. You can spy on their strategies and let me know what they're gonna be doing. Not really. Not really. I kind of already know. But yeah, that's gonna be fun. It's IS4D15, so that's always nice. We will explode tomorrow. I love the spirit.
Nice.
Love the enthusiasm.
You gotta be excited about exploding sometimes, I suppose. Yeah, with that said, thanks for watching. It's been a really good tournament day, and we're gonna be back tomorrow, so see you next time.
See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Bye.